the story begins with a huge loss of a young man. When he returned home, he found that his grandfather was already dead. In addition, the old man died in an extremely cruel way. He was literally cut in half. It was a miserable and sudden death. However, to his own surprise, the main character did not feel anything at all. It seems he was not even sad, despite the fact that in fact a gray-haired mentor was his only family. Looking at the burned house, it seemed to the young man that perhaps he was really just a terrible person. He remembered how recently he ran to his grandfather to show him spiritual grass. The teenager joyfully told how he went along the eastern part of the mountain and found the grass where the wise elder spoke. The elderly man himself understood. This is a huge success, because this grass can be sold at a great price. And the boy told how he saw the lace of the fox, where there were only her cubs on the way. The man was worried, thinking that his grandson, perhaps, decided to kill foxes. However, this was not so. The young traveler did not understand why he would act so cruelly. Their mother would probably be upset when she saw that her children were killed. The old man calmed down after these words, invited his grandson to get out and sit down. But before that, he asked the descendant to make him a promise. Namely, never show anyone what he really is. However, now all that the hero remains is to apologize to the grandfather. After which, he ran to the spit, who was killed by his closest native soul, and apologized for not being able to restrain his word. Events are transferred to the Junyan district. Directly in the center of the street, caught prisoners were brought. People, looking at them, only scored angrily, looking at the bandits and criminals as if on animals, the discharge of society. Then they began to pour curses straight into their backs and spit, trying to please the criminals in the face. At this moment, one gentleman noticed a boy who was sitting in a separate cell. He was wondering who this youth is like that. In addition, from one glance at the guy, he quickly realized that the prisoner was very young, and therefore, about the same age as his young gentleman. However, the interlocutor asked not to underestimate the guy because of his age, because he was the worst among all whom he was brought today. Then the man was distracted and ordered more drinks to continue the story. He told that this boy killed many people using only one oblique for the grass. After which, the man decided to find out for what purpose the master came to him. This one explained that he wanted to hire someone. It was supposed to be a young guy whom no one would look for after death. However, suddenly he heard how one of the indignant crowd was thrown into the boy who interested him. After all, she began to curse the young killer, wanting him to burn in hell. However, it seems, despite all the curses, the guy was absolutely not interested in the guy. The master himself began to look closely at his face, noticing something interesting. When the young man decided to correct his hair, thereby opening his face, the master decided not to stay here anymore. When the interlocutor was surprised that with such an angelic face he killed so many people, the man decided to go away. Of course, this caused a lot of discontent and a misunderstanding of his actions, but his business was already completed here. Passing by the wagon of the young killer, he realized that he had finally found the person he needed. In this case, there was a literally perfect candidate. Soon, events are transferred to the inside of the castle, the Golden Jade Palace. There was its own life in the dungeon. The guards constantly changed in the guard, especially carefully protecting such killers as the main character. The boy himself did not regret anything, thinking only about what he hastened very much, and therefore finished in this way. He remembered the man in the battle to whom he lost. He was a man with a scar under the eyes who really interested a young prisoner. From the very beginning, he felt that they were being persecuted, but did not expect that it would be some young guy. The hero at first glance at this man realized that he was a monster. And so, when he finally met the killer of his grandfather, the scams grabbed him, not even allowing the guy to do anything. He would have fought with a man. The result would be the same, because then he did not see a single slightest way to kill him. Therefore, from that day the young prisoner has been very interested in martial arts. Namely, if he studied them, could he beat the killer of his blood enemy? Although it was not so important, because it is unlikely that he would have a similar chance. After all, his life, most likely, is already over. However, he did not have time to immerse himself in his thoughts. He saw strange shadows and smoke. Initially, he thought it was a fire. However, the smell was not at all the aroma of Gary. He sniffed and ate all kinds of herbs while he lived with his grandfather, so this aroma seemed familiar to him. The young prisoner accurately felt the components of the tail of the lizard, the purple pasternak, and several other ingredients. And at that moment when the guards fell without feelings, he became convinced that it was definitely the aroma of sleep. However, the captive also did not want to plunge into a dope, so he began to breathe correctly, after which he skillfully pretended to be sleeping. At that moment, the door of his dungeon opened. Then the same man whom we had already met before went there. He immediately held out his hands to the boy. To begin with, he decided to free him from chains. However, when he freed the hands of a young man, he noticed something strange. He realized that the grass that he used did not work on a teenager. The young prisoner, not hesitation for a second, immediately attacked this fighter in his stomach for the only purpose, to escape. Following this, he rushed to the duckling, as he already remembered how to get out of this prison. Although he did not understand what was happening exactly, he knew that this was his last chance to survive. However, his plans were doomed to failure from the very beginning. The warrior, as a professional, pressed on pain points on his back, thereby immobilizing him. The young rebel was really upset that he underestimated the enemy. He fully realized the power of martial arts. After that, the boy was again thrown into the dungeon, and no longer ceremony but rude enough. The young prisoner understood. A person with such force was probably a master, and initially even considered that he was the one who killed his grandfather. However, he was mistaken, because although these people were like, that man had a scar near his left eye. Finally, another guest came, who decided to find out from his guard whether he found the right person. The guard remembered that he had asked the young master to wait outside, but it was interesting for a guy who was never in a dungeon to see how everything was arranged here. After that, turning a look at the young prisoner, he asked him to put him so that he could see his face as best as possible. Immediately after this, the guard grabbed the boy by the hair, quickly put him perpendicularly, raised his head. Having carefully examined him, the young master smiled, because the prisoner really looked exactly like him. The hero in the cold sweat was struck himself when he noticed their obvious similarity. The young gentleman was amazed that they looked like the same, but at the same time had so different fates. It at the same time mixed and surprised him. In addition, he saw that the guy in front of him was surprised no less than him. The young gentleman had already heard that the guy was sentenced to death, and in the near future he had to be beheaded. And obviously the young prisoner had no choice but to expect what this gentleman would tell him. However, to his surprise, a noble young man invited him a chance to survive. He will be able to become the third young master of the great estate of swords. Namely, he will pretend to be. It really seemed to the hero that this was just a wonderful chance. The young gentleman explained that nothing was required of him. He will simply be locked in the estate with delicious food, maids, comfortable beds, and he will be able to enjoy all the ones that he still only dreamed about. When it all ends, he will receive a lot of money and will be able to go anywhere in the world as a free person. If the hero agreed, then this is all he needed to swallow a small pill. The young prisoner quickly realized that this was poison. However, the guard explained that they could not just trust the criminal. He promised that when the guy completes the task, he would receive an antidote. The boy had no doubt at all. He understood that fate had prepared a second chance for him. So quickly and unconditionally he swallowed the medicine. However, no one knew that for a young prisoner, it was not a chance for a new life. It was a chance to take revenge, this time more successfully. Therefore, for starters, he decided to find out from the young master whether he would definitely give him a new life. The young aristocrat did not take his words back, realizing that he was ready to give this guy the best choice, especially looking at his position. Then he asked the guard to free his pressure points and remove the shackles from the captive. Immediately after everything was completed, the hero rose to his feet in order to stretch the hidden body a little. After that, the time has come to leave the dungeon. The guard decided to go ahead. The young gentleman was supposed to follow him. However, it seemed safer if the former prisoner would go in front of him. Finally, the guard got to the exit from prison and looked around to check if there was no one nearby. After making sure that he turned to the master, explaining that they needed to gently and quickly leave. However, at that moment he noticed that the young master's face and neck were already in the hands of the hero. He smiled gloatingly when he turned his neck to the young aristocrat. The frightened closer did not understand what this madman had done. However, the young killer, throwing the guy's lifeless body on the ground, only laughed, explaining that his hand slipped. Then I decided to find out from the guard what they will do now. After all, he had already dealt with the fake, and now only he remained. The hero's background was such that he was caught just when he arranged a massacre. However, when he killed his enemies, he had fun to the hell. He did not even think whether to kill someone or not, without a drop of doubt. He deprived the life of everyone who could at least somehow be connected with the death of his grandfather. So he committed more than a dozen murders, possibly innocent people. However, the young killer felt incomparable joy. Then he remembered his grandfather's request not to show who he really was. Finally, after that, he realized who was the real. After all, only when he killed, he sincerely smiled and was happy. Therefore, it became obvious to him what the old man warned him from. At that moment, the guard, trying to escape, begged the demon with a scythe for pardon, and the boy realized that it was deep inside. Perhaps he was really a demon. However, not wanting to think about it, He decided so far to just kill, until suddenly the one who prevented him from having fun further came. This was the same person who killed his grandfather. This fighter was surprised to note that even after such a blow, the boy still remained conscious. This surprised the man because he expected that the young man would die right away. However, the suicide bomber managed to interest him. At this moment, the hero himself understood that the person standing in front of him was insanely dangerous. The fighter himself knew very well. The guy did not possess martial arts at all. But even so, he still managed to survive his strongest blow. Therefore, he grabbed the young Avenger by the neck. The boy himself did not even understand how this happened. The fighter was so fast that he seemed to disappear for a moment. After that, the man decided to kill the Maltz, who at that moment brought so many problems. Having pierced him with a sword, he explained that he could not allow the boy who had not even mastered martial art his blow. He believed that the hero was very mistaken when he lifted everything around his ears. He should just hide in some corner and live a quiet life. As a result, it became obvious. This man defeated him with crazy ease, and the hero could not take revenge even when he found the killer of his grandfather. It seemed to him that he would die, but by some miracle he managed to survive. He did not understand why he had such a life, since he was still going to execute him. Then he began to pray so that he was given at least another chance to escape. If he had such a chance, he would definitely not miss him. And that's why he killed the young master with his own hands. The guard obviously immediately attacked the guy, wanting to kill him. He did not understand how he dared to deprive the young aristocrat, as if he himself wanted his death. However, everything was the other way around, because since it should be someone's replacement, then he must take risks on himself. A blind obedience in such a situation could end very deplorable for him. In addition, he understood. If the guard wanted, he would have killed him a long time ago. So, he, apparently, was not devoted to the young master. Getting angry after such words, the man immediately attacked the arrogant boy. Then he squeezed him into the wall with force, preventing him from even moving. Getting his blade, he vowed that he would cut a guy like a street dog. However, it seemed to the hero himself that this was not necessary at all. The man had already fed his poison, and without antidote, he would not last long. Therefore, he will have to fix it. So for the guard, there was even a plus that now the young master was his loyal dog. It immediately became obvious. The hero hoped that the guard would betray the young master and make the boy his puppet. However, the guards did not inspire this idea at all, rather even angry. Therefore, having waved his blade, he directed him towards the face of the young man. However, he still did not injure him, but only frightened him, after which he removed the weapon. He made it clear that since then, the hero had to call himself the name of Guion. And then the young man became obvious. His plan was a success with a bang. When they got to the estate of swords, the guard told the guy all the necessary rules. One of them is that he will not leave the estate. When the guy wanted to ask a few more clarifying questions, the guard quickly interrupted him, recalling that he himself chose to become a puppet instead of a double. In addition, he warned, if he is caught, he can forget about antidote. But this is not all. If the guy stops obeying him or something strange, he will be immediately killed. However, the young double himself perfectly understood the consequences for himself and did not argue. After that, the guard gave him a pill. If he does not accept such, then the poison will disperse throughout his body. The hero himself understood that he was madly lucky. He managed not only to survive the wounds, but also to become a young master. It seemed to him that, perhaps, grandfather in heaven cares about him, and promised that the grandson would not die until he took revenge. After all, now he knew. That man who wounded him is convinced that the young man is probably dead for a long time. In addition, now he got into the martial arts clan, and will now be able to learn martial receptions and find the killer of his grandfather. Everything for one goal is to give him the same terrible death on which he has gone to his loved one. The next morning, at dinner, a fake young gentleman summed up how he managed to avoid death. However, for some reason he was alarmed, even despite the fact that he got the opportunity to learn martial arts. In addition, there was another problem. The new guard, whom the chief guard Cam assigned to him. This man, Hu-chan, a student of a guard, terribly infuriated him. Now the young guard complained that his teacher had become too soft. He did not understand that such a special guy who did not own even martial arts. When he found out that he caused the death of Guy Wan, he asked what would happen to their plan. However, Cam made it clear that nothing has changed. They will continue to do what they did before. The most important thing is not to lower the eyes of the eye and make sure that the guy does not run away until he comes up with another plan. When they prepare everything, they will only have to get rid of this guy, all so that they have the opportunity to unite with someone else. However, it was unclear to the young student why all these difficulties did not threaten the suicide bomber. After all, they fed him poison, he will not be able to disobey them because of the need for antidote. However, such an opinion seemed truly stupid, He had already seen that the guy would not obey, because nevertheless this suicide bomber in the blink of an eye was killed by Gyonval and took his place. He is too skillful for a person on the verge of death, so they will receive nothing from cooperation with him. However, despite all these explanations, Hu-chan could not understand that this guy was so special. But he was not only poisoned, but is not yet trained in martial arts. But unfortunately, the young guard could not disobey his teacher and was obliged to follow the double. The hero himself was interested in why the calm guard did not tell why the double was needed. In addition, he brought some fighter and went in an unknown direction. It was still strange that although the young man had not been here for a long enough, but already clearly felt the local atmosphere. This place is not as dangerous as it seemed at first glance. Therefore, it is strange that the young master needed a double. Obviously, the reasons for his stay here are not in the assassination or something like that. Therefore, he tried to collect all the facts together in order to understand why he needed these people. And soon he realized that the fact that the cam guard was absent means he does not plan to unite with someone else. Somewhere at that moment, Hu-chan already began to fall asleep right at the door. However, his dream was disturbed by a fake young gentleman who sharply left the room. The double explained that he wanted to take a little walk and breathe fresh air. In addition, he had a couple of questions for the guard. He asked the man to draw up a company for him. However, angry, he pointed to him towards his room and ordered him to go back. However, the hero objected that there would be nothing wrong if the guard shares a small secret with him. Immediately after this, the Chan imprinted the guy into the wall. He realized that he clearly forgot his place, and ordered him not to run into troubles and return to the room. Instead of submission, the hero only realized that this guard was much weaker than his teacher. Then he instantly grabbed him by the shoulder. The fact that Hu-chan underestimated him made it possible to quickly attack him and lay him on the ground. Immediately after that, he pressed the same points on his body in order to paralyze the guard. The man quickly realized that he could not move, but did not understand how it was possible that a person without knowledge of martial arts blocked his pressure points. He even considered that perhaps this guy was at the master level. However, everything was wrong. The hero himself did not fully understand what he did, simply exactly repeating the movements that the comm guard had done to him before. This literally struck the student. It was impossible to repeat what you saw only once, and at the same time achieve this level of skill. It became obvious that his teacher was not mistaken about this guy, and he was really very dangerous. Therefore, Go-chan tried to remind the guy about the poison that was in his body. He will die if the antidote does not take, and blood will flow from each hole in his body, and he will begin to die slowly and painfully. Therefore, Hu-chan demanded that the hero quickly let him go if he does not want such a terrible death. However, it seems that the young man himself only mixed up that he was being told about this poison from all sides, after which he opened his mouth to the guard and drove his drop of blood to him. Immediately after this, Chan felt the reaction of his body, as if a deadly poison hit him in his mouth. He urgently needed to start circulating internal energy in order to remove the poison from the body, and the hero calmly explained that from early childhood he ate toxic plants while collecting herbs with his grandfather, and at some point his blood also became a kind of poison. He can make out the composition, just having tried the poison, so most of the poisons did not act on it. Therefore, he did not need any antidote from the poison received by him. But still, he was not going to kill a man, but wanted to ask him a couple of questions and find out about this estate. The young man recalled that he was the only one who could heal Hu-chan from the poison in his body, so he hoped for all assistance. As a result, the man said what was happening in the main hall of the Estate of Swords. At this time, the doctor worked with might and main in the room of the chapter. The head of the Indian clan himself obviously felt very poorly. The doctor blamed himself for the fact that in this situation was completely powerless. He applied all his knowledge and experience, but he could not even find the source of the disease, not to cure him. He was very worried about the chapter, realizing that he should immediately choose the heir to his illness. The head never chose him, and in the end, he had 4 candidate sons. Soon a storm will probably begin, and the brothers will untie the war for the place of the chapter. In addition, the first wife loved her first, born most of all. It's scary to even imagine what she was ready for her son to occupy the throne. Finally, the first wife herself came, who decided to find out how the head of the estate lived. The healer greeted the mistress in fright, while she repeated her question about her husband's condition displeasedly. The healer could only apologize for the fact that he was not competent enough to cure the master. However, it seems that the woman was not at all surprised at all. She heard that everyone had already nicknamed the head of the mysterious disease. from which there is no medicine. Therefore, the only chance to save him was the shaman. However, the man was against this because the shamans were of a different faith. They could not act with the head so vile methods. However, the woman clearly had no doubt, and was not going to just look at how her husband dies. She made it clear that the shaman, who was engaged in unknown diseases, was already heading for them, which means that they were no longer needed by the doctor's services. Therefore, now they could only provide a man's treatment to shaman. She ordered no one to let anyone into the estate, and also make sure that no living soul would find out what would happen inside. As a result, all the knowledge of Hu-chan ended on this. Thinking, the young double realized that he certainly needed to leave. The frightened closer did not understand where the fake young gentleman gathered so sharply. However, he calmly explained that he was going to visit the head of the estate. Soon, the hero found out what the plan of Kama was originally concluded. They were looking for a double because they wanted to force the first son to kill the not-true young master, namely the double. He himself could not argue with how a brilliant plan this is. The young man also began to study information about his brothers. The firstborn was the 20-year-old Juice Yong-ho. From the remarkable, he had a birthmark, loved alcohol and women, was weaker of all 4 candidates for the role of the head. The second son was the 18-year-old Juice of Yun Pyong. He was largely similar to his mother, the same smart and cunning. However, it is difficult to predict what he will do if he becomes the head. As a result, the calm guard planned to provoke the brothers to kill the double, and then they would weaken vigilance and clung to each other. The guards called this plan victory in action. Thus, regardless of who survives, they would be convicted of fratricide, and a miraculous surviving Gaion would return whole and sound to take the reins of government. Initially, the plan was good until an unknown variable appeared, who killed Gyeonvo himself. However, now it was interesting to Hu-chan why the fake young gentleman headed for the head. The young double knew that his comfort depends on whether a man was alive or not, so he intended to save him, which was very frightened by Go-chan due to probable consequences. However, the hero promised that nothing threatens the guard if he promises to keep everything secret. Soon the first wife of the chapter was already standing near the gate in anticipation of the shaman, and in the distance she saw his silhouette. Immediately approaching closer, a shaman named Mo Shin decided to find out where his patient is. To begin with, the woman explained that she called him because he worked miracles. Having thanked, the man explained the rules. While he will carry out the procedure, no one had to approach the building closer than 30 steps. However, the woman has already taken all the necessary measures. There will be only 2 guards on the territory of the estate. However, Mo Shin insisted that the lady would also have to leave, and she was not opposed. The lady only reminded the man of her request, and the shaman understood everything perfectly, promising that after the end of the procedure, the chapter and the secret manuscript of the head will be with her. In return, the woman promised that immediately after their location, she would give him 300 silver nurses, which was really a generous board. Then the mistress ordered everyone to disperse until she calls them back. But in fact, the woman herself did not want to resort to something like a shaman. However, suddenly she noticed something strange. It was a guy named Sok-yu Chun. He was part-time 4th son of the head, as well as the son of a miserable prostitute. And despite the fact that the lady could understand an affair with that woman, she did not understand why the head gave her offspring the same rights as the rest of the heirs. It seemed to her too humiliating, because the juice of Yu Chun could not compare with the sons from worthy women. Leaving, the lady did not notice how the false Gyeon won with her retinue from a neighboring turn. He also noticed a training guy nearby, and Hu-chan quickly recognized his 4th son, who trained all the time, which was not surprising. By that time, the hero had already learned that the guy had outstanding abilities in martial arts, and by nature he was more like the current chapter of the estate, which is why he was considered the most likely candidate. Hu-chan explained that now the guy practiced the rider's rack to strengthen the lower body, because it was from it that all martial arts begin. After hearing the guard, the young gentleman decided to ask an interesting question. Will he be able to kill the guard of Kuma if he studies martial arts? However, the frightened test did not answer, so the more severe hero repeated his question. In addition, the guy scared that the young master asked about it. For sure he had already guessed that they had planned to get rid of him from the very beginning, which means he was very smart. And now Go-chan had no choice but to give an answer. He explained that all martial arts basically have internal energy. It all starts with breathing techniques. In other words, with the help of proper breathing, you can collect internal energy, which is subsequently formed in kui, with the help of which the owner will become stronger. But in one day, it will not work. Even if a young master begins to study martial arts, he cannot defeat a first-class fighter who collected energy 30 years more. In addition, he had many first-class techniques in his arsenal. In fact, Hu-chan understood that even if the suicide bomber began to train right now, he would not have coped with this task in his entire life. In addition, he does not have so much time for training, because usually warriors begin training at the age of 5 to 9 years, until the contaminated energy has accumulated in the body. So, at his age, it was simply impossible to do this. Surely now this guy himself understood that he was just insignificant, like a frog at the bottom of the well. However, to the surprise of the guard, turning to him, Gion won his hands to him. The hero saw that in the eyes of this young man there was so much greed that he just wanted to tear them out of the eye sockets. But for starters, he decided to ask Hu-chan to become a devoted man. An obviously frightened man immediately agreed to be faithful to the master. The guy himself thought what to do, since he could not kill the guard, so his student does not trust him yet. At that moment, the young guard invited the young master to leave. The reason was that the younger gentleman did not like the real Gion-won, probably due to what had long happened. Hu-chan said that 2 years ago a real young gentleman called his mother Yu-chun a dirty slut, for which he was greatly beaten. However, this caused only a satisfied laughter of the hero, because he would have done the same in the place of the fourth brother. However, since Hu-chan insisted on their speedy care, he agreed, and they quickly left. At this moment, it seems without noticing their presence, the fourth brother himself continued his training. At the same time, at the estate of the chapter, Shaman had already begun to prepare for treatment. To begin with, he stretched red threads with attached coins throughout the room. Then he watched the chest of the chapter. He saw dark blue spots crawling from the heart. Initially, the shaman believed that he would meet with the consequences of some addictions. However, it was only the energy of death. A person would have been absorbed for a long time. But the head still fought for life and was a real master. But despite this, the chances of its healing were only 50%. And besides, now it was not so important whether the head would survive or not. He was the main goal of fulfilling the mission of the mistress. However, the shaman took up the brush in order to draw an amulet. While he was drawing something on yellow paper, he also began to wreck like a spell. Immediately after it ended, the amulet took off, after which he stuck to the source of death. He immediately discovered that the source was a heart, and then miracles began to occur after that. Everything around the chapter began to shine with bright golden light, and the healing process started. It was all under the attentive leadership of Mo Shin himself, who tried to cure the disease of the mind. To do this, he applied the technique of the exciting appearance of the transformation of the golden body. The more he read the spell, the more the body of the chapter reacted to him. However, it was obvious. The energy of death was too strong in him, so the shaman pushed, applying more and more strength to finish the expulsion of evil energy. However, suddenly the thread exploded due to the fact that someone entered the room. The frightened shaman understood. If now someone intervenes during an important ritual, everything will go to dust. And soon, he was thrown away from the chapter, because of which he almost lost consciousness. Entering the room was the fake young gentleman himself, who did not understand what the shaman was doing here. However, the hero did not show a drop of attention to him, quickly approaching the chapter himself. After which he, bowing, greeted his father while he was in oblivion. However, the hero was not embarrassed, introducing himself to the son of a man, and already thought how to help him. The shaman continued to scream, ordering Gion and the guard to leave as soon as possible, while Hu-chan himself was indignant at the fact that an unknown man had measured to drive them away. However, he began to shout that all the efforts to restrain the disease of the head went down the drain due to their appearance, because of which the energy of death in the chapter became even more. He literally begged these people to leave, because if something is wrong, the man will die quickly. However, at that moment the hero already noticed something strange. From the mouth of the chapter, the head literally began to spray saliva, and the young man carefully and without fear watched this mysterious disease in order to understand what she was. Soon the head seemed to fly up on the ropes that held him back. It became obvious. The head is now completely absorbed in the disease. After which the shaman immediately ordered this two to restrain the man until he finally broke the thread. As soon as they seized him, the shaman quickly pasted him another amulet straight on his forehead, after which he began to read out the spell, while the patient began to wriggle even more, and as if shining with invisible energy. Immediately after this, the patient tried to break the hand of the one who held it. It became obvious that due to the intervention of these two, an unknown disease became even stronger. The shaman ordered to continue to keep it, otherwise the evil spirit inside the man would break out, and then everyone would be not good. However, when Go-chan saw this evil spirit, he almost lost his composure. In addition, this evil spirit left the body of the chapter and began to slowly move straight into his body. But in time, the hero arrived in time, who already managed to arm himself with the nearest weapon found. He quickly chopped off his hand to the chapter in which the evil spirit was. However, despite the shock of those present and the confidence of the hero himself, his plan did not work, as we would like. He noticed that the evil spirit began to climb back towards the body of the chapter. But the guy was not going to dwell on the begun. The guard tried to stop the crazy youth, who was going to cut off the chapter with his second hand. However, the hero managed to amputate her in time, not allowing an evil spirit to escape. Obviously, his composure and even fun in this situation were caused in all fear. But still, the work was done, and the hand with an evil spirit inside was cut off from the body. This gave the shaman the opportunity to quickly glue the amulet on it, and Go-chan himself had already stopped bleeding, so that the head did not die because of him. At that moment, the shaman himself understood that he not only failed the task, so the head also lost his hand, which means that he needs to leave as soon as possible. To begin with, I decided to provide first aid, but Gaion prevented him from even leaving his place. Obviously, the shaman was outraged that the guy put him a blade straight to his neck. Obviously, even the guard did not understand the reason for such actions of the young master. However, he gave him a sign so that he was silent, after which he calmly explained that it was precisely because of this old man that the head was in this state. However, he began to prove that this disease captured his body, and warned that the chapter could still die at any moment. He explained that they did not have time for such stupid showdowns, believing that the young master also wants the head to die. However, the young man quickly noticed this reservation, because of which the old man tensed, and the hero decided to find out who wanted the death of his father. He demanded that the old man call the name of his employer. However, he began to shout that everything happened due to terrible misunderstanding. Following the blade of the sword closer to the old man's neck, the young master invited him to tell the truth if he did not want to die. And in the end, clinging to his life, the shaman called the culprit, the first lady, who said that it was not necessary to save the head. She only wanted to find the secret manuscript and seal of the head of the estate with the help of evil spirits. Hu-chan was clearly angry with this woman who stood behind the state of the head. If they had not intervened, the first son would inherit the whole estate without a fight. Therefore, he made it clear to the young man that he should save the chapter. The guard understood that the first son should not be allowed to become the head, otherwise the first lady will try to kill him. And in principle, Gaion was there exactly the same opinion. And the shaman also began to convince that he could save the chapter and make it at all costs. However, the fake young gentleman instead ordered the shaman to find the secret manuscript and seal, but asked him to hurry while he was good. Obviously, no one understood the boy's intentions. However, no one began to argue. The shaman began to explain that if he does not help a man right now, then he could die. However, when the young man blocked his path, it became obvious that Gaion finally went the roof. As a result, the shaman began to quickly prepare a special amulet, tying red threads around it. And the hero was interested in what it is. It turned out that it was a vessel. If the chapter again comes into contact with the evil spirit, he could die. Therefore, they decided to tie an evil spirit to him, so that he thought that the vessel was the chapter. After that, putting this vessel on a severed hand, the shaman began to read out the spell. Immediately after this, the threads connecting the doll and the chapter were stretched like a string. After that, the same evil spirit turned into another hand that grabbed a small vessel. At this moment, the body of the chapter began to wriggle with pain. Hu-chan was frightened, while Gaion watched everything with undisguised interest. The monk himself understood that he was gradually losing control. The energy of death was too strong. If he goes too far, then the evil spirit will break out. But the young master was not going to listen to him, so the shaman had to come up with something. Finally, he was visited by a great idea. Smiling slyly, he explained that he wanted to impose a restriction on an evil spirit, but he added that the guard should not be here during the process. Hu-chan considered that perhaps the shaman did not want him to eavesdrop on everything, and promised that he would wait behind the door. After that, the shaman decided to continue the procedure. He began to continue to read out the spell straight in front of the body of the chapter, because of which he seemed to begin to go into agony again. Suddenly, the chapter asked the question, who all this time called him. The shaman became obvious that the spell worked, so he decided to ask the chapter his questions. Naturally, the question was about where the manuscript and seal of the head of the estate was, and the head without doubting said that it was in the medical hall underground, behind the front stone door. Both the young gentleman and the shaman were satisfied with the information received, but they did not notice that the evil spirit had already begun to get out of control. Therefore, the shaman immediately ordered the young master to cut the threads as soon as possible. After all, now the evil spirit, making his way along the thread, tried to capture the body of the head. The boy did not need a long explanation to quickly understand everything that was going to. But he did not expect that at that moment the evil spirit would decide to take up his body. The dark essence began to slowly make his way along his leg, trying to make him his next victim. And the hero, only in misunderstanding, looked at the shaman, as if looking for an answer. What should he do? Instead of an answer, he found only the satisfied face of the monk, which meant this was all originally his plan. Soon the guy finally swallowed the hands of this evil spirit, after which the shaman imposed a seal on the youngest master. He initially knew that the liberation of the evil spirit with such powerful energy was just a matter of time. He was lucky that the guy did not know anything about it and hid him in his trap. Now he completed Madame's task and could calmly get rid of all the interference, making the young master the culprit of everything. The evil spirit himself was unhappy that the monk dared to send him a miserable puppet. He vowed that he would never forgive him for it, but soon he realized that he had taken the place not a simple guy but a sinner. In addition, he was young, which means he could change his abode from a decrepit old man to a young body. From now on, the hero will forever locked up in the halls of his mind, plunging into an eternal dream. So it happened. The boy again found himself in the same meadow where he lived with his grandfather. He quickly recognized this place. He was near the river, where he always went. It was a peaceful mountain, the area that he knew very well. It would be strange if he had not recognized this place after he lived here all his life, but he was haunted by some strange feeling. Something was wrong. This feeling did not leave him. It seemed that there was something that he had forgotten. Suddenly, he noticed a forest fire and quickly realized that he was emanating right from the side in which his own house was. Therefore, throwing the water bucket of water, he immediately ran to understand what happened. He prayed in parallel if only with his grandfather it was all right. But when he came running, he saw something terrible. Already a familiar picture, like his grandfather, cut, lay on the ground. Raising the upper part of his body, he began to pray so that he woke up. He wanted him to open his eyes, and wanted to know who did it with him. He understood that his grandfather simply could not do this to him and leave him alone. And only at that moment he finally understood what kind of person his grandfather was, the only native person. All this was watched by an evil spirit that captured his body. Finally, the demon realized what this boy wanted so much. Therefore, he began to gradually capture his mind, striking him with evil energy. At that moment, the boy began to see a vision. His grandfather was alive and only scolded his grandson for idleness, after which he called him with him. He asked the boy to go and help the old man. At that moment, as if waking up from this vision, he could not understand what had just happened. But a certain essence began to more deeply capture his body. Already forgetting about all the oddities, he immediately rushed into his grandfather's arms. The old man did not understand what so suddenly found on his grandson, but he only began to cry. He understood that he did not want to lose him again, because only thanks to his grandfather, he did not die when he had to. The evil spirit only laughed, watching such a touching picture. He wanted the hero to surrender to this vision. He gave himself entirely to his cherished desire, his unfulfilled future. At that moment, the boy decided to find out why his grandfather called him a hieroglyph, meaning righteousness. The demon was already hoping that Gyeong-won would remain here, where he had nothing more to lose. But to his surprise, the monster noticed that the guy turned his eyes at him. Then he also quickly held out his hands to grab him, which would seem simply impossible. It turned out that the monster had already managed to angry the hero, because of him, he remembered something unpleasant. He wanted to punish the evil spirit for daring to play with the only person dear to him. The young man made it clear. Despite all his strength, the evil spirit clearly did not understand something. After all, he showed not at all what the young man wanted the most. His desire was to see how he torn into pieces of the one who dared to kill his grandfather. Then, finally, the evil spirit felt that he was oozing from the depths of his consciousness. This was one only desire, a thirst for blood that is so strong that even the spirits of the dead would be frightened. But it remained incomprehensible why it came from a living creature. At that moment, grandfather answered his grandson, why he called him that way. The thing is that he was different from others, but his grandfather dreamed that when he grows up, he became a kind and good person. He wanted the boy to not depart from the righteous path, so he promised that he would pray for him even in the afterlife. Then the evil spirit realized that he needed to escape from this abnormal one. He was definitely a madman. Therefore, the demon wanted to hide from the boy in the depths of his consciousness. He was lucky that he was already in his body. Now it was necessary to burst as deeply as possible and hide, and it was lucky that the hero could not catch up with him. To his surprise, he went to a beautiful green field. This meant that such a bright place all this time was hiding in his soul. Then he also noticed the door that was sealed. The spirit felt that his memories were behind that door. Therefore, he wanted to capture them in order to finally gain control over this body. But suddenly he noticed that his body began to gradually evaporate. His legs were shrouded in as if sniffy sands. And then the very evil spirit, which was supposed to absorb the soul of the hero, began to absorb himself. He was frightened, because at such a pace there would not be much time before he disappears. As a result, he turned out to be an easily swallowed boy. And at that moment, in reality, the young man managed to open his eyes. A frightening, unrestrained energy began to come from him. And when the shaman understood what was the matter, it seemed to him just impossible. The boy himself left the trance, after which he took off his seal. At that moment, an evil spirit began to reach for him, which was still on a severed hand. Then this evil spirit began to take shape behind him. And finally, a demonic monk appeared in a bow before the hero. At the same time, not far from the estate, Zhang Myong-gin, a member of the Estate of Swords, wondered if everything would be fine with the master. The head of the estate at the time when he was young was a real hero, and Zhang Myong-gin always admired his righteousness. Their paths crossed 19 years ago when he opposed the pirates. Then he was a famous master of martial arts, which is why he began to fight with the head together. When the pirates lost, he became the inner master of the estate and swore allegiance to the chapter in fidelity. Now Zhang Myong-gin did not understand why everything turned so sadly. Before that, the first wife came up to him, who did not think that the disagreements were worthy of the place of the head of the estate. She asked him to think about the future and leave the estate while the shaman was looking for a seal and a secret manuscript for the sake of peace between the brothers. But this tormented him from the inside, because the shamans were simply scammers. The life of the head for them was like a toy. As a result, unable to restrain himself, he still decided that he could not do that. He could not break the oath given by his friend and comrade, so he decided to check whether he was in order. At this time, Mo Xin understood that he was an unusual spirit in front of him. He was a high-class evil spirit. At that moment, Guyon Vaughn gave the order to his spirit to kill this old man. The frightened Mo Tires immediately used the resistance technique, but he still could not believe that this guy really controls this spirit. This was impossible, because such powerful spirits were the very personification of evil. They could not be subordinated. However, current events proved the opposite. Having made his way through resistance, the spirit threw the shaman further. Then, grinning with pleasure, began to approach him, holding out his hands. The frightened Mo Tires, realizing that he could not do anything, grabbed the nearest sword on the wall, putting it on the enemy. He ordered that he would no longer be close. This caused a demonic monk only more indignation. Then, with his multiple hands, he reached out straight to the man's face. Gradually, these hands began to tighten him into the unknown, while the monk himself asked Guyon Vaughn about salvation, ready to do anything. But his abilities were absolutely useless for the boy. The young man explained that he decided to kill him not because of deception, because he was not so petty. The reason for his death was that the shaman already knew too much. After that, he gave the old man completely to eat the spirit, and he, with tears in his eyes, understood that it was from the very beginning the idea of the young master. When everything was finished, Guyon Vaughn asked his assistant to enter. When he came in, he immediately screamed, not believing his eyes. The shaman, whom he saw in complete health only 10 minutes ago, was already crushed by a terrible death. Guyon Vaughn asked to deal with the corpse, promising that he could ask all his questions later. All this time, the hero himself began to spread the room. To begin with, he threw everything from his places, wanting to put the shaman with a distraught, who even dared to chop off the head of the chapter. They will be like brave heroes who came across this scene and prevented him. Hu Chan quickly realized what lies the master came up with. It seemed to him that this was the best in this situation, that it makes sense. But the mistress of the estates will not suit such a deception. So he made it clear that such an attempt to lie only aggravate the situation. After all, if the shaman was crazy, and Guyon Vaughn managed to defeat him, the lady will definitely not accept this and begin the trial. Then it became obvious that he needed to come up with something more believable. Suddenly the young man directed his blade to himself. He decided to come up with the story that Mo Xin not only chopped off the head of the head, but also tried to kill his son. Hu Chan could not believe that he was ready for such sacrifices for the sake of his lies. And it seemed to the hero himself that now everything certainly looks believable. Then Hu Chan realized that the guy to whom he helps looks more and more terrible every day. Hu Chan invited the master to stop his bleeding. But the boy understood that his story would be more willing to believe if he would look more exhausted. At that moment, Zhang Myong-gin unexpectedly burst into the room. Hu Chan was insanely surprised to see the inner master. The man was more interested in Mo Xin, who was still near the head. Getting angry, he demanded an explanation of what they had done. Go-chan and Gaion shouted at once that the internal master understood everything misunderstood. After that, barely rising on the staggering legs, the boy asked me to first check what the state of the chapter checked what the state of the chapter. Then he fell to the ground unconscious. The man immediately ran up to Hu-chan to tell what happened and why the third gentleman in this state. Then the assistant noticed that the young man was smiling. So, all this time he only pretended. Events are transferred to the treatment room of the Estate of Swords. There, Gion was lying, sniffing incense from healing herbs. He recalled the words of the head of Hidden Relics, and realized that he was very lucky to be successful in this place. He decided that he would look around in the treatment room as soon as the people became less to look for a secret manuscript and seal. At that moment, his assistant showed up to the young master. Gyeonwon was insanely unhappy that he was late with the fulfillment of his assignment. But Hu-chan triumphed 2 books that the shaman had triumphantly from behind the bosom. He explained that he barely managed to pick them up before his body was burned. As it turned out, the guards burned his body and all his things to try to hide the evidence. Of the books, it was a summary of skill. The first book of the school and the first volume of the anomaly. Not yet knowing how useful these findings will be, Gaion Vaz praised Hu-chan for completing the assignment. Then I decided to find out for what other reason the assistant came. Hu-chan decided to find out from the guy why he needed these books, and he pointed out what was outside the window. He was wondering if Go-chan was seeing something strange there. Despite the fact that he pointed at the demonic shaman, the assistant, it seems, did not notice him at all. It seemed to the hero funny enough, but he did not answer the excited questions of his assistant. Suddenly they heard loud sounds behind the door, and Gyeonwon quickly hid his notes by the chest. At this moment, the servant still tried to explain to the newcomer that the young master was too weak to receive guests, but the unhappy first mistress still entered his room, after which, arbitrarily grinning, she made it clear to the boy that they needed to talk seriously. At the same time, he did not look like a drop wary or scared. Hu-chan immediately bowed to greet the first lady, and Gyeonwon finally understood who this woman is. Obviously, she was the first wife of the head of the estate, as well as the most important and dangerous person for the guard of Kuma. But he was a first-class warrior, not deprived of intelligence. Then the suicide bomber remembered that this woman should be afraid even more than her first son. Having worshipped, Gyeonwon apologized because he could not get up and greet her because of his injury. Hu-chan was pleased that this fake young gentleman greeted his first wife even better than expected. Now he only had to answer all her questions. The woman calmly explained that she did not come for the sake of any greetings. Then, with all his strength, Gyeonwon hit his already wounded leg. The frightened Go-chan immediately rushed to the master, not understanding that the woman allows herself. At that moment, he himself instructed the tip of the sword to his throat. The guard of the first wife had already warned that it was better not to move to the guard. At this time, the first lady herself smiled slyly, realizing that the boy wounded herself in order to hide the truth. He spoke pretty much about what happened to the internal master of the estate, but alas, missed one detail, namely that the shaman simply could not be captured by the ghost during the ritual. And before that, he stated that the shaman had already raged when they came. Therefore, she hit him in the face as a punishment that he dared to lie to her. After that, she threatened that she would not forgive Gyeonwon for one mistake twice. She demanded to tell what really happened there. At that moment, Gyeon was sitting bleeding, and soon his rolled laughter filled the whole room. The first lady even seemed to be that perhaps the boy was completely crazy. But smiling, he gave the command to his demonic monk. He immediately went through the woman's body, because of which she already staggered. She tried to understand what happened, and what sensation had just captured her. At this moment, the maid behind her was already covered with bad. The first lady quickly saw that the girl was turning into the same thing that the murdered shaman was like. And Gyun-won, rising to his feet, only smiling, asked if she had come to find a secret manuscript and seal. Then he quite stated that she should start a conversation with him, not with fragments and cheap threats. She could not believe him. But he certainly did not want to become the head of the estate. He knew for sure that her son was not the only one who wanted to do this place. And since the woman dared to attack him so openly, he had no choice but to meet his second brother. In addition, he knew very well that the younger brother was insanely good in martial arts. And since they got along well before, he believed that manuscripts would become an excellent occasion to reconcile them. He hoped that the first wife perfectly understood. She did not have levers of pressure on him. The young man advised a woman better to take care of her health, instead of trying to intimidate him. Events are transferred to the Hall of Noble Flowering, to the residence of the first wife. There she screamed with anger, spreading everything in her room. She did not understand how this boy Gyeon dared to do so with her. The frightened assistant tried to reassure Madame, but she did not stop. She could not believe that some boy dared to destroy the years of her work. Initially, she attributed him to accounts, considering it only a stupid little man. I wanted to scare so that he would put everything out. But he suddenly changed. There was a feeling as if he had become a different person. Therefore, she even considered that perhaps Guyon was pretending to be an idiot all this time. He was always praised for diligent study and perseverance. But after the death of his mother, his family began to lose influence. Most likely, he scored to the very bottom to protect himself. Obviously, Madame certainly should not have lost vigilance. The assistant promised to kill Gyeonwan before he does something. But Madame understood. Everything will only get worse if the secret manuscript does not fall into her hand. She could not allow this boy to do everything he wants. Therefore, she ordered to send a letter to the Phoenix Pavilion and tell about the death of Shaman Mo Shin. The assistant was very surprised by this order because she heard about the pavilion, this organization of shamans, to which Mo Tyre itself belonged, and Madame wanted to allow them to deal with this boy in order to break all his plans. Events move exactly at midnight to the medical room. There, the hero decided to get acquainted with the brief content of the book, Mastery of the First Book of the School. The teaching told about the dead, which turn into evil spirits, and about the strength of these spirits, which depended on several factors. There were also several classes of spirits. The first was the red spirit, which was tied to a certain place. The second is the orange parasite spirit, which instills in people. The third is the yellow spirit that had to be immediately expelled, because he could kill a person. At that moment, a demonic monk appeared. Guyon Vaughn realized that apparently he was a yellow spirit. After that, the young man drew attention to his find. What he was looking for was hidden in a box of dried leaves, which are rarely used in medicine. But the guy was more worried about what reason the power of the yellow spirit did not work on Lady Sok. He simply went through it, aiming at the maid. But when he asked for the spirit to act on Hu-chan, everything turned out in the best way. When he pulled the box, a secret passage began to open. Guyon decided to enter him, because he understood that it would be harder for him when meeting with such strong warriors as the first wife of the head or guard Cam. Opening the book, he aimed to find someone more difficult. Finally reached the green spirit, which could control the environment and cause hallucinations. A label hung on it. It is especially dangerous and should be expelled by any means. It was exactly what our hero was looking for. Then he decided to go down the stairs to find out what the chapter was hiding there. He wanted to look at that secret manuscript and seal, which were so interested in the First Lady. But the deeper the guy went down, the more he understood how deep the cave was. It was not clear why the chapter hid some manuscript and seal so far. Although he realized, since the first wife wanted to get them, they probably are quite important. Therefore, he even wanted to look at these things even more, especially now that he knew that the demonic monk was powerless against someone like a Kamagard. He needed to collect more cards in the sleeve. Finally, he saw a metal door in front and arrived in place. Opening it, he noticed that there were many doors. According to the head, they needed the fourth, the one who was just behind a stone slab. But when he entered her, he saw only an empty hall and nothing more. Suddenly he stepped on some kind of mechanism. Immediately after that, a huge block tried to fall into his head. But the guy managed to bounce away from her in time. By chance at this time, he activated the following trap, namely, arrows. He managed to evade the majority and fight off with his lantern. But this was not the last thing that awaited him. He realized that with each of his steps, more and more interesting are the trap are waiting for him ahead. It seemed strange to him that I was so deep underground, in a cave full of traps, stored records. He still did not understand how important these manuscripts should be, since they were under such a guard. It even seemed to him that perhaps something else was hidden here. Something much more valuable than he expected. Before you know this, he had to fight with many traps. When all of them was over, he finally went for why he had come. Seeing the building made of red wood, I realized that I had arrived at the place. He was surprised that the structure was made of such a good tree that was preserved even underground. In addition, he saw items of use and realized that most likely, here someone lived and trained. Although, in fact, he was absolutely all the same for this. He did not come here for that. Therefore, approaching closer, he tried to find why he had come. Finally, in a small box, he found 2 manuscripts. They were called Adamant Determination. It was the technique of transforming a wooden sword. Previously, Ho-chan said that manuscripts usually consist of a sword technique and techniques for the accumulation of internal energy. Therefore, the guy decided to take both books for himself. But it seemed strange to him that only 2 books were stored in this place. And finally, he saw a fairly large box that was in the corner of the room. This box was 2 out of the general interior. In addition, judging by the footsteps on the floor, he was dragged somewhere. Therefore, the young man decided to push him away to find out what was hiding under him. As a result, he was right. Under the floor there was a sealed cache. In this cache, he found a small wooden chest, which was also sealed with some spell. From him literally blew some kind of ominous energy. It became obvious that in this place, full of traps, it was precisely this chest. As soon as he took off the seal and opened it, the light of his lantern went out, and in the chest itself, the guy found a book with leather cover. It was clearly an unusual book. It was disgusting in appearance, and it smelled unpleasantly from it. Therefore, he realized the book was probably made of human skin, but it was possible to examine the contents of the chest in detail only in good light. Somewhere at this time, the second master clearly celebrated something. The musicians played pleasant music, and his close ones had fun. Yunpyong himself danced, as on the last day of his life. Suddenly, looking out the window, he noticed that the main hall of the estate looked much brighter than usual. He was sure that all this was a sign that he was even closer to the post of chapter. And all due to the fact that one significant person came to his side. These words were dedicated to the guard of Kama. After these comments, he immediately, smiling, bowed, completely ready for the services of a young master. Yunpyun apologized for not being able to hold a grand ceremony in honor of the guard Kuma because of his father's illness. But even such a feast was very pleasant for him, and then, smiling, the juice of Yunpyun immediately invited the man to have fun further. Finally, after a few hours, the musicians began to diverge home, and the guard told Yunpyun that the third brother lost his ability to martial arts. He did not talk about the fact that his real body was dead, and Fake had no skills. He had no reason to reveal this secret, because getting alive will be difficult if they remember the truth that he did not protect and betrayed his master. Therefore, he only confirmed his previous words and confidently stated that at present the young Mr. Gyeong-won could not use martial arts, and he already imagined how he would put the head of Fake at the feet of Yunpyun and prove his fidelity. It seems that the second brother only rejoiced because the younger did not understand the martial arts for a long time, and now his brother could not fix it in any way. He decided to even thank his brother for losing against his background, but he was interested to know how his brother lost his ability to martial arts. He asked the comm guard to tell everything in detail, even if there was part of the fault in this. He will forgive him. Apologizing, Cam did not reveal this secret, realizing that then he would have to leave before Yunpyun until the end of his life. But he promised that he would try to make the changes in his younger brother do not affect him in any way. As a result, the juice of Yunpyun decided to trust a man who knew that he had previously been a killer of Farland. This immediately alerted Kama, because he never disseminated this information. He believed that this guy was just a cunning bastard. But this turned out to be wrong. Yunpyun specifically sought information about him. It became obvious he really counted since he was so naive. As a result, pleased with his blackmail, Yunpyun invited him to return and relax. Looking after him, the second young master understood that the man was clearly hiding something. Therefore, referring to his assistant, he ordered to find out what the guard was hiding, and whether the younger brother really could no longer do the fighting arts. He believed that this fighter alone was enough for such a mission, because he was a first-class warrior. The man clarified what specifically wants to get Junpyun's juice from him. It became clear. He had little simple confirmation. He allowed his fighter if he wanted to even break the legs of Guyon Von. He immediately understood the order and left for his implementation. At this time, the hero was still listening to the beating emanating from the book. This was not the fruit of his imagination. He felt something paradoxical at the tips of his fingers. The feeling was as if death was approaching. But he was wondering why this subject was here of all places. He really wanted to get rid of these frightening sensations and see what was inside. But he was prevented by the sudden return of the demonic monk. When the hero asked what happened, he did not answer. Having knelt down, he immediately bowed in a bow. The hero realized the spirit probably turned in a similar way, because of the non-ability to speak. But watching how the demonic monk is nervous, it became obvious that the book in his hands is really unusual. Hiding the find, the guy understood that the scout whom he sent to follow Hu-chan returned. That means they had guests. So, familiarization with the book should be postponed. Somewhere at this time, the spy was already getting closer to the chambers of the third young master. Sitting on a tree, he began to closely monitor. But he noticed the guards of Hu-chan, who guarded the building outside. It was strange that he decided to stay here next to his wounded master. It seemed suspicious to him. Therefore, he wanted to know what they were hiding. When the spy looked into the room, he saw that the third young master was sleeping calmly. It was strange that in such a situation he instructed his man to be on his guard. But despite the oddity, the spy decided to start checking the presence of a boy's wounds. But on the table he saw something much more interesting. It was the technique of transforming a wooden sword. Sticking her, he became convinced that the technique was genuine and real. Now it was not as important as she was in the hands of Guyon Wan. He understood that he needed to take this technique so that the second master had an advantage. The spy already believed that they won, because he did not know that Guyon was over him. The young master managed to grab the man by the head and forcefully hit the table. He was sincerely interested in where in the mercenary there is so much arrogance so that he could calmly walk around his bedroom. Assuming that he possibly got lost and wanted to sleep, he decided to lay it down, but not in such a pleasant way. As a result, after several strokes, the man finally plunged into unconsciousness. When the spy woke up and came to his senses, he saw that the kidnapper was already waiting for him. At that moment, he was already attached in a cache and floundered, trying to understand where they were. Guyon Wan, menacingly sticking the knife into the ground, suggested to talk to the man. Then he rolled up his sleeves in order not to accidentally smear in his blood. Shortly before that, when Hu Chan came to the screams, he was horrified and quickly recognized Cho Il-san, one of the 3 guards of the second young master. Gyeonout sincerely did not understand what the second master needed him, although he did not know this, but he could definitely say that since this assistant penetrated the mask, then he clearly came with no good intentions. And then the hero became obvious that he would have to make this spy tell about everything. Hu Chan asked that their master would not try to torture this man and simply let him go. The second young gentleman was madly valuable with his servants. If it reaches him that someone had touched one of his close associates, there will probably be a big scandal. But this master did not seem to be very worried. Therefore, not paying attention to the cries of Hu Chan, he retired away with his victim. As a result, Hu Chan had no choice but to hope that this servant would survive. He understood that most likely it would happen, because the gentleman, although wayward, was far from stupid. But remembering how crazy this guy was, he began to doubt again. At that moment, the wake-up man began to demand his liberation, although the hero himself did not understand what the benefit of this would be. The guard found himself in a difficult situation. Therefore, he admitted that he came here on the orders of the young Mr. Yunpyo, so Guyon Wan could not injure him without consequences. The spy ordered not to create unnecessary problems, to give him a secret book, and he will pause for Guyon Vonko in front of his master to spare him. But it seemed to Hyon Wan insanely funny. He realized that the second brother really cherished his servants, since the man trusted him so blindly, being in this position. As a result, he agreed that he would let the man let go, and he promised that he would definitely mention this to his master. To begin with, the hero cut the ropes that fastened the hands of the spy. Then he noticed that he had no index finger. Showing this finger to the man himself, Gyong decided to find out who he belongs. But at that moment, the man was more surprised that he had no finger. But he did not feel any pain. In addition, he could not move and feel his inner energy. But the hero quickly gave an answer. The reason was an anesthetic poison. He mixed him from herbs in the medical room, so the captive will not feel anything for about 2 hours. During this time, Gyong Wan will have time to ask him a couple of questions. If the spy does not immediately answer, then for every second of silence he will cut off his finger. The first question was why his brother sent him here. After that, time has gone. The man resisted about 4 seconds, but giving up, he asked Guyon to stop. He stopped only for a second to remind that the next finger in line would be big. As a result, the man said that the young Mr. Sok Yun Pyong ordered him to check if Gyong Wan had really lost martial arts. Summing up the answer, the guy quickly understood what his next question would be, although he was surprised that some had so quickly found a replacement for him. The next question concerned whether the cam guard reported this. The prisoner confirmed this, and Gyong Wan realized that the guard was really brainy. He managed to tell about everything, while without saying the whole truth. The spy was more surprised that Gyong Wan already knew that the guard had betrayed him. Perhaps he was very smart, or suspected him from the very beginning. But at that moment, the young man had already ended with questions. Therefore, looking at his captive from the side, he wondered what he was better off. And looking at the frightening face of the young master, the prisoner already understood. He will be killed now. Therefore, he promised the young master that he would swear to him infidelity. He already understood how delightful this guy was, and really approached the role of the owner of the technique of transforming a wooden sword. Therefore, he asked only to allow him to help him in making the right decisions. He was ready to devote his whole life to him so that he could do everything for his greatness. Guyon Wan, smiling, agreed, because he had a task for a man. He decided to find out if he could entrust him with him right now. And considering that this is his chance of salvation, the guard swore that he would do anything. But instead of the task, the young man instantly flicked his neck. While the man, not understanding, looked at him and suffocated, Guyon was making it clear that he himself promised that now his life would belong to him. Then he finished the begun in one movement. After all All this time was necessary, Guion Van, was to borrow a little blood. Obviously, the captive did not mean this at all. He did not want to give his life, dying from his hand. But the matter was done, and taking the book, Gyonu decided to finish what he had begun. As mentioned, there are numerous energies that seal vicious things. If you pour such clean objects with vicious energy, the print power will weaken. The prisoner's blood was filled with envy. He was a man of the dead, unfortunately. Therefore, Gyun-won decided to pour the book with his blood and continue to destroy this seal. And in the end it worked. Soon the beads began to shine with golden light. Then they broke up, freeing the book. Gyun-won wanted to see what was lurking inside, but did not have time. Soon there was much more blood. She began to fill the entire space around her, and then she completely began to gather in an unknown human silhouette. The young man was not scared, but only looked at what would happen next. And soon the whole room was filled with a bright light. After him he saw a beautiful woman. The fair-haired bloody queen looked at him, as if expecting something. Having opened his mouth, looking at the woman, the guy realized that she was not at all like the ghost of the purple level. He remembered the 5th status mentioned in the book of the Yin-Yang School of Thoughts. It talked about the azure ghost. He expected the appearance of a violet ghost, but now he could say that he was even incredibly lucky. The woman counted differently. By forcefully putting him on her knees, she considered this guy a really arrogant creature, since he freed her, after which she ordered him to die so that he managed to give her his soul. But Gyun-won did not scare this, because he read in the book about the azure ghosts. These were dangerous perfumes that are strong in a large territory. To expel them, at least 10 masters need, since the spirit was considered very dangerous. Suddenly, the azure ghost noticed that the guy still holds well, which means she was very tenacious. The hero himself only recalled the written in the book. Now he finally understood why the azure ghosts are considered very dangerous. And this aroused only interest in it. Of course, such a reaction could not but surprise the Côte d'Azur itself. Gyun-won seemed ridiculous that some strong ghost in status is still waiting for someone's soul. He knew that they could not do anything without it. Therefore, he offered this woman a deal. If she so wants to pick up his soul, then she could take her by force. Without hesitation, at the same moment she attacked him. Immediately on the side of the boy appeared a huge wound. He fell to the ground, but for now the azure ghost was indignant because of his stupidity. She was angry that he dared to talk to her like that. Then, having injured half of his face, she began to resent that he dared to demand to pick up everything by force. She perfectly understood that this probably instilled fear in the boy, and the understanding that he was completely powerless. Now he could only obediently offer her his soul. But, despite all the torment, he was still standing on his feet. It was surprising that he withstood, even with a torn part of his face and torn skin of the abdomen. It did not matter, because she was not going to calm down. After that, Gyun-won pressed into the nearest pillar of the tree with force. But still, he has mercy on the mortal and made him an offer. If he surrenders, she will fulfill one of his desires. Although for the guy, she remained a mystery for what purpose she offered him. She considered this a blessing. The hero's soul would not bring her any benefit. The consequences of the refusal were obvious. In this case, the azure ghost would kill him and find another soul. And as it turned out, Gyun-won really had one only desire. The woman immediately eagerly asked the guy to tell her, suspecting that he had lived an unusual life. She expected an unusual task. Perhaps he wanted to avenge his loved one. She was ready to tear anyone to pieces and erase into powder. All she wanted to know was what his desire was. But the desire of Gyun-won was to obediently fell silent and become his familiar. And this seriously angered a woman. Then she decided to show this guy all her power, because she could no longer bear the company of such a stupid creature. At this moment, he was dragged into a stream of blood. The ghost was wondering if the boy could withstand such pain. As if his skin is ripped off, broken bones dig into the muscles, and the cleared body yells. She was ready to do so cruelly, despite the fact that his soul would get hurt a little. At that moment, Gyun was gradually choked with blood. He realized that this was blood, because the color was redder than the cherries, and the liquid itself was darker, viscous, with metal shades. All his feelings suggested that it was blood. But something was different, and he could not understand what. He remembered that moment enriched with blood when he was called a demon with a scythe. He wanted to know what kind of blood the taste was. It was trembling life, warm, almost hot. But now he felt something completely different. He felt just death. And in the end, to the shock of the Côte d'Azur itself, he quickly realized that all this was unrealistic. And shortly after, the illusion created by the woman disappeared from his head. The woman herself was thrown away, because of which she crashed into the nearest wall. The guy himself, despite the fact that it seemed impossible for everyone, completely got rid of its influence. Without giving up, The woman again tried to influence the guy with the help of her hypnosis. For this, she called on a red bloody moth. When the bloody bloodworm flew up to the young man, he conditionally crashed against the invisible defense of Gyeonval. It became obvious that he applied the technique of freedom of feelings. It was a Taoist spell that allows you to reduce all feelings to nothing. But this was a difficult task even for first-class masters. It was strange that a child, not even reminiscent of a Taoist master, coped with this. Therefore, the ghost suspected that perhaps this child was born with the qualities of the master from the very beginning. At that moment, Gyeonvyun laughingly laughed straight into her face. The woman was angry that he hardly got rid of her illusion, and believed that he was able to wrap the situation in his favor. But this was not so. He was enjoyed by the idea that at least he coped with this. Then he showed the woman the book from which she appeared. The hero already knew that the older the monster, the more likely the likelihood that he has a vessel with which the spirit is associated. Therefore, he quickly realized that this book was her vessel, and he began to destroy it, wiping the skin straight from the cover. At that moment, a woman poured out of her mouth, after which rage spilled out. This made the guy understand that he was absolutely right in his guesses. The woman herself could not understand how he dared to do so. She knew that no one could affect a book filled with dark energy. Even first-class masters were hardly able to seal her, and he was able to remove the seal. Therefore, she attacked him to punish. And this time it was no longer a hallucination, which means that he could not cope with this so easily. In addition, she no longer needed his soul. She was ready to tear him to pieces, and wanted him to curse her stupidity for rejecting her blessing. Guyan Vaughn was more interested in the fact that she could just take the book from him, but did not. He guessed that most likely the reason was that she simply could not touch her. Without answering, the woman looked only at the book that was stuck in his teeth, and ordered to spit a piece of the cover. But obviously he was not going to obey. The longer this guy chewed, the more the woman felt how the blood that aroused her boil in her veins, as if exploding now. Her whole body hurt, as if she had eaten poisonous grass. But at the same time she felt an immense anger. And her anger in relation to someone was as desperate as the hero himself. He saw in her that she was eager for revenge. And obviously, she wanted to kill such a thoughtless mortal as him. To do this, she squeezed his neck more, forcing him to choke in blood. However, instead of the death of Guyon, he fell into an unknown place. Looking around, he saw that he was among the literally endless field of corpses. But only one woman stood out, who was still firmly holding on her blade. He quickly recognized the same azure ghost in this woman. She, realizing that she could not hold her sword in her hands, quickly tied him to her brush. Then she directed the blade to her enemy and said something. Despite the fact that the hero did not hear what she was talking about, he felt her anger. It was really righteous anger, overwhelmed by despair. He was addressed to a man who was sitting all this time on the throne and grinned. And unable to withstand his smile, the woman screamed and rushed into battle. However, the man was faster. With one deft movement of his hand, he wounded her in the chest. Immediately after that, the woman fell and lost the last scraps of consciousness. All she saw is how the enemy holds her heart in his hands. Then he also mercilessly crushed him. Despite this, in the last seconds she saw how his servants were approaching her. All of them, crowding around, armed themselves with small blades and began to dissect it. As a result, there was nothing left of her except the scraps of her clothes and hair. And among all these remains lay this very book, which the hero printed. Finally, after what he saw, he opened his eyes, not understanding what happened. He sat near the pillar, and the world seemed ordinary, as if there was nothing. The woman herself was indignant, because she saw a red thread connecting her with the hero, thereby making it clear that she became a familiar. But this only pleased the boy, because now the azure ghost was in his complete subordination. Seriously angry with Guyon Vaughn, the woman again began to strangle him with the demand to let her go. But at that moment, her neck squeezed her neck. Because of what, she immediately began to cough and retreated. The hero quickly realized that for sure the familiar felt the same as he. In addition, he was wondering where the demonic monk was now. Although he did not know this, he was still next to Go-chan and guarded him. But Gyeon was not aware of this. To begin with, he decided to find out from the woman what her name is. At first he introduced himself and decided to find out how to call her, given that they were connected together for a long time. But she said nothing. Then Guyon Wan warned that in this case he himself would come up with a nickname, and decided to call her one of the types of beetles, a red millipede. Obviously this greatly angered her, but only a laughing was caused by the guy, while the woman was indignant, as someone dared to mock her. But even after that, she never deigned to name her real name to a simple mortal. As a result, the displeased guy decided to think about some suitable name for her. I decided to call it Azure Spirit, regarding the caste to which it belonged. The woman did not express any special discontent to this, But immediately it became clear that he would not work out to observe the azure spirit, which was, in principle, it was logical. So, he will have to gradually enter her trust. Soon, looking at the book, he decided to find out from the green spirit if she knows what it is and why the book was wrapped in human skin, but she was not going to help him in anything. She believed that the mortal himself had to deal with his problems, because she was too busy for such trivial issues. As a result, the guy realized that he would have to understand everything himself. Opening the book, he saw that all the inscriptions in it were made by human blood. He was not surprised at this, because not only the cover was made of human skin, but also the text. However, the problem was that these hieroglyphs were not combined from the known to him, and he did not know how to read them correctly. The green spirit itself, looking at him, laughed. Gyeonvan was unpleasant that she sat and laughed, but did not intend to help. But in the end, he began to read himself, trying to guess on the go how to arrange symbols, and to the shock of the azure spirit, he really did everything right. Soon, unknown purple energy dangled around the guy. But as if not noticing it, he was fascinated and then read the spell. And when he read it, his palm literally stuck to this book, and he could not tear it away. The woman herself only looked in fright. She did not know when everything could do it so quickly. The guy himself did not understand what he was doing wrong, and asked for advice from the green spirit. Soon he felt something strange that was happening with his body. The girl herself felt the same. Therefore, she immediately ordered the guy to immediately hold her breath. He needs to clear his mind and not think about anything. And soon he found himself in a complete void, among nothing. And gradually, the book began to spread from his hand. For the green spirit, it was a surprise how he coped with the task so quickly. He managed to cancel the attachment ritual. Although it seemed strange, given that he knew nothing about martial arts. It seemed just a miracle that he managed to survive this ritual. But for the entire time in the other world, the Lapine ghost for the first time saw this. Finally, when it was all over, Gyeonvan honestly admitted that he had already thought that he would be suffocated. And the woman explained that the whole reason was that he was not ready for an affection ritual and breathed incorrectly. The guy was clearly pleased that his familiar finally decided to help him. However, this angered a woman. She made it clear that she was not worried about him at all, but about the book on which her life depended. As a result, the mysterious person decided to tell that the ritual was that he could pull something to himself and do it his own. With this force, he could control even the very nature of things. But he didn't succeed because he attracted the void, because he began to control his ki. And she did not attract anything, because of which the energy rebelled. Therefore, the sorceress suggested trying to do the same on a dead person lying nearby. It was important that he should attract energy towards the uncle, since there should be no problems with the dead. However, how surprised the green spirit was when he realized that the young man knew absolutely nothing about the acupuncture points. As a result, explaining everything, she asked him to repeat already familiar words. As soon as he began to read them, the purple haze slowly began to fill the space around. Soon, the adventurer noticed how something strange moves in his body. Pleasant warmth went through the veins and palms. He felt the place that was filled, and the mystical mentor smiled. She explained that even ki was subject to him. The green spirit hoped that the guy felt everything well, and was right. This was the power of the attachment ritual. Finally, the hero was able to realize what Hu-chan spoke to him before. If you believe his words, it takes a lot of time to collect internal energy. But the ritual could allow him to do this much faster. In other words, it can become stronger than the rest. However, when he interrupted the ritual, the energy sharply disappeared. This was not amazing, although the guy did not understand this. The very bottom line is that a special method is needed to collect and accumulate energy. Otherwise, it simply will not be able to stay in his body. The method will make it special, and will allow you not to mix with other types of energy in its body. In simple words, the collection of ki using the attachment ritual is simply impossible. Obviously, the hero caused pity, because it seemed to him that the short path independently found him. And the sorceress only laughed, because the formation of a master of martial arts could not be so simple. But she asked him not to be upset because the attachment ritual was still invaluable. Only his development opens up many opportunities. Despite the fact that internal energy can be scattered, he is still well done. So the sorceress asked him to try energy through the veins of his hand and direct him to the tip of the finger. Obviously, the young warrior had no idea how to do this, and the green spirit undertook to teach him. She suggested that he just imagine how this is happening. After all, if he understands how it works, then he will be able to let it go in the right direction. In fact, despite the fact that she said that it was simple, she doubted whether Gyeon could do it without the necessary preparation. It was impossible for a beginner to do this. and she was sorry that they would have to spend precious time on stupidity. However, to his amazement, the pupil again proved that everything impossible for him was possible. He concentrated all the energy extracted from a dead body straight in his palm. Then he tried to use this energy to strike, and in the end, the column that he hit fell into two parts. It seemed that this was simply impossible because Guion did not even study any foundations. It became clear that this mortal is clearly unusual. The green spirit has not yet met such people. She saw countless talented people, but like Guion Wan, she was wondering where such a person could come from. Gyun, training, realized why everyone was obsessed with martial arts. With the acquisition of such murder skills, it would be much easier for him. The surprised woman realized that the guy was looking straight in the essence of martial arts. The training of the soul and reason was only a useless waste of time. Their main purpose was to search for the most effective murder method. But at that moment, the young man again decided to ask the sorceress what the second technique was. She was already ready to tell when she suddenly froze with the realization that Guion was jokingly, she did not fool her. She reminded herself that she would never help some miserable mortal. The azure ghost was already very heated due to the fact that this boy grasps everything on the fly. And now she finally realized why the old eccentrics were shook over their students. Therefore, in order not to repeat her mistake again, she ordered the guy would no longer even dare to talk to her. Guion Vaughn was sorry that she left him, because he wanted to know something else from her. In addition, it was strange that the green spirit claimed that energy would dissipate, but at the same time, this cold energy pursued him. He decided to ask a mystical mentor what it is, but since she did not want to answer his questions, he decided to ignore it, because it was also fun to guess on his own. Therefore, going to the green spirit, he invited her to get out of this place. Somewhere at this time, a warrior accompanying Lady Juice finally came to the right place. It was the same Phoenix Tower. Going inside, she immediately saw many different statues of wood, as well as many goals that were sealed with all kinds of amulets. In the middle of all this, the statue of some shaman towered, whose face was clearly embarrassed. It is amazing that there were so many statues here. Finally, she went to the fire and realized what to say. The girl was sure that the shamans were aware of why she came, given the previously sent messages. However, she came to personally report that the shaman sent to them was dead. He was killed by the third son of the estate, a young gentleman named Guion Wan. As condolences, they were supposed to 300 silver, and for an additional task she offered another 400. She asked to eliminate the third young master, and wanted to know if they would take up this task. It seems that the first time was not observed at all. However, soon the fire that burned in the candlestick went out. Considering that it was a sign of consent to accept the task, the girl politely bowed and thanked. However, it seemed strange to her what was happening in this place. She was absolutely sure that there was no one except her. But she was constantly pursued by the feeling that they were being watched, and if not for the task, she would never return here. At this time, the shamans began the court. They unanimously decided that a murder was committed over shaman Mo Tires. The letter said that the maid hung in the air, and the yellow spirit was definitely involved in this, so the third son was probably obsessed. They began to confer. Perhaps the outcome is that the boy made the spirit with his familiar. But they renounced this thought because it is impossible for a monster, besides an offended spirit, become a familiar. In this case, it was only important that the current situation was extremely dangerous. Therefore, they decided that one of them would kill the third young master of the sword estimate in order to release the offended spirit. And everyone agreed with the will of the master. Morning for Hu-chan was very sleepy due to the fact that he did not sleep all night. He would like to sleep a little after a sleepless night, but the master, as usual, did not sit still. This time he brought a fried for him, and the servant was grateful at least the fact that the master deigned to say thank him. However, when he chewed the fire, he wondered why the master needed a fried. But the answer was logical. He wanted to burn something. After he demonstrated that he plans to burn the secret manuscripts of the head of the estate. Obviously frightened, Chan did not understand how Guion could do this. However, Hu-chan did not have time to do anything, as he had already thrown the scraps of the book straight into the fire. It became obvious. He is really just crazy, since he did this with such relics. It is completely incomprehensible how the young master was guided by when he acted in a similar way. Finally, unable to stand it, the servant decided to ask a question. And why did the young master burn these books? Even if he did not understand anything in martial arts, this does not mean that you need to do this with these manuscripts. They were very valuable. Everyone would like to have them with them. However, throwing the surviving book in his face, Guion made it clear that this was the problem. If he burned this book, it means that only he can use it. After all pages were perfectly memorized and were now stored in his head. so he asked Hu-chan to provide him with some service. With the onset of dawn, he was to convey this part of the book to Ms. Sok and his second brother. After all, as Chan said, everyone would really want to take possession of this book. But the heir himself likes when the family reigns complete peace, so he was also not a burden to share his knowledge with someone. As a result, Hu-chan, it seemed, began to understand what his plan was. Somewhere at this time, the calm guard led his morning routine. After awakening, he always seasoned the bed, after which he changed clothes. Then he did a small warm-up and checked the list of affairs for today. He had such a habit in the first days of work by a mercenary. Life was filled with strict control and planning. But soon he will no longer need all this when his plan to change the master will succeed. It will end, because he will become the elder of the clan. The warrior recalled that yesterday was an orphan who had to get in work as a mercenary. However, suddenly a servant came, who reported that the guard was looking for a second gentleman. Obviously surprised by this news, Cam immediately gathered on the road. However, there was a real pogrom, which is why he hastily left. His whole face was in his own blood. A little earlier, when he came, the second master said that his assistant was gone. The guard was sent to confirm the fact of the loss of martial arts of his brother, but disappeared without a trace. Therefore, the owner was very dissatisfied with the fact that Cram dared to lie to him. However, he scaredly reported that he had not made a false report, and was sure that some problem had arisen in the way. An angry aristocrat only threw a heavy vase in his face, ordering to shut up, and he demanded an explanation. For what reason his servant has not yet returned? The man himself was also interested in how this could happen, because at this pace his plan would soon break. However, he could not allow his labors and victims to go to dust. Therefore, he asked to give him a little time to find a servant. He vowed his life by a martial artist that would perform this task. He even vowed to deprive himself of his right hand if he fail, so he could no longer finger. And as a result, the second master satisfied his oath. However, he gave only 4 hours to complete the assignment. If Cam finds a guard, then Yun Pyun will believe his words. But if he does not cope, he will have to sacrifice not his hand, but his life. The guard reflected that with the advent of this false young master, everything in his life went downhill. The chances are small that an inexperienced young man managed to crank up some kind of trick, but something was clearly amiss. Therefore now, going to his chambers, he was going to deal with it. However, in his way he quickly saw Hu-chan. He was clearly sleepy, because of which he did not immediately notice his teacher. However, the comm guard quickly grabbed Hu-chan and began to strangle. He recalled that he ordered not to take his eyes off this idiot for a minute, and his order was serious. But he was wondering what Chan then forgot here, and why was Guyon Vaughn nearby. He even suggested that perhaps they were at the same time. However, suddenly behind his collar, the guard saw a small book. He immediately grabbed her to understand what kind of book it was. Soon his face was distorted beyond recognition. Looking furiously at the student, he wanted to know what he was doing all this time at all, and he already scaredly understood what fate awaited him. Immediately after this, the servants witnessed the terrible scene. The cam guard led the pretty battered and crippled by Chan along with him. Then he also unceremoniously threw him straight into the room of the young master. He never came to his senses after losing consciousness. Without even turning around, Gyeon-won realized who came to him and greeted his guest. An angry man without a greeting immediately demanded that the young man explain to him. And he, looking at his grimace, realized that from only the appearance of this man, all his mood was irrevocably spoiled. However, closing the door, the warrior made it clear that he did not have time for the game. Seeing closer, he recalled that he gave Gyun-won to understand all the rules from the very beginning. Then he began to strangle the guy. He demanded an explanation because he himself warned himself from the beginning. If he does something incomprehensible, then he would kill him. However, the heir decided to smile, because he did not recall that someone would tell him something like that. Despite all his anger, maintaining a cold-blooded calm, the guard began to interrogate what the guy had done with the servant of the second master. Gyeon-won pretended not to understand what was being discussed. This was even more angry with Kuma, who demanded an explanation. However, the young man only calmly reminded that he was very weak, and that servant of his second brother was an expert in martial arts. Despite the fact that the man himself understood this, he was somehow restless. However, at that moment, Gyeonggu decided to find out how the third son, who had lost his ability to martial art, could kill such a person. And at that moment, the comm guard clearly felt strange. Just the guy literally quoted his words. It became obvious. From the very beginning he was aware of their plans. So, he killed that servant. Therefore, the man attacked him, while the hero laughed joyfully, looking at the actions of the guard. Initially, he thought that Cam was added to everyone, and now he would also be hanged for the murder of the guard of the second son. Getting angry, Cam immediately wounded the guy in his shoulder, after which he fell powerlessly to his knees in attempts to catch his breath. Then he said that he was born an orphan, he was raised by mercenaries. He somehow got into this place and donated all his time and money. He held on for 3 years, performing a variety of part-time jobs. His life literally depended on only 3 years. And now this guy appeared and ruined everything. He killed not only his third son, but also destroyed his beloved subordinate second son. Therefore, he had no choice. The guard will have to kill him, and realizing that he would die after such a crime, he decided to escape. However, he suddenly remembered something. He realized that despite the fact that the servant was still dead and nothing could be done about it, his value could be replaced. Then he took out a book that Gyeon-won somehow got. He knew that the boy probably had a continuation of this secret book. The man realized that if he takes his leadership, his value would cover the death of that assistant, and even more. However, the young gentleman began to pretend that he absolutely did not understand what was being discussed. Then the guard decided to remind him of his position, explaining that he would simply kill him and leave. However, he could also change his mind if Gyeon-gae gives him a leadership. But if he continues to make himself a fool, he will die a terrible and painful death, full of suffering. And in the end, having calmed down, the young man promised that he would give the leadership. The man clearly rejoiced that in this position the fake had no choice left. Then he held out his hand, demanding the leadership. However, instead, the hero put his palm in his outstretched hand. He explained that in this way he gives all the secret leadership to him. And with a smile, he added that the main problem was that this leadership was in his head. In addition, he forgot to say something else. And, eagerly, tightly grabbing his hand, thanked the guard for everything, using the attachment technique on him. The longer they held hands, the more energy came out of the man's body. Cram shouted, demanding that the fake stops it. However, he only rejoiced that he managed to try out a new reception on someone. The man became his experimental, for which the young master was insanely grateful to him. However, obviously, this did not suit the guard at all. Screaming, he tried to hit Gyeon-won with his blade. However, not allowing himself to worry, the guy abruptly cut off the connection between them. After that, pushing the young man away, the man tried to catch his breath. There was a strange feeling. Absolutely not to feel the energy in his hand, as if the air had absorbed it into himself. However, Gyeong himself understood that such a technique was really not enough to get rid of the first-class martial artist. But it was not scary, because he had something to do. He will simply find another way to kill him. The angry guard made it clear that only because Gyeon had learned a pair of cheap tricks, he would not defeat him. After all, such a wimp like him will never be able to defeat an experienced warrior. With these words, he rushed at the boy with his blade. However, Gyeon-won prevented him from doing anything by calling for a demonic monk. At that moment, the enemy's hand was stopped, and he could no longer do anything. The guard did not even understand how his blow was blocked. He wanted to know what kind of focus the guy did this time. However, he explained that this was another cheap focus, and decided to show him in more detail. Immediately after that, the guard himself already saw a demonic monk who restrained him. The young aristocrat himself promised that he would return everything that he did for him, and his inner energy, and also the dagger, which was now with him. With these words, he swung very much, hitting the man with a blade straight into his heart. Looking at his sufferings, Gyeon was only smiling, because he finally returned to the guard what belonged to him. The calm guard quickly realized that the blow was in a very dangerous place. If he does not take care of the wound well, he will definitely die. In addition, the fake gentleman not only took his inner energy, but also used tremendous power to strike. He understood that it was a stupid decision to choose this person as a fake for Gyeon. However, he remembered that he had some trump cards in his sleeves, and reminded of the poison that Gyeon-won was poisoned. In this situation, he prepared poison in advance to avoid the rebellion. The young master looked interested and asked the man to continue his story. Only then, clinging to this opportunity, did the guard invited them to start negotiations. After all, he understood that if this continues, then they would definitely die. Therefore, he proposed to give the hero an antidote, as well as money. All that he came here from the very beginning. Although in fact it is clear that from the very beginning, the warrior wanted to just get closer to the guy to kill him. However, unexpectedly wounded, he began to pour himself with his own blood. Something with his body was wrong. The circulation of chi in his body became only worse. All this indicated that he had symptoms of poisoning. However, at that moment, as if not noticing his torment, Gyeon took more about his wounds, who, despite the depth, were still unpleasantly sick. Then the young man finally explained that when the guard recently hit him with a dagger, There was a lot of blood left on the blades, and when he struck the guards with the same dagger, he poisoned him with his poisonous blood. Then he calmly listed all the herbs and ingredients of the poison, which the guard had given him before, and he explained that in his youth he ate many poisonous herbs, and now his blood has turned into a real hell. Therefore, this meant that the attempt to agree would not work, because he simply did not need an antidote. Then the guard of Kama became obvious. Now he will simply die, since he no longer had a pressure point. Gyunvon quickly noticed that the man began to shake with fear, but he considered that perhaps he was cold. He opened the window, explaining that if the body temperature is slightly lower, then this will slow down the spread of the poison, and the guard will live longer. At that moment, the desperate man realized that he has no way to survive. Therefore, holding out his hands to the air, he began to pray him for mercy. With tears in his eyes, he swore infidelity. He was even ready to become his dog and lick his legs when the guy pleased, ready on all fours to fulfill each of his orders, just so that he does not kill him. And the young master really liked a similar attitude. He was arranged by a similar alignment and such fidelity. With this attitude, they could definitely work. After these words, the guard considered that he was exactly saved, but he was quickly disappointed. After all, they would work if the guard behaved like that from the very beginning. Gyunwon calmly reminded the man about how he changed the side because of his needs. He said something about fidelity, but all this was an empty sound, because he quickly betrayed his true master, the third young master. Therefore, it became obvious. Such a person should not be trusted, and now he was better off just dying. After these words, the young man killed this man. Only after he made his last breath did he finally exhale. After that, the guy calmly decided to knead his body and felt that some of his wounds were still sick, which is not surprising, given that Cam hit him with a dagger with all his might. After that, he took out the technique of the estate clan, thanking the book for taking care of everything earlier than he expected. And besides, in any case, he had to kill Kama after he recognized his real essence. He also thought about the fact that perhaps he should also deal with the guard of Huchan, but changed his mind. Considering that the Comguard did not know that he had burned the secret leadership, he could restrain the secret, which means that he was useful. After these words, he asked the man to finally stop pretending. He understood this from the very beginning, because during his fight with Kama, the guard began to gradually crawl on, so that he would not hurt. In addition, he praised the guard for the fact that he knows how to keep secrets secret. Thereby, he began to like him more and more. But now Gyun-won has given him a new task, to order people in the district to take a walk while he takes care of the corpse in his room. As soon as everyone retired looking at the body, he decided to find out where to start. Touching a man, he used the Thai technique on him and immediately felt the warmth of his energy, but there was no benefit. In addition, the heir did not want to check this at all. He wanted to feel that cold, ominous energy that he felt in the underground pavilion. It was definitely the deadly power that he felt when he killed. Therefore, he tried to concentrate, and he managed to release this particular energy. The sensations were the same as in the underground pavilion. It was a cold force that did not disperse like internal energy, but gathered around its energy core. It was similar to the sensations when he killed people. Therefore, it became obvious. In order to collect more such energy, he needs to kill more people. Quite from afar, the green spirit carefully watched all this. Finally, it became clear why the monk decided to allow this boy to control himself. After all, he was an unusual person. He was a real monster. At this time, events are transferred to the residence of the second son. The first-class guard came to the master, believing that the cam guard did not lie about the state of the third young master. The Juice of Yun Pyong perfectly understood this, because it was unlikely that he would have been lying that they could easily check. However, the Juice of Yun Pyong also knew that he was overly supportive of this person from the very beginning. He began to feel too relaxed, so all that the second master wanted was to show how strict he is. Later, in any case, he would have forgiven Kama, and he would become more malleable. The old training technique is to first show cruelty to someone, and later to be kind so that kindness stands out against the general background. The guard quickly understood such wisdom, which before that was unknown to him. The master understood that the guard was far from true, and such a check was simply necessary. The young master was well versed in how to communicate with people. The guard believed that the guy is more than worthy to be the heir. But suddenly they were distracted by another guard. He frighteningly stated that the cam guard tried to kill the young Mr. Guyan-won. Obviously, everyone was immediately frightened, not believing in it. Junpyun's Juice understood that in this way it was extremely stupid to try to prove his innocence. However, the problem was not at all. As it turned out, Gyonu-won announced that his older brother was behind the attempt to kill. and obviously such news and accusation could not but angry a noble man. The second gentleman tried to challenge such an egregious accusation, and wanted to know where Kamam was now. However, they said that he was gone. No one knew where he was now, and at this time, the young heir already managed to hide him in his underground cache. However, the juice of Yunpyun could not leave such a lie with impunity. Immediately grabbing his sword, he went to sort things out with his younger brother. The servants tried to convince him, because for this he would make himself even more suspicion, but he could not sit back. He understood how the younger brother would mock him when he sees these accusations reflected on him. He could not let him get fun. However, reflecting, the assistant suggested that they begin to take care of other things. In the external hall, the second young gentleman said that the comm guard betrayed him. In this case, everything can turn out to be even easier than they expected, because the organization with which the man was connected was proud of its mercenaries, which unshakably follow the rules. The betrayal was unacceptable even for retired mercenaries. There were no exceptions. Everyone was supposed to fulfill the mission that was issued. Therefore, they could talk to this organization. Nevertheless, the sect of Flying Killers was one of the 3 greatest hired organizations in the Central Plains. Thinking, Yongpyun's juice realized that this is really a good option and decided to let go of the situation. Gion was trying to meditate at that time. He wanted to create an energy core as described in the secret guidance. However, no matter how much he tried, everything turned around by failure. He could miss his energy to circulate very close to the center, but when it was approaching, he simply scattered. Therefore, he decided to ask the guide to ask for advice. He wanted to know why his energy continues to dissipate when he approaches the core. Hut-chan seemed to be stupid from a guy who knew nothing about martial arts. He was able to feel his energy instantly and even try to circulate it. He wanted to scream that this is all nonsense, and the boy was, in principle, he was not capable of this. However, realizing that most likely he will pay for such a life, he decided to help. Having invited the master inside, he decided to check how he circulates him chi, although he realized that, most likely, he would not feel anything. Having seated the young man in front of him, he asked him to focus on the circulation of internal energy, and as soon as he launched this process, the guard of Hu-chan quickly felt his energy. However, obviously, it was something that he did not expect at all. The guy really succeeded. There were no locks anywhere. This is possible only if the martial arts master with deep knowledge massaged his acupunctural points every day. But this is impossible, so that the boy was really a genius. However, suddenly Ho-chan felt the oddities that the young heir spoke of. He felt cold energy. It was very terrible, and soon this energy seemed to push him away. As a result, everything dispersed, and Hu-chan also felt it perfectly. Gion Wan wanted to hear an honest answer. Can he even create an energy core? However, Go-chan only said that he felt something strange, unfamiliar next to the nucleus Gion Va. It is not clear that this could be. Obviously, the young man realized that since the problem is in cold energy, he had no choice but to quit martial arts. However, at this moment, the assistant realized that scattering was probably formed not because of the process of qi circulation. There was a feeling that this happened due to a collision with something opposite. He asked the master would not take his hypothesis seriously, but he really thought. After all, if you recall, the normal energy has always been warm, while the deadly was cold. Therefore, he decided to try to let energy in a different direction. The guard asked the young master to stop, because he would completely block the internal flows. However, the sudden intervention of the green spirit prevented him. She gestured to the man to shut up and not interfere with her plan. She understood what kind of Gian there is a fool, because if he just followed his stupid ideas, she would definitely die. The Famigan spirit could not kill the person who serves, but if a person dies for another reason, the contract between them will be terminated, which means that it will be freed even much earlier than expected. And when the guy dies, his soul will leave the body, and she will be ready to break the boy into pieces. Events moved to the Hall of Blessing Flowers. There, the First Lady finally met with a shaman sent to her. It was a new moon girl, a shaman from the Pagoda of the Phoenix. The first wife turned out to be amazing that after the death of one of the famous shamans, they sent one person to the showdown, moreover, a very young girl. And she remained a mystery why she brought with her a corpse of Mo Tires. However, the mystical guest calmly explained that the corpse of the adherent will be useful for the ritual and will help to track the spirit that killed it. These words surprised a noble lady, because since Mo Tires was an adherent, it means that the new moon was even higher than his rank. However, for starters, the mystical mistress decided to clarify something. She warned that the third son would die anyway. However, this caused only a smile on the face of the First Lady. She admitted that she initially underestimated the new moon, but now she changed her mind. Such an answer was very satisfied with the shaman. Then she began to read out the spell, turning to the soul of Mo Tires. His corpse gradually began to react to the words read out by his soul. It's time to stick a special ritual knife into it. As soon as everything was done, the spell entered into force, and the remnants of the soul began to gather around the Mo Tires. Immediately after that, the sinister hands began to crawl out from his mouth, which the demonic monk had, and they began to reach out in an unknown direction. Now they have found their goal. Their approach quickly felt both the green spirit and the demonic monk. Following after that, the hands immediately flew past her, going straight towards the third son. However, at that moment he was defended by a demonic monk, who himself took on a blow. After that, the monk immediately threw it into the wall by force, and the green spirit quickly realized that he would counteract the counter, murder. The First Lady knew this technique very well, which consists in the fact that the third son will receive pain impulses every time the shaman strikes with a knife. The only thought of this fun was madly exciting a noble lady. She wanted the shaman to hit more and more and hurt the guy more and more pain. It was her most cherished desire. However, at that moment the green spirit got angry with the intervention of such a low creature. She cut several hands that aimed at a demonic monk. However, she soon felt the approach of their larger number. With the help of them, the sorceress was able to track where the shaman was located, who tried to attack the hero. She was already very unhappy that someone tried to prevent her hunt. Therefore, she applied her magic of blood against this woman. Thus, she managed to dispel all the hands with one attack that they tried to grab the third master. After this intervention, even the body of old Mo Tires and the new moon itself flew away. The frightened First Lady immediately ran to the shaman to find out if everything was in order with her. Raising her shaking hands, the sorceress realized that someone had opposed death, and even the yellow ghost spirit that was alarming was not capable of this. Therefore, she warned her first wife that for such an unusual case, an additional payment would rely on her. She was slightly outraged, while the shaman explained that she wanted to receive a payment of 1,000 silver coins for this work. The assistant found it with complete delirium. However, the new moon explained that the circumstances have changed. That was the price, because now she exposed her life to risk. The First Lady was more excited that the task was more complicated than she expected. The shaman explained that the spirits of the highest ranks are now involved. Only the yellow ghost was deadly. Now the situation was even much worse. Because of this, there were more risks, because the limit of the possibilities of most Taoist masters is a yellow ghost. But they were lucky that a new moon came to the task, because she was really a professional. As a result, the lady decided to take her word, giving a payment of 1,000 coins. However, she recalled that in this case, she needs to try to keep Guy on as a result, to justify the cost of services. The new moon explained that they had ranks of creatures among the Taoist masters. The ranks in the order of descending forces sounded like this: the gods, the sun, the moon, the gifted haze, and the serfs. And she was 2 ranks above the serf Mo Tires, so she belonged to the rank of gifted Taos. The First Lady quickly realized that the woman lied when she introduced herself as an older sister of the old man, although she looked much younger. In addition, at that moment the aristocrat saw something frightening. Dark shadows began to ooze from the girl's body. She explained that she was one of the 3 Taoist masters of Pagoda Phoenix. In addition, she was also one of those who had a familiar with them, which were Tokebi. Nevertheless, she could accurately guarantee something of the First Lady. The third son, after the created, would definitely not survive. He did not have a single chance. At this time, the green spirit guarded the master, angry that someone dared to prevent her procedure. If he died in the process of circulation, this would not be considered for natural death, which means that they practically selected the opportunity that introduced her. However, nevertheless, the strangeness was in this guy. He was able to combine what, it would seem, could not be connected. In order for a living creature to be able to incorporate the energy of death, every day something new seemed to her. This guy independently learned the principles behind the technique of attachment, fulfilled QE, and now he was able to collect deadly power around himself. She clearly did not want to admit this, but in this boy something began to attract her attention. Guyon, but was madly satisfied with the work he did. To expand the flow in the opposite direction was the right solution. After all, now the energy was absorbed in the usual manner and did not disperse. Although it was a pity that he was not able to collect more energy, the green spirit had already decided to find out from the boy whether he was still alive. Obviously, this seemed to him a stupid question. However, the sorceress did not understand which person could incorporate the afterlife without consequences. Obviously, this could not be in nature. However, she did not tell anything more, and he did not even know that this could not be. Then the young man wondered why the room was in this state. Why was the demonic monk so exhausted? And since when did Chan lay and slept here? Obviously, the Azure spirit did not want to say anything about it, and the approaching demonic monk independently told his master about everything. However, the mystical lady only got angry at him, starting to beat the monk for his sample. And in the end, the woman had to tell that the pogrom happened when she saved him from the counter of the murder. However, suddenly they heard the sinister laugh somewhere nearby. Gyeonvon immediately wondered what they all just heard, and the Azure spirit made it clear that now the boy had really serious and very annoying problems. Soon, some kind of beetles began to crawl around the floor straight to his feet. The Azure spirit calmly explained that some madman decided that to keep such creatures as a familiar. Armored insects, or as they were called, tokebi from Mount Yoya. All of them came here in order to get to the soul of Gyeonwon. Initially, there are different perfumes that live in the mountains. They called their jumai, and in the sea and ponds, sea. For a long time, people considered them sinister creatures that bring misfortune. So they called them chimimoro, and one of them is a beast calling for armored beetles from the mountains. This beast was just the familiar of the new moon. He looked like a bird, but his tail is a snake. This is a creature that sowed chaos with the help of called insects. These creatures were obviously deadly for people. In addition, the new moon explained to the First Lady that there could be no friendship between the Taoist masters, all because they often go a step away from death, so she did not be sad because of the death of the student. However, it was still unpleasant for her to watch her familiar face, and besides, when it was so mutilated by deadly energy. Therefore, she promised that today, the third son would pay for his sins, so he will become food for the spirits that she sent for him. At that moment, the hero tried to bring to the feeling of the sleeping Go-chan. To do this, with all his might he hit a man in the face, and when he woke up, he found himself in a heap of deadly insects. In addition, he immediately felt severe pain. When he looked at his hand, he saw that she was all in small ulcers. It was strange, because he barely touched the beetles for a second when he knocked them down. Gyeonvon perfectly understood that the beetles themselves are very small. They did not threaten. But because of their large quantity, their death is only a matter of time. The green ghost itself wanted to know how the guy would do, because insects will be happy to worm at such a pace. He himself understood this, but invited the girl to help because she was still his familiar, although she continued to deny it right now. However, the sorceress made it clear that he could help him be saved if in return he gives her his body. And obviously, the guy refused, deciding that he himself could cope with this misfortune. Looking at his efforts, the green ghost decided to make a bet with him. If he finds himself in the balance of death, then this means that he lost to her. And since he would die in any case, then he could give her his body. But there was also a condition profitable for him. In the event that he gets out of this position alive, then it will be so actively helping him. The hero decided to smile. To the amazement of the Azure Ghost, he demanded that the girl do not forget what promise she gave him. At that moment, Hu-chan noticed that Zhukov had even more. Panic, he did not understand what to do. However, Gyeonwon asked the assistant to find something easily ignited to burn this place to the ground. If they arrange a fire with a lantern, then he was sure that not a single insect would survive in such a situation. However, it seemed to go to Chan that such an action was too radical. But it was too late, because the guy had already pulled a lantern to him by the power of affection. Obviously, the servant did not expect to see the ability of telekinesis in the master, but he promised to explain everything later. After that, the young man found a rag that he tried to set fire to, and he thought who could set these creatures on him. The first person who came to mind was, of course, the first wife, Madame Sok. So the one who came to his soul was with her. If he set fire to his chambers, then the noise will rise. He wanted to use such chaos in order to kill the shaman. However, the sorceress understood his idea and immediately called on her beast. Immediately from armored beetles, a figure began to be created, and then she darted towards the fire, which quickly went under their pressure. The new moon only laughed at such a miserable attempt to crank up a little focus. She believed that the guy was already too arrogant if she hoped that it would help him. After all, she was special, and she really saw her from white eyes invisible to others. In fact, Gyeon wanted to do behind these walls, he will not hide from it. After all, she saw a world that everyone else did not see. Then she ordered her beast to destroy all those inside. As soon as the monster broke the wall and burst to the hero, he calmly greeted him. Then the woman saw that the guy was connected with the familiar. Seeing a demonic monk above herself, she immediately ordered her beast to drive this spirit, and then a frantic wave of hands hit him, pressing him into the wall. After that, she made it clear to Hu-chan that all his attempts to attack were useless, and yet he still tried to throw his blade. The new moon quickly prepared a talisman, blessed by lightning discharge. Immediately after that, the whole body of the servant began to shudder from lightning impulses. It remains only to deal with Gyeonvol. to whom the girl directed the power of her familiar. After that, many beetles flew straight into the hero's face. All of them, as if moving unknown forces, began to squeeze him straight into the wall of his room. The new moon was very pleased with this position of the third son of the head, and warned that today he would go to the world of spirits. She looked at how beetles more and more cover his body. They were already everywhere, and no one could help him. After all, his spirit was connected by a shaman, and Hu-chan was unconscious. This task seemed even easier than she expected, because she was mistaken about the presence of an azure ghost here. In addition, she thanked her little familiar, who tried well again, and she invited him to go away to leave the hero to eat a bunch of insects. However, suddenly she felt something frightening behind her. She clearly realized that she had not seen the victim of her charms when she left. When she turned, she saw that he had already begun to hurt himself with his blade with might and main. The more blood was in his wounds, the better it was, and finally she realized what the essence was. Insects, after contact with his blood, began to fall dead. Obviously, she did not expect this, and tried to understand what kind of spell was. However, I saw only the grimace of horror on the face of my enemy. Finally, flying with a knife to the shaman, he explained that his blood was a fatal poison, and the destruction of insects for him became easier. Immediately after that, he attacked the girl, but she managed to evade in time and quickly ordered her beast to attack. She realized that she could no longer use beetles to fight this guy. Therefore, while the beast won the time, it was necessary to reproduce a strong spell. And for this, she chose a method of managing spiritual strength. 8 techniques splitting mind. While the shaman was reading the spell, Gyan, in full swing, fought with her familiar. However, at some point, he managed to grab the unfortunate bird straight by the throat. Immediately after that, the strong pain also chopped the whole body of the sorceress. And when she finally fell silent, the young master was able to enjoy the long-awaited silence. The frightened girl herself immediately rushed towards her beast. However, the stronger Gyan one squeezed his neck, the more pain the new moon was experiencing. She realized that she feels all the feelings of her familiar because of their connection. But I did not understand what was happening with her beast now. However, she soon realized that this guy literally absorbed the demonic power of the beast. This could not be. After all, it was harmful to all living beings, was full of deadly energy. Gyan Vaughn also seemed surprised at what he felt from this beast. He just grabbed him in order to interrupt her actions for some time. But it turned out that the creature contained ominous energy. In addition, this energy was insanely a lot. So much so that he could create an energy core right now. And realizing his plans, the shaman asked him to stop. With tears in her eyes, she explained that so her familiar could die soon. Smiling, the hero began to guess how he could use this girl in his plans. At this time, the First Lady walked in her residence. The maids asked her to go home, but she did not want to go inside because she could not be calm, not knowing what was happening. She needed to intervene if something does not go according to plan. She asked the new moon not only to kill Gyan Wan, but also to steal a secret leadership. But if everything does not return to her favor, then she will make the leadership absolutely no one. However, suddenly the maid noticed that the Taoist master was already here. In the distance, they saw her silhouette and immediately began to rejoice. Madame Soko was especially happy, realizing that now not only Gyan was dead, but the secret leadership belonged to her. And this means that it is her son that will become the main master of the estate. The maids immediately began to applaud the mistress, congratulating her on success. However, as soon as the new moon came closer, it became obvious that it was not worth making hasty conclusions. No one understood why she stopped and looked so excited. Soon the girl bowed to the great lady, and hastily explained that they could not go to the murder of the third son of the head. In fact, the new moon obeyed blackmail Gyan Wan, who forced her to say this as a condition. He set the girl the condition to expose Mrs. Sok for the salvation of his familiar. After all, even if he killed the shaman, the mistress would have gone for another Taos. Therefore, he asked to substitute Lady Juice, because in this case the pagoda of the phoenix and the lady will remain enemies. Obviously, this could undermine her reputation. Besides, she will become a traitor to the pagoda of the phoenix. However, the sorceress had no other choice. Therefore, she recalled that the lady claimed that Gyan was obsessed. She wanted to destroy the spirit inside him, as well as kill the youngest master. However, apparently, the guy was not at all obsessed. So the shaman asked that the mistress would no longer come to their pavilion with such requests. At that moment, the servants surrounding them heard that someone was trying to kill his third son. In addition, this was ordered to be done with a stranger from another organization. Therefore, people immediately gathered in order to arrest the lady. The woman herself was beside herself from rage due to how Gyan Wan substituted her. When the shaman was returning, She heard the cries of indignant people who tried to understand what happened and where the third young master was now. When she went to Guyon Vaughn, he specified whether she said everything as it should be. Then he showed her a bird that was still in his hands. However, she calmly pointed to the commotion, which proved that she fulfilled her part of the persuasion. As a result, everything happened as Guyon Vaughn wanted. Now Lady Sock and the Pavilion of Phoenix are enemies. Moreover, now everyone knows that she is a villain. But the shaman was not in the position to worry about her. After all, she betrayed the Phoenix Pavilion to save her spirit, for which she would always pursue her. However, the time came to leave, so she asked the young man to return the promised spirit to her. However, the hero was in no hurry with this matter. He invited the girl inside and wanted to ask about something else, in particular about who the Kemimoro are and what they are. In addition, Gyeongwon wanted to know about people who control the spirits, such as she and this bird, the head spirit. At that moment, the shaman finally became convinced that Guyon was not a might have a heart. However, it was surprising that he could tame the spirit with such force. Moreover, she perfectly saw that his spirit was not at all alone. At this moment of silence, Gyeongwon tightly squeezed the bird's neck, considering that the girl did not want to answer his questions. And she has no choice. She explained that these spirits had 6 classifications: eminent, unknown, mythical, demonic, and were also sacred and divine. But of them, even an ominous beast was able to cause a disaster, and the higher the level, the more dangerous they became. In the Pavilion of Phoenix, including it, there were 3 people who were able to control the animals as their families. The first was the assistant to the head of the hall. He owned an unknown beast, and his strength was catastrophic. The second is the head of the Phoenix Hall. However, she had no idea what beast he possessed, but he is probably of the highest levels. The hero suggested that we are talking about sacred or divine. But, as the shaman explained, they existed only in legends. Stories about people who took the holy beast as the spirit could be counted on the fingers. She even had a book about this, which she kindly conveyed to Guyon Vaughn. The young man was wondering what the beast was at the head of the hall, since even a piercing mountain of the shell beast had a bunch of deadly energy. Guyon Vaughn would like to find a high-level beast. But in the end, having received all the necessary information, he returned the girl of her spirit. Then he also forced her to thank him and sent her home. An obviously insanely humiliated girl quickly began to run away. And Gyeonwon understood how much a good day was today. Now Lady Juice will not be able to do anything to him, because everyone will closely follow him. And the energy that he received from the beast was enough to create an energy core. Finally, he will be able to study martial arts. However, Go-chan doubted whether everything would be fine with the master. The spellman probably got very angry at the hero. Therefore, the servant was worried that perhaps she would try to take revenge on him. However, the guy did not think that she could do something about it. Then he reminded behind the standing azure spirit that it was time for her to fulfill her promise. Moving far enough, the shaman stroked her familiar. He looked bad. She would not be surprised if he died right now. Obviously, she was madly angry into Gyeonwon. She promised that so far she would retreat, but would surely return and kill him. And then she heard an unknown voice, stating that she made an oath to avenge. Immediately after this, the girl was seized with a strange feeling, similar to the reverse murder. However, this was simply impossible. No one could accept such a malicious creature. But someone's sinister hands have already begun to reach for her face. After that, they scratched her white eyes, showing the essence of things. And when she looked forward, she saw an azure spirit in front of her. She, smiling, stated that the new moon was pretty, even with one eye. And only after that the girl felt that she could not breathe at all. At that moment, the First Lady was indignant, considering the accusations of the head of the external hall offensive. She was convinced that Gyeonu-won simply set her up, because she certainly did not try to harm him. And about the information of the spellman, then she was probably in collusion with the boy to substitute her. However, the man quickly ordered her to shut up, after which he began to interrogate about what happened yesterday in the medicinal room. She remembered how Gyeon was bursting there, despite the ban on no one to enter there. However, the man quickly recalled that the guy saved the girl, while the First Lady herself tried to kill him. But this was even more angry with a woman who tried to reason the head of the external hall. However, looking at his seriousness, she quickly pulled herself together. The man made it clear that he simply could not close her eyes. Therefore, he promised that an investigation would soon be conducted, and he hoped for the cooperation of the First Lady in this matter. He also asked her not to worry, because he will personally make sure of the honesty of the investigation. And they will very carefully study both the lady itself and the second son, as well as the third gentleman. Left alone, the head of the external hall was still tormented by the question, why did Lady Sock and the second son try to kill the third child? It would be more logical to fight for power and try to kill Yu Chun, a favorite of the owner of the estate. But the third son was not even able to even study martial arts. He understood that perhaps there was still a reason to wish him death, about which he did not know. At the time they met, the third son was unusual. He used to be very arrogant to everyone. Initially, the man considered that perhaps he behaved restrainedly, or was frightened by the near death. However, now he realized it was clearly a different thing. He had no choice. Now he was definitely obliged to figure it out independently in this matter. At that moment, when Gayan was meditating, the green spirit finally returned from her assignment. She quickly saw the fact that now the young master was in meditation. However, she obviously did not expect that he would be able to absorb so many key-piercing mountains of the shell beast. And it seemed strange when the boy spoke about the absorption of dead energy to create a nucleus. But it is still possible to do this. Finally, the guy began to gradually recover. Looking into his face, the girl noticed that, nevertheless, he was very pretty. However, when the hero opened his eyes, he was confused by such views. The girl, embarrassed, immediately turned away, convincing the guy that she did nothing at all. However, this caused his cunning smile. The green-faced was completely angry, ordering Gyun to one and continue to concentrate on the circulation of ki. Then she began to regret that she agreed to this bet, and perplexed why she could not try better. However, suddenly the heir remembered that he wanted to check something. Namely, did he create the energy core that a woman spoke of? However, she was sure that this could not be done in one day, and the master would be able to do this only after a month of long practice. However, when he spoke of a strange storage under the navel, she was alert. The guy himself tried to understand the changes in his body. At this time, the spirit, listening to feelings, could not understand if it was an energy core. The surprised azure spirit wanted to look at it herself and held out her hand to the guy. She explained that she wanted to put her hand on the energy core and touch him with her fingertips. However, to her surprise, she could not do anything. Her hand simply did not pass through his body. She did not know what it was, so she asked the monk to try to do the same. However, their hands did not pass through the body of the master at all. Perhaps the reason was that they became his familiar spirits, but doubting that the problem could be in them, the sorceress decided to test her strength on Hu-chan. And in his energy core, she easily could penetrate, which is why the man immediately lost consciousness again. As a result, they were convinced that the matter is definitely not in them. Therefore, they began to think about another way to check the young man. However, the azure spirit did not have time to say anything. Suddenly, a loud knock came. Sanvu back, the head of the external hall, came to the boy. Guyan Vaughn was clearly interested in what was the case of a man at a time later. He knew very well that this man was one of the most devoted subordinates, with very conservative beliefs. In good time, the elders believed that the patriarch was becoming the one who has his support. So even Lady Juice was powerless against it. At the moment, he was the most influential person in the whole estate. Finally, when the man came in, Guyan 1 decided to find out what led the head of the external hall here. However, to begin with, the man wanted to apologize that, despite the defense of the martial artist, this happened. The guy immediately explained that he should not worry about it at all, and with a smile made it clear that everything was fine with him. Then the man held out his hand to the head of the young master. However, he stopped in just a millimeter from his face. Then he patted him on the shoulder, thanking him for such warm words, and also decided to find out where the blade was for self-defense, which he gave the third young master. He was worried that perhaps the guy managed to lose him. However, he stated that he put him in the box of his closet. The man clearly calmed down, rejoicing that Guyan did not lose him. However, the young heir explained that I did not initially understand what was being discussed. After all, no matter how much he remembers, he could not understand when he received such a trinket from him. And the whole thing was that Sanvu back, in principle, did not give him anything like that. After which the man tried to attack the boy. However, he managed to evade a deadly blow in time. Sanvu back made it clear that Guyan 1 made two mistakes. The first is that the third gentleman always behaved arrogantly in relation to lower ones. The second, that after beating the fourth master, the third young master always shuddered, because it seemed to him that they wanted to hit him. But now Gyun Vaughn remained too calm. The man hit the meridian's Gyun 1, who will not allow him to move a single step. He demanded that the guy admit where the real young gentleman was. However, this caused the hero only a bold smile. After that, despite the damaged meridians, he easily stood on his feet, and he called for the help of the green spirit. The woman right there, without hesitation, pierced the head of the head, holding out her hand straight to the heart of a man. She understood that he dared to do so boldly, as if wrapping herself at a certain death. Guyan Vaughn was amazed how the green spirit was skilled, believing that she protected his meridians. But the reason was different. because life and dead energy were at different ends of the spectrum. The natural energy that Manhwa used to squeeze the guy's meridians naturally dissipated, and this means that the hero really managed to form an energy core. In addition, the Azure sorceress surprised that he received the resistance of the body without need for a huge amount of energy. But despite the fact that he managed to form the core, now he has already revealed his personality, and it will not work for a long time to stay here. And the boy himself understood that everything did not go according to his plan. However, his idea was that the demonic monk took possession of the body of this man. The Azure spirit only smiled because her master was literally a devil in the flesh. At that time, Manhwa himself did not understand who the boy is saying with. However, he soon felt his whole body begin to fight in agony. He did not understand what was happening. The man in front of him looked exactly like the third gentleman, but he was resistant to acupuncture, and his hand holding his heart did not even have any presence. The feeling was as if he had turned off the hornet's nest. When the man asked who Gyan was actually like that, he was introduced as usual, the third young master of the estate. When morning came, Hu-chan was returning to his master, but he realized that something was wrong. Waking up, he discovered that his bed was broken, and the guards of the external hall were too polite, although yesterday they looked at them like the offspring. Suddenly, when he went to the room of the young master, the inclined warrior greeted him, and Go-chan finally lost his speech, not understanding what was happening. However, when he entered the room, he was absolutely amazed. After all, next to his young master was Manhwa himself, the head of the external hall. At that moment, the heir calmly forgave the chapter for his misconduct, and he, bowing even to the guard, began to gradually leave. In addition, everything coincided so well, and they brought breakfast in time, so the young man invited Hu-chan to join him. However, he wanted to know what was happening. The young gentleman promised to tell about everything later, but for starters, he wanted to ask his assistant, namely, will he be able to teach its basics of martial arts a sword? And this request seemed crazy to Hu-chan. Earlier, the young heir tried to practice martial arts. He did everything exactly, as stated in secret teaching, but the movements were not synchronized with each other. The answer was simple, because they were simply advanced. The Azure Ghost explained that these movements are intended for a higher level of martial arts. They can only be mastered by one who has a high level of understanding. Therefore, the guy could not understand the advanced art, not even knowing the foundations. What he tried to master was intended for those masters who want to overcome the current level, due to the removal of unnecessary movements and increase efficiency. But this was not a lot if Gyan did not know the basis. In other words, this was useless without a basic understanding of martial arts. Therefore, the hero realized that he could not learn something without mastering the basics. The frightened Chan immediately flared up, believing that Gyan Wan wants to master the secret arts to become the head. However, he believed that it would be nice to master them. Although the assistant warned that this technique was legendary and anyone could find out, so in the future its knowledge can bring him problems. When Gyeonu Wan promised that he would hide his knowledge, Hu-chan admitted that he could not teach him the basics of martial arts because he did not know them. The martial arts of the sword estimate had their own basics. The main techniques, namely 9 techniques, their initial technique of owning a sword. They studied them only within the family, that is, the owners of the surname and those who are connected with them by the genealogy. It became obvious that only the head of the estate and other young gentlemen know this technique. It was bad, and Go-chan understood that. After all, with the rest of the heirs, his master was at enmity. In addition, it was risky, since he was not a real gentleman, and someone could quickly understand this. But Gyan himself realized that he had no other choice. Therefore, he called Hu-chan to follow him to the one who manages to teach him these basics. Obviously, the man tried to dissuade the master from this risky idea. However, he remained unshakable, even though he could be revealed. As a result, Hu-chan at least decided to find out who they will go to now. However, when they came, he finally lost his speech. After all, I did not understand why it must be the juice of Yu-chun, the 4th young gentleman. At this time, the guy continued to train in full, without losing his concentration. Hu-chan was scared by Gyan Val, gathering to greet his younger brother. He already said that it happened between them, and Gyan Vaughn remembered that the 3rd young master called his mother flawed, which was due to which he was beaten. But Hu-chan was scared, because the memories of that day were still fresh. Then the legs and ribbons of the young master were broken in all places. He continuously sobbed and cried. The youngest is very offended by the 3rd master because of those words. And more importantly, this monster has already reached the highest kingdom in its 16 years. However, looking at the young warrior, the Azure Ghost saw that he would definitely be useful. Not many at his age had such a strong aura. It could be considered a genius. If she were alive, she would even take him as a student. Nevertheless, she advised that Gyeonwon would be accurate, because now she was not omnipotent. And he seriously accepted her warning. Hu-chan was still trying to explain to the boy that it was better for him to just give up and look for another person. However, he had already headed for his younger brother to talk. As soon as he came up, the juice of Yu-chun immediately shook with anger, looking at him. However, Gyunwon, as if nothing had happened, greeted his brother. Sok Yu-chun was surprised that the elder brother became so fearless, but ordered him to go away. But suddenly Gyeonwon showed him something very interesting. It was the technique of wood transformation, and he believed that Yu-chuna probably really would like to get her. However, the younger brother was not even sure whether this book was real. The hero threw her straight into his hands, giving him the opportunity to check everything himself. And what he saw struck Yu-chun to the core. All the principles of the development of martial arts were really collected there. So the book was not a fake. However, he saw that several pages simply were not there. He wanted to know where the rest was. Having pointed to his head, Gyeon was making it clear that he simply remembered everything that was on the torn pages. Then the guy decided to find out where the older brother got this book, but it did not seem like that. After all, the very fact that he had it is important. Obviously, these words angered the younger one, because he did not understand why then the hero showed up to him. Surely in order to say that now he will definitely become the head of the estate, and Yu-chun could forget about his dreams. Then he threw this book into him, very angry. Gyeonwon quickly realized that he and his younger brother had some misunderstanding, and he explained that he had come here to agree, because the formation of the head of the estate was completely useless to him. However, these words caused only bewilderment and anger in his younger brother. Without even waiting for any explanation, he immediately began to viciously beat Gyeonwon. The frightened Go-chan immediately rushed to the master in order to help him, and the juice of Yu-chun was indignant that he certainly would not believe such a clear lie. He realized that for sure the older brother forgot what happened a couple of years ago, and he demanded that he never forget what happened to him again. At that moment, looking at his broken nose, the hero finally realized what power his brother had. He certainly could not compare with the person who defeated him. But before that, Gyeon has already seen masters of martial arts, like the same guardian of Kuma or the head of the external hall. So it was clear why Go-chan was so worried, because the juice of Yu-chun was really a real monster. Good luck will definitely not help him here. He cannot win in battle. In addition, he was interested. If he learned martial arts, will he be able to avenge his grandfather? All he could do was only praise his younger brother for such a bad blow. Realizing that one blow could not get rid of here, the juice of Yu-chun decided to beat his brother more hard. Obviously, the reason was that he absolutely did not trust this person. He will not believe a single word that will come from his rotten mouth. The hero only said that he was madly disappointed with his words, and that in this case he will have to give this teaching of Lady Sok, or the second brother. And this already seriously alerted the guy. The young man was already interested in what would happen if the juice of Yun-ho or Jong-yun-pyun will become the head. Will they leave alone the one who the chapter loved the most? Screaming, the juice of Yu-chun reproached Gyeonwon because he was trying to threaten him. However, the hero did not threaten, but only stated that the life of the boy literally depended on this teaching. And at that moment, the juice of Yu-chun was finally alerted, letting go of the guy out of his grip. He doubted whether it was the same person. At that moment, he was worried about Ho-chan, because he was worried that the deceit of a false gentleman was about to reveal. And he, to surprise, remained as calm as possible. It seems that he was even disappointed that the juice of Yu-chun did not recognize his older brother. His words sounded as if he knew too much about the hero, but it was erroneous. But the juice of Yu-chun believed that he knew everything. He knew how he beat him 2 years ago like a dog, after which he always ran away from him in fear. However, Gyeonwon was interested in what brother knew besides this. What does it know, besides the fact that they were consolidated brothers and an incident of 2 years ago? He knew nothing. He loves Gyeon. He hates what he thinks about in such a situation and why he does not want to be the head. However, angry, the juice of Yu-chun believed that Gyeon himself knew nothing, and not he. After all, the elder brother called him a premature expenditure and kept him at a distance. So now the guy wanted to know why they never recognized him, and now he was not trying to agree with someone better. However, the answer was simple. The hero believed that the juice of Yu-chun was literally the best of the best. And then the guy finally fell silent, unable to believe in these words. But all his life he was insulted because of low origin. He was always alone, and all these years trained to at least someone recognize him. And now this man stood in front of him, although he was the last, from whom he expected recognition. It was amazing that he had changed so much, because the juice of Yu-chun was sure that his brother hated him for what happened 2 years ago. He even considered that perhaps he himself should change his attitude towards him. And in the end, after thinking, he agreed to the conditions of Gyeon-won. He was ready to listen to him about this business or any other. And so finally the hero achieved what he wanted, calmly leaving. Hu-chan experienced sincere admiration for the young master. He had no choice but to admit his amazingness. He was wondering how he was going to convince his younger brother. After all, this was beyond his imagination. It was impossible to do this in a natural way, because the real Gyeon would have known martial art. Therefore, he needed a plan. And he set 3 conditions. The first and most important is that the brother, becoming the head of the estate, will leave him alone, and will also be financially supported. And he was not opposed until Yu-chun touched him. He would also leave him alone. Thus, they pretended that the main 2 conditions were the main 2, and then he set the 3rd condition, to teach him the basics of martial arts. Hu-chan was afraid that the juice of Yu-chun would reveal him, because he asked so openly about it. However, the younger brother was only surprised at how the elder forgot about them. In order for the plan to work, Gyeon was making it clear to the 4th young master that he recognizes his strength. That is why the guy did not suspect anything. In addition, Gyeon-won gave the youngest all the teachings without asking him nothing. Even if Yu-chuna needed 2 hours to remember the secret teaching, while the hero managed to learn him, only once seeing, Hu-chan rejoiced that everything turned out for him literally perfectly. He was surprised that his master had such a talent, although he regretted that he gave his brother a secret teaching. However, Gyun did not see the difference in this, because still he taught him incorrectly, and he could really not believe it. Then it seemed to the heir that perhaps he said in vain about it, but he still shared that he taught Yu-chun a little differently than necessary. He changed every 13th or 14th symbol. Of course, he could easily get into a lie, but he managed to avoid this. Hu-chan was worried that since Gyeong-won handed the guy the wrong teaching, the 4th young gentleman could lose the opportunity in martial arts, or even die. However, it seems that this did not bother him at all. And then the servant finally realized his master is literally a real devil. Events are transferred to the Phoenix Pavilion. There, the Taoist master of reflection gathered all the advice. Everyone was already aware that nothing was heard from the new moon for a long time. She did not fulfill the mission. Moreover, she betrayed Lady Juice, because of which their relationship came to an end. In addition, their reputation was very much affected. Therefore, the head of the pavilion ordered his beloved student to find a new moon for that, all in order to reveal the truth and save them and so affected reputation. Without one doubt, he called his familiar and hit the road. Finally, the assistant arrived at the place where the new moon was killed. He was surprised that such a strong Taoist master was so terribly killed. Therefore, I decided to find out how this happened. To do this, he applied the equipment technique that allowed him to see everything that happened here, and soon he saw firsthand what the girl saw in the last moments of her death. He saw her arrived at the task of the first wife, after which he saw the battle with the 3rd young master, and the way he captured her family beast, and also how she swore, which although she retreated will certainly return. And soon the same feeling that killed the new moon constrained him, as if the unknown hands of the azure demon grabbed his soul. However, turning around, he found absolutely nothing. Nevertheless, he realized that in this case, a azure ghost was precisely involved. This means to cope with the task, he needs to prepare as best as possible. At this time, the azure ghost herself carefully watched the training of her master. He perfectly repeated all the movements that were drawn in the book that he studied. All technique was performed without a single heating or error. Usually, at the beginning of training, martial arts study basic equipment, working out the movements that are combined in them, so it is necessary to repeat the same movements to master them perfectly. But after the first attempt, he had never made even a tiny mistake. Now he could only increase the muscles, continuing to train, although in reality, he did not even need training. Therefore, the Azure demon realized that he was definitely even more than a genius. She hoped that he would beg her to study, but she was not going to take up training, although he was ready to give in if he began to beg her. These stupid thoughts filled her head, because of which she was embarrassed and began to scream. At that moment, Go-chan finally came, whom the young master wanted to see. Thanking the parish, the guy explained that he had one task for his friend, so he ended up in the pavilion Eternal Orchid. He carefully examined the paper that the young master gave him with a certain symbol. He explained that he was looking for this thing. He needed to place an application in the Informant Guild. This is the only such guild in this region. In addition, Chana was worried that they still had those signs. The information from them will not expect them. However, suddenly he himself was worried that he was worried about such things. It became obvious that he turned into a devoted dog, not even understanding how this happened. But although he said so, in fact he was not really against it. He did not have a goal in life. His parents threw him and raised him at all as a killer. He did not have any special talents, so he did not stay there for a long time. It so happened that this happened simultaneously with the departure of the guard of Kuma. He was a bad man and treated him as a thing, and Hu-chan was not sure that the young master did not treat him the same way. But the problem was not at all in the people to whom he served, but in the fact that he was not suitable for anything and just floating with the flow. As soon as he becomes useless, he will be abandoned. Well, at least now he lived much better, and now he worked less than under the guidance of the guard of Kuma, although he had to worry about where his master could escape, and that he could always poison him. At that moment, a man finally came, apologizing for his delay. He laughed loudly, bringing a woman in his company. Then he quickly greeted Hu-chan. Despite the fact that the servant knew many rumors about this man, he did not expect that he would be drunk in the morning. However, Ho-chan explained that he had come in order to give him an application, but when the man saw the girl, she confused him. The owner of the institution introduced her as new. He considered her a real beauty and did not want to let her out of his company. However, Ho-chan explained that his assignment was an important nature, and the girl had to leave. When the man did not agree, Hu-chan had to directly insist on his own. And in the end, the head of the pavilion had no choice, and he drove it away. Then he decided to slap the girl on the 5th point and ask her to wait for him. However, Go-chan prevented him from doing this, ordering a man to concentrate. And to his surprise, at that moment, the same girl threw a sonorous slap in the face of a man. Then she also calmly took off the wig from her hair, and then I attacked the healthy man himself, who tried to spell it. Obviously, Hu-chan was scared of what was happening, and immediately grabbed his sword. However, at that moment, the girl threw the table into him. Then she took out toxic needles and greeted a long-standing acquaintance. She called Hu-chan a low-ranking assassin number 86. The guy quickly recognized this technique that she had just used. But the girl herself, smiling, admitted that she was disappointed, that number 86 did not recognize her. This girl's name was Ha-che-rin, the only granddaughter of the head of one of the 4 great organizations of the assassins. And Hu-chan definitely did not expect to see her in a similar place. In his clan of the assassins, there was a rule of 100 human corpses. That is how much you need to kill anyone who wants to become the head of the sect. As soon as they pass this threshold, the members of the organization will begin to respect him as the head of the assassin sect, and one of the 4 great assassins. Also, becoming the head of the assassin sect, the man received a secret poisonous weapon, a needle of goodwill. Che-che-rin carefully took out the poisonous needles from the body of Go-chan to remove paralysis from him. And he realized, since she had these needles, it means that now she was the head of the sect. Although this is not surprising, because it was the only possible successor to the leader of the assassin sector. In addition, she was talented. But there was one factor that crossed everything. This is her damn character. Many did not believe that she could kill 100 people because she was an insanely arrogant splinter. However, now, looking at her, he was amazed when she grew up. Finally, the last needle was elongated, and paralysis stopped acting on it. H itself, Che-rin was glad that they met in this way, and also said that now she has become the head of the sect. However, even after that, she did not wait for the greeting of Hu-chan, and recalled that he should greet the head, even though he was retired. As a result, the guy had to fall to his knees, greeting the head of the sect. Only after that, she said that she was very lucky that she met an old acquaintance, because initially she was waiting for the first son of the sword estimate in this place, because she heard that he is often in these places. And now she could calmly get inside with Hu-chan. She explained that the reason for her arrival was that she received information about the advanced assassin number 29. Hu-chan quickly realized that it was Kama's serial number, and also remembered the golden rule of the assassin sect. The girl herself was surprised that number 29 failed her task, and realized that he could be considered dead, since he still did not show up. In addition, she said that the purpose of the visit was to get even with the 3rd master of the estate. After all, the main rule is no matter what, to complete the task. At this time, the Azure Ghost was tired of watching the training of Guyon Vaughn. Therefore, he decided to find out how much more he plans to do this. The young man realized that it was really too late. Therefore, he invited the girl to go somewhere to have dinner. As a result, while he read, Azure Ghost joyfully echoed food for both cheeks. She was really insanely tasty. She enjoyed food and alcohol. The reason was that one of the greatest pleasures in life was food for her. And she was sure that Guyon Vaughn would definitely understand this when she survived until her year. The guy was amazed at the fact that he had just treated the girl with dinner, allowing him to move into the maid, and the ghost appreciated it so. He even thought that perhaps it was worth doing from the very beginning. However, at this moment the girl's body began to fail. This was not the first time. because when she tried to master a more beautiful servant, in the end she almost killed her. The reason was that, apparently, an ordinary body was not able to withstand the spirit of such a high level. Finally, the green spirit saw that the guy was somehow very interested in shamanism. However, it seemed to him this is a fairly interesting topic, because among all books about shamanism, this book was the most interesting. But he already managed to read all the other books that the new moon had. Soon he decided to go further into reading until he felt something strange. They with azure spirits simultaneously turned around. At that moment, the azure ghost realized that it seems Guyon Vaughn had very much aggravated feelings. It was impossible to explain his reaction in any way. At this time, Hu-chan already brought the head of the sect of clothing, which is usually worn by maids. He himself understood that the situation was very critical. Since now there was the head of the sect, then at least it reached the highest peak. And if she finds out that he betrayed the guardian of Kuma, he will definitely kill him. Therefore, for starters, he decided to go out. Wait until the girl is changed. She only smiled, not understanding. Did Hu-chan not want to look at her? And she made it clear that such a chance falls quite rarely. However, she soon explained that it was just a joke. Nevertheless, she was grateful to the old acquaintance. It was much easier to get into the estate without his help. In addition, Chan said that he would also like to avenge his older brother. This was said only to hide that he was now working for Guyon Vaughn, so that he would not be killed in place. The girl was glad that Hu-chan was still a real assassin, although he was retired. She stated that she really believes him. And when the guy, smiling, turned away to leave, she paralyzed him with needles, after which she began to mock. She made it clear that all this was an arrogant lie. After all, since Chan did nothing after the death of his brother, it means that now he was devoted to someone else. It was funny to observe how he tried to pretend that he also wanted to kill Guyon Vaughn, while he was actually faithful to him. And then it became obvious, from the very beginning the girl already knew about everything, and he himself should understand this. Hye-che-rin herself was amazed that with the age of Hu-chan, it seemed completely wiser. He remained as miserable and stupid. It seems to him that it was even unknown to such a thing as studying in mistakes. That's why she believed that such incorrigible should just die. The guard wondered when everything went wrong. Everything was because of the murder of the real third son, and because he betrayed his older brother. Although it seems he perfectly understood that the reason was not that. He was weak, which is why everything was constantly changing. The assassin woman herself decided to adjust everything, as if he had killed Mr. Sok to avenge the master of Kuma, and then committed suicide. And in the end, he had already resigned to the fact that he would die no better than a dog. However, suddenly Guyon Va's hand broke through the wall. He applied the attachment ritual. Thus, he instantly knocked out the blade from the hands of the girl, after which he also burst himself, preventing her from killing his servant. At that moment, the assistant finally realized who his master was actually. He was a really insanely cool demon. Hye-che-rin quickly pulled Go-chana on himself, because of which he began to choke. Then, having put a knife to his neck, she ordered him to stand quietly. Unless, of course, he did not want to know what color the blood of his servant. At this moment, Hu-chan realized that for sure the head of the sect had made a certificate of Gyeonwen. But most likely, the report said only how bad it is in martial arts. Surely now the girl was shocked by the fact that the young master is able to use such advanced techniques as telekinesis. Surely now she believes that he has already reached the highest peak of martial arts. However, there is something important that she did not even suspect. He was literally a heartless demon who does not care about other people's lives. Therefore, when Gyeonwan waved his blade, Hu-chan was already saying goodbye to his life. But, to the surprise of those present, he threw the blade not in Che-rin, but stuck it straight to the floor. Then he demanded that the girl release his assistant as soon as possible. While he could not believe his luck, the master promised to forgive Che-rin for his misconduct. It became obvious to the girl. For sure the hero was madly appreciated by this man, and the guy admitted that he began to think differently lately. Therefore, if the van dies, for him it will be a serious loss. So he suggested that Rin leave while he gave her such an opportunity. And Go-chan sincerely could not believe that this demon, a young master, tried to save him. However, for what Rin, such words sounded like a real insult, because it was still the head of the assassin sect. Therefore, she decided to set the guy the conditions. To save this comrade, he had to kneel and pray so that she spared him. And obviously, she hoped that the third young master would never do anything. However, to his surprise, I saw that he really began to kneel. Even the Chan could not believe what he was seeing now. The fact that all this was done for the sake of some low-ranking hunter. However, in the last second, the hero grabbed his blade again. After that, he rushed straight towards the girl who sustained Go-chan. Then she was convinced that no one would kneel for the sake of such a loser. But suddenly she noticed something frightening. The attacker Gyeon-won looked not at her at all, but somewhere into the distance. At that moment she felt something strange stretched straight to her. The green spirit had already begun to wrap her body and tried to attack the girl. However, in the last second, she managed to evade such an unexpected attack. However, looking around, she exactly saw that there was no one in the room besides their three. Then the azure spirit was convinced that the girl was from the higher kingdom. At this level, people were able to feel the aura of the spirit, so from the very beginning she suspected that Hyo-rin would dodge. However, it seems, while she was evading, she forgot about someone else. At this point, having sneakered closer, Gyeon had already managed to attack her with his throwing knife, after which he approached the guard and took out paralyzing needles from his body. And then Cheol-rin did not finally believe her eyes, because Gyeonu-won really saved him. In addition, she felt some strange energy behind herself. However, she saw absolutely nothing, but at least the fact that the enemy made it clear that Gyeon-won was very weak. Given the power of the dagger, he was definitely not at the highest peak. Therefore, she needed to quickly end everything until she threw something yet. At that moment, Hu-chan noticed that she was going to use for a weapon. It was an ultimatical weapon of the assassin sect. For centuries, it has been called a quick execution with a needle. Seeing this needle, but not knowing its essence, Gyeon-won only believed that the girl decided to use not the most intelligent move. However, she understood how much her goal was mistaken. Gyeon was one, and did not know that this needle could only be used once. But even one hit is enough to kill the most experienced martial artist. Because when she threw the needle into it, he could no longer move. All due to the fact that it was created to pierce through those who have huge inner energy. Therefore, the enemy's power did not affect her, and the azure spirit could not save her master. The needle was already a couple of centimeters from his chest. But at that moment, Hu-chan managed to intervene in time. To the shock of everyone else, he set his body straight a blow. And in the end, the needle intended for Gyeon-won struck his chest. Obviously, Gyeon-won clearly did not expect such dedication from his guard. However, seeing how much he was wounded, the guy came into real rage. He immediately ordered a green spirit to deal with this girl. She immediately felt something was amiss, trying to attack with throwing needles. However, Gyeon-won was ahead of her, using the ritual of affection. As a result, he pulled all these needles to his hand, preventing them from getting into other vital points. The girl herself paid for a minute delay and was already in the gravity of the azure spirit. The ghost perfectly understood that Chae-rin should have escaped while she was still good. Finally, Chae-rin was in an unknown, invisible space before. Then she saw in front of her incredibly dissatisfied and evil Gyeon-won. He only said in displeasure that the course applied by Chae-rin was simply disgusting. And then the bloody hands of the azure spirit began to envelop and strangle her body. When it ended, her limp, dead body fell to the floor. And the young gentleman immediately approached his guard to understand what state he was in. It was very sad to see him dying, because he hoped that they would still work together. Therefore, he wanted to know why Go-chan did so desperately. However, he understood that his duty as a guard was to defend his master. In addition, Gyeon-won tried to save him, because of which he did not dare to betray him. After all, in the end, Gyeon-won was the only one who appreciated him. Everyone else betrayed his whole life. And with these thoughts, with a smile on his face, he let out the last spirit. The young man managed to close his eyes, as Azure Ghost had already appeared behind him. She could not believe that Hu-chan really let out his spirit, and then the guy noticed that his familiar was occupied by the dead body of Chae-rin. She was very pleased with this body, because she loved young and slender girls. However, soon even this body failed, and obviously she was angry that even a person who had reached the higher kingdom could not hold out for a long time. The mystical guest was really sad to see the dead Chan, because she believed that he should not have died like this. In addition, he did not even become a vengeful spirit, which means that in his life there were not so many regrets, since even after his death, he was satisfied. However, after thinking, the hero remembered the technique of calling the spirit of 6 seals. Obviously, the azure spirit did not yet understand what the young master intended, and he calmly explained that, indeed, perfumes are born out of strong hatred, but they can also appear if they are created along with dead energy and regrets. And since his energy core consisted of dead energy, he could use it. Therefore, he decided to make a vivitative spirit out of the Chan, using the confrontation spell. The frightened azure spirit tried to explain that this would definitely not work. However, Gyun did not listen, because he had nothing to lose. Therefore, he began to read out this spell, and soon the soul began to gradually leave the sphere from the body of the late guard. Finally, the hero was able to completely see her, after which he began to transmit his energy, drinking her soul of the deceased and making him his familiar spirit. Finally, the Azure Spirit realized that since the hero used his own dead key, that the guard would return to life as a familiar spirit. Now there was no doubt. However, the energy was too weak, it could disappear at any time due to the lack of a vessel. And the young man understood that in this case they needed to find this vessel as soon as possible. However, the Azure Spirit, it seems, absolutely did not understand where to find him. I have not yet understood that it was about the body that she had already managed to skip. At this time, Hu-chan in his mind was aware that he died. He felt insanely powerless, because he could not do anything with the fact that his soul was evaporating. He was wondering why he did this. Why did he try to save his master? However, he realized that his life was perhaps not so bad. But suddenly, among the chaos of his thoughts, he heard the familiar voice of his master. At that moment, Gyeonwon desperately tried to bring the guard of Hu-chan to his senses. Finally, he woke up, realizing that he was still alive. However, the master asked the man to carefully listen to him. He said that he used his dead energy to keep his soul in this kingdom. So now he was his familiar spirit, but his energy was too weak, so much that he could disappear at any moment. So I had to place it in the first body that hit, which could only be found. And unfortunately, in this place the body was only one. Therefore, they had to put him in the body of that murdered assassin girl. And finally, Hu-chan realized in which body he found himself. Immediately after that, the whole estate was filled with desperate cries of Hu-chan. He begged the young master to return his body back, because being in the woman's body was too much for him. However, the hero warned that in this case he would disappear. If you look for another body, then they will have to finally solve the problem with Che-rin. And Go-chan understood that the gentleman was right. Moreover, then he will have to fight with the sect of the Assassins of the Wing, as soon as they know about the death of the head. So, the situation was extremely hopeless. However, the Azure Ghost considered this a real blessing, because even she, a ghost of the highest level, could not be in this body. Obviously, Hu-chan was madly scared to see an unknown girl. However, now, when he became a ghost, he clearly felt the difference in forces. From one glance at her, he already felt which river of blood reaches for this woman. It was surprising that the gentleman had been walking with such a strong creature all this time. At that moment, the Azure Ghost asked Go-chan to calm down and not to make such a terrible expression on his face, because he should be glad that he had received the body in general. In addition, he should have rejoiced that he just moved from the second-rate master to the master of the highest peak. The young master wanted to check what abilities he had now. Therefore, without warning, having swung, he tried to attack the guy with his foot. However, he, like lightning, evaded this blow. The guard did not even have time to be indignant when the hero stated that his abilities had changed a lot. Hu-chan himself felt this, because now he could move as he had not yet known. Only the highest peak was capable of this. The Azure Ghost hoped that now he was pleased with his new body, but he was still embarrassed that he became a woman. However, the Azure Ghost understood that he could enjoy his body enough when no one would look at him. The hero even promised that when the time comes, he would certainly change his body to male. However, soon someone unknown knocked on the room to the young master. It was a servant from the inner chamber. As soon as Gyeongwon opened the doors, he immediately told very good news. They were that the head of the estate finally woke up after his illness. Somewhere at this time, the Taoist master of the pavilion of the ghostly spirit had already watched the estate. He quickly recognized the same house where there was a new moon and where the insolents lived, who decided to challenge them. However, obviously this work was very difficult. After all, around the estate, he clearly felt the will of the ghosts. Initially, he only wanted to observe the estate of the sword and did not expect to see this. After all, the will of the ghost is the shape of the barrier. He will be caught as soon as he touches him. However, suddenly he saw something strange that was happening nearby. The maids tried to put the first young master in order, because he was insanely drunk and could not in this form to meet with his father. However, it had to be brought to life, because other young gentlemen have already gathered to greet the chapter. And the shaman quickly realized that the collection of heirs is a great situation. In this case, Gyeonwon will definitely have to go to the chambers of the head of the estate. So, if he separates that familiar spirit from Gyeonwon, he will be able to get rid of and kill the young man while he is completely alone. The servant was waiting for some kind of reaction of the young master. He, smiling, pretended to be very moved by such wonderful news. He stated that he felt a huge relief. But in fact, the awakening of the chapter was a huge problem, because the struggle for power will become very annoying, so he wanted to leave before this happened. In addition, at that moment the guard said that the head would like to see all the young gentlemen. Since there was no choice left, the young man asked his guard to stay and clean. And Go-chan immediately realized what exactly he had to do, namely, his body, while the Azure Ghost followed Gyeonvol to guard the boy. Here is the edited text without changing the content, but with the correction of errors and stylistic shortcomings. Finally, exhaling calmly, Hu-chan looked back at his body. He could not believe that he would once had to do this. In addition to harvesting his body, there was another big problem. Namely the fact that now he was in the body of the head of the assassin's sect. To begin with, the young man looked around to make sure that there was no one nearby. Then I decided to undress to change clothes to a more appropriate guard. At that moment, looking at his lustful face, the azure ghost was convinced of her innocence. Obviously, the girl immediately retired. Echidna laughed while Hu-chan burned with embarrassment. Soon the liner returned to the master and explained that she was going to look at one idiot. However, the details did not go. But soon, due to the turn, Gyeon-won saw a long familiar face. It was his younger brother, and he clearly looked very angry. The ghost was clearly surprised that the young man still managed to survive. Although she noticed that the color of his skin became a little different, at least she did not feel a violation of his strength. Gyeon-won politely greeted his younger brother, while he began to viciously shout at him. An angry relative wanted to know if the hero tried to apply the secret technique that he shared with him. And Gyeon-won, pretending that he does not understand what the point is, he decided to find out what problems he had. Then he honestly admitted that he really decided not to miss a chance, and also tried to study the secret technique of their family. Obviously, the juice of Yu-chun could not understand why, in this case, Gyeong-won looked quite normal. He even considered that perhaps he himself had a less understanding of technology than his older brother. The azure ghost could only be surprised at the naivety of this guy. However, suddenly the mysterious Deva felt something strange nearby. She felt that someone entered the territory of her barrier. However, I did not understand how someone could have so much courage in order to join here so fearlessly. She considered a man a fool, since he came even when he saw her area. The owner of the barrier quickly realized that for sure their guest was someone from the spiritual pavilion, so when the beauty quickly left, the hero treated this with understanding. Seeing the smile of the older brother, the juice of Yu-chun finally realized that Gyeon-won was not going to share with him how to study the secret technique. Soon they all together went into the hall, where they saw the first lady, as well as the first two brothers. Obviously, Yun-pyeon could not but be embarrassed that Gyeon was entering with Yu-chun. At this time, the first lady put her son in order, ordering him not to speak too much. From his behavior, Yun-pyeon was already sick. The second son was disgusted to look at his older brother. In addition, he wanted to know why their father called them. The reason to call their sons after awakening can be only one: the definition of the heir. The Esok Yu-chun himself understood that he did not care whether the technique, given Gyeon, was the right or not, because now he will definitely become the heir. Gyeon-won was more worried about rumors that the head was one of the 10 strongest masters of the whole province. While he was lying in his bed, it was incomprehensible. But now he definitely felt the energy of a powerful person. Finally, the doors opened, and the head invited all his sons to enter. And as soon as they were inside, they immediately bowed and greeted their father. Then Gyeon-won finally saw his father and what the man was, the head of the soccer estate. He also looked back at his brothers and saw how much they worried. Therefore, he understood everything. Initially, he was interested in why everyone was so concerned about whether the head would survive or not. And the matter was not at all in his status. Just all the sons remembered his authority. In addition, Gyeong-won was surprised. Even though the chapter was on the verge of death for a long time, even the muscle did not pull on his face. The weakness is not visible at all, as if there was no disease. It became obvious. This man was really a real chapter. From here the question came from, what kind of creature could be wounded by such a strong person? Events moved to the organizational hall. There was an extension to the external hall. There, a man, sitting among the mountain of corpses, found out that the head of the estate escaped death. This was reported to him by his close assistant. However, the man wanted to know how the assistant learned about this information. He explained that he heard the cry of Guodiao, the familiar of one of the shamans in the mountains. Laughing, the man finally realized that, apparently, the master Tausit, who healed the head of the disease, intervened. Obviously, how their next step was, he will have to personally take up the head. However, at that moment he noticed that among the mountain of corpses there was one surviving man. Genetizing, he decided to find out if he had a rest enough before his death. In less than a second, after these words he cut his head, after which he left the door. Then he ordered all his assistants to go on the road straight to the Sox estate. At this moment, the chapter decided to find out from the sons if they guess why he gathered them all here. Obviously, everyone else, even the eldest sons, hesitated, without talking. However, Gyeon-won quickly suggested that in order to choose his heir, Obviously, the brothers considered that the third son finally survived the mind, since he said this about it, and the head quickly felt that the boy had changed, and the words of his assistant were true. When he woke up, he reported to him that he was saved by his third son, and that he alone stopped the crazy Taos, who had mastered the mystical creature. At first, the chapter thought that this was just an accident, or he simply lied for the sake of obtaining the position of the chapter. But seeing this child now, which before could not look into his eyes, but now he led himself so calmly, he saw that something happened to him. Therefore he announced that he would like to know which of his sons was the most worthy. This should have been a thorough check to clarify the qualities they need. However, Gyun raised his hand. He explained that he did not want to take part in this audit. Everyone understood that this means that he does not want to take the post of chapter. But the first and second brother understood that it was even better, because if he did not apply for a position, then they will have fewer problems. The chapter was interested in knowing the reasons for this behavior Gyeon won. However, the answer was simple. He simply did not consider himself worthy. And the chapter was really interested to know how his son came to this conclusion. However, he confidently stated that he simply did not get the necessary qualities. He lagged behind in many respects in comparison with his brothers, even with his younger brother. Therefore, he believed that it would be better to choose as the head of someone valiant or achieved certain achievements. He did not fit any of the conditions, so he did not consider himself suitable and was not going to become the head. After that, everyone was silent in amazement, and the brothers squinted at their youngest. However, the head, having stood a couple of seconds, burst out laughing loudly. In fact, he was convinced that the boy had changed a lot. Apparently, he saved him simply of his own free will, not out of his desire to become the head. Moreover, he began to think about himself from the side, and was eagerly inferior to his position for the prosperity of the estate. The chapter was pleased to look at her sons growing up, and he considered him more than worthy. However, I decided to find out why the boy evaluates himself so low, simultaneously taking off his clothes. Then the terrible picture was introduced to everyone, and it was explained that some time ago he was attacked by an assassin killer, cut off his hand while trying to escape. It is the third son who saved him from death. He reminded Gyeong-won of his words of appointing the heir to an effective candidate. He believed that Gyeong-won had already proved that he was worthy of this place. Junpyong's juice was worried. He initially heard that something had happened, but he could not believe that Gyeon was capable of something like that. After all his life before that he considered him just a weak jerk. However, Gyun-won was struck by something completely different. He remembered how he found his grandfather dead near the burned house, and now the scar which was on the right side of the chapter. It was the same symbol that he's been looking for so long, the one who was engraved on the grave of his grandfather. It was a sign that it remained like a stamp on his chest. And also after that meeting with that person, these scars were on his stomach, and these scars constantly burned with a black flame. And finally, Gyeon-won was convinced that it was exactly that person. However, unexpectedly the chapter felt something strange. Quickly aroused, he looked around, trying to understand what was happening. And at that moment they heard the cry of the servant. He brought the chapter an urgent report that the enemies were attacked on them. Now the guard fought fiercely, trying to protect the main gate. They understood that they at least need to hold out until the arrival of their chapter. At this time, the enemy commander himself passed the mountain of corpses to the gate. However, from one glance at the gate, he realized that they certainly could not hold out for a long time. Then he spun in the attack to demolish them in one movement. And soon the attack was so deadly that the doors were erased from the face of the earth. Then, letting his warriors inside, he ordered to find the same thing. The shaman of Pavilion Phoenix was nearby. Applying the technique of hiding the presence, he tried to understand what was happening. He barely managed to lure the blue spirit into his trap, and now he was in such a situation that he was unlikely to be able to find Gyeon-won. However, it was pleased that the rest would not be noticed thanks to a special skill. However, soon behind his back he felt something frightening. It was the art of shamanism that came from the assistant who attacked. Having read the spell, he quickly dispelled the camouflage that the pavilion shaman used. After that, in a moment approaching, he grabbed the man by the neck and began to strangle him. The shaman quickly realized that his opponent was a minimum of the moon level, who managed to apply his skill straight in contact with him. The assistant began to strangle the man while he was trying to understand what kind of mysterious group attacked the estate. The shaman quickly realized that perhaps it was the organization of shamans, which violated the unspoken rule and subordinate to Murem's large organization. The assistant at this time demolished the man's head, his score for the fact that he dared to intervene in the affairs of the assassins of the dungeon. The leader noticed his assistant, who was just engaged in extermination. He quickly realized that this was the person who possessed a familiar beast. However, he recalled that their main goal is to find the very thing, so they have already set off together directly to the main estate, where the head himself was to return their treasure. At this time, the head himself, armed with his blade, was indignant as someone dared to attack them. He roared loudly, demanding an explanation of who dared to invade the great estate of the sword, and had already sentenced them to death. Then he led his sons into battle to protect the estate and people living here. However, at some point, Guyon Vaughn separated from the rest of the people. Watching the massacre, he understood that he could absolutely not explain what was happening. However, now, due to such a massacre, no one will notice his disappearance. The young man was still thinking about the scars saw on the body of the chapter, and regretted that he could not find out more about this. In addition, he even began to think to go and help him recapture the offensive. However, he felt something strange that literally soared around his body. At that moment, a spy that tried to kill him was already attacked by a guy from the back. However, the hero with a light movement of his hand knocked out his sword and killed the enemy with his own blade. Then, from the body of the defeated, it began to get even more black energy. Then he realized that it was the energy of grief and suffering. He felt a sense of bliss that he usually received when he killed. It was an ideal situation for him, like a feast, and he wanted to absorb all this energy. However, it was obviously too dangerous to sit and circulate chi like this. But suddenly Hu-chan ran up to him. She tried to understand whether the young master is in order. He explained that he had changed clothes, when suddenly a whole crowd burst from nowhere. However, Gyonu-won understood. The assistant arrived just in time. He asked Hu-chan to defend him while he continues to circulate his inner energy. The guard believed that this was not the right time and place. However, nevertheless, she began to defend the master when the assassins began to get to him. At this moment, the young man began to recover the dead koi, generated by the deaths of dozens. He felt a complete emotional gamut that the dying experienced. It was very pure. In addition, it was at least twice as much as he received from the shell beast. But soon he realized that he was mistaken. The energy was even 3 times greater than that time. At that moment, the fighting, Chan realized that there were too many enemies. At least some help would not have prevented her, and she wanted to know where the frightening woman-ghost woman went. However, suddenly the defender saw the head of the external hall Sanvu Bake. Having rejoiced, Go-chan remembered that according to the master, another family spirit lived in his body. Therefore, she began to joyfully call a demonic monk to help. However, he absolutely did not respond to her call. After that, in just a moment, her body was divided into 2 parts. Behind the murdered, the head of this offensive appeared. It seemed funny to him that during such an attack, the boy was sitting and continued to circulate his ki. Then Hu-chan realized that she could not defeat this person. The whole body literally shouted about the incomprehensible and overwhelming force. He, as if nothing had happened, only looked in surprise only at Guyon Vaughn. The frightened Hu-chan tried to reach out to the young master to wake up. She wanted to warn that the enemy was approaching, and she could not stop him. However, no matter how she screams, the guy did not budge, and she could not touch him, because then the rejection of ki would cause and stop his circulation. She was simply beyond the power to stop such a strong person. And besides, the enemy instantly turned out to be a step away from Guyon Vaughn himself. He saw that the circulation of this boy was unusual. Therefore, I decided to check what would happen if he touches him. At this moment, Hu-chan literally burst into tears from his helplessness. However, jumping up, the warrior remembered that the martial arts of the assassin sect in the blood were kept in the memory of Che-rin. Therefore, she hoped that in this way she could at least slightly pull the time for the young master. Then she began to circle, attacking the enemy from all sides, and then crept up from behind to apply the technique of quiet murder. However, the enemy was very smart and quickly unraveled her intentions. Then it also easily threw the girl away with 1 finger. He warned that if she again became in his way, he would not regret and kill her. And after Hu-chan crashed into the wall with such force, she could no longer rise. She could only scream, asking the young master to finally woke up. The man only wanted to touch Guyon Wan's head with his hand, but something stopped him. Therefore, he decided to simply demolish his head with his sword. But in time he was prevented by the head of the estate, who stood up for his child. After that, the incredible occurred, the release of their internal energies. However, despite the fact that the man so convincingly defended his son, his health left much to be desired. Immediately blood poured out of his mouth, making it clear in what weak condition it was. The striker himself was only surprised that the chapter was so weakened that even such a blow was beyond his power. But in the end, he decided to make the chapter 1 single proposal. If he wanted to avoid the fall of his estate, he had to give them a treasure that had previously stolen them. At this time, The Azure Ghost finally finished the persecution of that beast. However, she believed that he wanted to lure her somewhere. But in the end he simply took and died, which means that his master was also dead. It was also obvious that the hero could not kill the shaman who controlled this beast, because he was an unknown level. This meant only one thing. Something more dangerous invaded the estate. It was even difficult to imagine how dangerous this person was. At that moment, Gyeonwon finally finished his meditation. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw that everything around was completely destroyed. Looking around, the young man saw how everyone crowded on the training field of the estate. The head calmly sat opposite the attacking man. Gyeonwon realized why there was so little deadly ki, but he was very disappointed that the battle ended so quickly. Stepping closer, he decided to find out from the guard what happened here. As a result, he said that the head of the estate decided to give up. When they all clashed on the battlefield, the head of the estate immediately realized that this enemy was beyond his power. Therefore, instead of giving his head to blow his head, he immediately announced that he was surrendering. He vowed to return the thing that belonged to the attackers, but demanded that the man promise that he would leave them alone. However, he only laughed, because it seemed to him that the battle ended too quickly. He did not even manage to have fun, but still he swore with his name that he would retreat. He vowed with the name of the King of the Light, one of the 5 kings of the Association of the Sky and the Earth. And finally, Chan understood everything. Who kind of man he was. Now the guard told Gyeonwon that it was an extremely dangerous organization, one of the 3 influential organizations of Murim. Their goal was to unite the whole world, and for the sake of her, they stained this world in the color of the blood. So many people shuddered only with one mention of them. And despite the fact that the Estate of the Sword is a large clan, they cannot cope with the association. After that, Chana pointed to that man, one of the strongest people in the world of Murim. He was also a king, one of the 5 kings of the Association of Heaven and Earth. His name was the King of Light, a young dream. In fact, if a young dream wanted it, he would have erased the estate from the face of the earth. Therefore, the head of the estate ordered him to give him a treasure that subordinates are already carrying here. However, Go-chan understood that the treasures that they are looking for was not here. After all, it was supposed to be under the treatment room. Now the man demanded that the chapter tell where the secret book made of human skin was located, the very treasure of their association. Go-chan understood how serious everything was. He suggested simply to be silent and pretend that they had nothing to do with it. However, at that moment the head also headed straight to Gyeonwon. Father asked his son to rest, because he saw how the boy circulated chi after a wound. However, the guy wanted to know where that scar on the body of the chapter came from. He wanted to know who the sign was left for. At that moment, the servants finally found a box and provided her dream to Yun. He was beside himself with joy when he saw her intact and safety. And the head realized that now is not the time for this conversation, and promised to tell everything later. However, Gyeongwon explained that he wanted to know everything now, because he wanted to make a deal. At this moment, a young dream opened the box, rejoicing that their treasure would finally return to them, and Gyeon, but he promised that he would help the chapter to deal with this situation. After all, the box that Yun had just received was completely empty. At this moment, when the man himself understood this, he began to literally shine with deadly energy. At this time, the First Lady saw Gyunvon's cunning gaze and realized that only he was to blame. She was going to expose him so that he became a dead man. However, in the box, she noticed the well-known earrings. These were the earrings that the head gave her on their first anniversary. She turned to Gyunvon, quickly noticing his cunning smile. The hero himself was the first to understand that these earrings belonged to the First Lady, and the head immediately shouted, trying to understand why his son did this. The angry King of Light, tired of these jokes, realized that the woman condemned herself to a terrible death. The head immediately asked his son to stop, but he only poured oil into the fire. He continued to scream, proving to everyone that these earrings belonged exactly to the First Lady. He believed that she was very cruel, since she did so vilely in a difficult situation for them. However, the noble lady tried to justify herself, writing off this for misunderstanding and a setup. If she really took this book, there would be no prior to put her own earrings there. Therefore, she was sure that behind this setup there was someone else. But before she had time to say anything, as a dream, Yun already tried to demolish her head. And just the head of the estate defended her. Yun's dream quickly realized that the First Lady had no idea where their secret teaching was. However, he warned that in this case she was useless, and he could kill her. At that moment, looking at the aggravated situation, Gyeon-won suggested that his father tell everything. The King of the Light decided to take revenge on the head of the estate, who dared to mock the association of the sky and the earth, killing one of the servants straight before his eyes. He punished him for hiding their own secret teaching. The chapter promised that he would tell about everything later, but Gaion 1 explained that it was better not to carry out negotiations. In addition, he did not understand why the chapter allows these people to die. The young man suspected that perhaps he wanted to reveal his secret to him when the situation would get worse. However, at that moment one of the assistants to the First Lady performed. She stated that there were people in the estate who were beneficial for the death of the First Madame, and it was these people who stood for everything. She already knew that someone made his way to secret teaching, and I was sure that it was those people who put the earrings there. In addition, in the basement, where the treasure of their associations was stored, there was also a secret teaching available only to the heads of the estate, and both brothers quickly remembered how they received the first volume of this art. Therefore, the woman considered it logical that the criminal was the current owner of the exercise, and ordered to immediately begin searches and interrogations. Obviously, both brothers immediately shouted that it was complete nonsense, and the guard lied. However, it seemed to the king of the world that in the words of the woman there was a meaning, and the first thing was to interrogate those who reacted so sharply. As a result, the head understood how sad the situation was. He said that this man nicknamed the Phantom Sword did with him. He left the mark. Everything that the chapter knew, this man was the owner of 6 heavens and 8 stars, and he hoped that now Gaion was pleased. The father demanded that the guy finally bring here a secret teaching here. However, Gaion was not going to do this, because he finally recognized the name of his enemy. But suddenly he heard the ringing of bells. The young man quickly realized that this was one of the tools when working shamans. And then everyone remained witnesses of how the demonic monk began to leave the maid's body. From the very beginning, the shaman became clear that someone was clearly trying to deceive their chapter. Gaion Vaughn quickly drew attention to the shaman behind his back, and only by his aura he was able to conclude that he was very dangerous. The shaman himself, without wasting time, decided to begin the expulsion of the ghost. After the spell read, the body of the demonic monk began to wriggle, like the body of the maid in which he was. This energy managed to hurt even the Ho-chan himself, who was unlikely to be able to stay in the body of Che-rin. At that moment, the shaman decided to send this evil spirit to hell. However, at the last moment, Gaion 1 prevented him from finishing this technique. Obviously, the rest of the assassins rushed to his defense, and this attack did not have any effect. However, this guy managed to interest the shaman. Having driven the assassins away and approaching the young man, he realized that the boy had seen the ghost, Gaion, but he pretended not to understand what was being discussed, actually realizing that he had to intervene so as not to lose a demonic monk. After all, he felt that he was in front of him as a strong man as the King of Light himself. Since the guy pretended that he did not understand anything, the shaman decided to get rid of sinister creatures near him. After that, the whole body of a demonic monk began to permeate incredible pain. Looking at how the maid of the First Lady rushes in pain, it became obvious that others did not even understand what was happening now. The shaman also knew that people needed talent in order to master martial arts, but to become a shaman, luck was needed. The best that the future spirit spell can get is special eyes, because you can train many required qualities, but it is still impossible to see the spirit. In other words, Gyeongwon was literally born in order to become a shaman. By the way, this shaman also did not see the spirits, so Gyeon could be proud of such a gift of fate. When the boy continued to pretend that he did not understand what was being discussed, the shaman decided to slightly change the question. Continuing to read out the equipment, he decided to find out why the guy stopped him, and at that moment, pillars of light began to appear around the demonic monk. Hu-chan, who was also a soul, felt power and understood what pain the monk experienced. The shaman explained that usually the evil spirit does not obey man, but he definitely felt that the demonic monk obeys the will of the young man. Therefore, he wanted to know how the boy managed to achieve this. Only after the answer to this question will he let him go away. However, Gyeon 1 himself began to read out his own spell. As soon as it was finished, another, already blue fire arose around a demonic monk. In this blue flame, the spirit remained intact and unharmed. The shaman quickly realized that the boy stopped his equipment, using it against himself. He thought that someone taught him shamanism. However, Gyeonwon seemed that this should not be studied. It became obvious. The hero simply copied the equipment, looking at it once. The locking technique of 4 peaks is an advanced technique that masters who have reached the rank of the moon can use. And this boy managed to use it inside his technique and understand how to do this for a fraction of a second. This means that not only special eyes were given to him. Therefore soon the shaman simply laughed, not believing such luck, but then decided to apply the release technique on the demonic monk. Turning to the king of the world, he explained that he does not care about the rest. They would survive or not, but he wanted to get this boy for himself. And obviously, everyone else discovered their mouths in surprise, realizing what his assistant carries for nonsense. However, the shaman, without explaining, considered that its number of merits is enough to express his request. And in the end, the dream of Yoon agreed, but explained that he would kill everyone else. At that moment, the frightened chapter turned to his son, begging him to do anything. He remembered that he had made a promise that he could not refuse. Therefore, when the dream of Yoon aimed at other servants, he asked him to stop. The young man confidently stated that the thing he was looking for was with him. When the dream of Yoon demanded to name where the secret teaching was specifically, he pointed to his head. And he explained that he remembered everything perfectly, and he burned the book itself. However, after these words, Yoon's dream only laughed. He considered that it was another lie because he knew very well that this book could not be destroyed. It could not be burned or broken, because it was protected by something more powerful. This is exactly what the book was. Therefore, since Gyeonu-won decided to lie to him, then the best decision would be to kill him. He ordered everyone to remember what the end would be in cases of lies. However, the man stopped at the last moment. Then the hero explained that the cover of the book did not burn. Only the pages written in blood burned. And then the man froze, not understanding how the boy managed to find out that the book was written in blood. After all, this was unknown to many. Only the most chosen from the Apex knew about it. Therefore, he decided that perhaps the guy looked into this book. However, it was even more difficult for him to believe in it. After all, anyone who tried to open the book eventually died. If he was telling the truth, then he simply could not kill this boy, because he received an order to return the book at all costs. Therefore, he ordered the hero to tell him all the contents. When he retells the book, he will be able to understand whether it is or a lie, based on the said words. Gyeon-woon understood that he could come up with something on his own, but this deception will quickly reveal if the king read the book. Therefore, he decided that he could voice only a couple of lines. However, when he came closer to Yoon's dream, he saw blood under his feet. Then he heard the voice of the azure ghost, who watched everything from the top of the building. She warned that the boy would die if he utters at least one line from this book. Then Gyeong-won finally realized what the girl was experiencing for feelings. Strong enough to absorb the entire estate, so powerful that even he felt them. This meant that now Azure Ghost experienced very deep and immense rage. And the same rage was aimed at the dream of a young man and all people from the association of heaven and earth. He did not know why the Azure Ghost hates them so much, but based on her words, it became obvious that they should not recognize the contents of the secret teaching. However, he also did not know what to tell him. He understood that he would definitely die if he did not say anything, and then Azure Ghost would die with him. However, unlike the spirit who had nothing to lose, he was not going to die until he took revenge. And she perfectly understood his feelings and fears. Therefore, she asked the mortal to repeat exactly behind her, word for word. It became obvious. The girl was going to replace the words of something else. But if the king knows the text of the book, he will understand that he is lying. However, the girl asked the guy to trust her and did everything exactly as she would show. At that moment, the dream of Yoon has already begun to resent that the boy says nothing. However, Gyeon-won, going up to one of the assassins, grabbed a blade and a scroll from him. Then he calmly stopped straight in front of Jun's dream. At this moment, instead of a sword, a Lapisaur himself pulled out a hairpin for her hair. After something that she did with a hairpin, he began to do it with his blade. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. After that, the guy began to accurately repeat all the words she said. And the more the dream of Yoon watched this technique, the more he understood that all the movements of the boy were impeccable and elegant. At the same time, powerful. He showed a literally perfect technique for owning a sword. The king had the feeling that he was watching the master himself, because he did not see a single miss or mistake. It was undoubtedly the very technique of the sword of the lunar vessel, which they have been looking for all this time. All people were sure that she was lost hundreds of years ago, but this was not so, although the king himself did not fully believe that he would be able to stumble upon her once. However, when the boy continued to read the words, the frightened dream of Yoon stopped him. After all, it is impossible for anyone to hear them. Therefore, he immediately rushed to stop the young man, and the boy realized that this would be enough to prove the veracity of his words. However, the man understood that now there was another problem for him. This technique could be studied by few chosen ones from their clan. So, he will have to make the boy tell everything, and then kill him. Understanding his intention, the shaman quickly stopped the king of the world. It became obvious that Gyeon-won greatly interested the shaman. Even Yoon's dream himself would like to take him to him, because the young man managed to cope with what even their association was not capable of. However, the technique of the sword of the lunar vein should not succumb to someone of its level. He had a strange talent, superior to his understanding of technology. Obviously, it would be a pity to just kill such a person. Therefore, he began to guess what should be done with the boy. However, at that moment, Gyeonwon tried to cut his own neck with a sword. In the last second, Yoon's dream managed to stop this madman. Obviously, even the shaman was scared, not wanting to lose a possible student. And the hero was only convinced by their violent reaction that the knowledge of this technique for them had extreme value. The King of the Light already realized. If he had not stopped the young man, he would really cut his throat. And now the guy began to blackmail them, because since he knew such a valuable technique, he would not give it anywhere so simply to the enemies. His first demand was to take him with them. Obviously, such a desire struck everyone, from the head to the Gyeonwon brothers. And the King of the Light himself could not believe that the boy voluntarily wanted to go to the association of the sky and earth. The hero knew that Yoon's dream understood. He could not be eliminated by a secret threat or torture. In addition, the association now could not even kill him, so he decided to use them in order to finally leave the estate of the Soka sword. Soon, when the time came, he was thrown into the carriage, and they hit the road. From all sides, he was surrounded by the assassins who made sure that the guy did not escape. He himself was completely connected, becoming a prisoner of the association of the sky and the earth. However, the juice of Yuchun did not understand why he was grabbed with his brother. At this time, assassins stopped everyone, offering to take a break for half an hour before proceeding to the path. At this time, Sok Yuchun himself recalled how he ended up in the situation. 4 hours ago, the King of Light immobilized Gyeonwon and demanded that the head of the sword pay the rest of the debt. The reason for this was that the theft of the treasures of the association of the sky and the earth cannot be so easy to close your eyes. Therefore, the dream of Yoon demanded 2 things. The estate of the sword was obliged to isolate for 10 years, and their heir was taken as a hostage. The association appreciated the power of anything most of all, so I decided to choose the strongest. And the strongest among the brothers was precisely the juice of Yuchun, although he clearly did not expect him to recognize the heir so. In addition, he was really perfectly attached, made sure that he could not get out or use his inner key. He did not understand why he was also not imprisoned, unlike Gyeonwon, because he would like to be unconscious, like his brother. He had a clearly unenviable fate. Literally this morning, he hoped that he would become the head of the estate, and became a hostage. However, suddenly he felt something strange. There was a feeling that there was someone else in the room, although only he and his older brother should be here, who could not wake up in any way, because he used the acupuncture. However, I did not have to guess for a long time. When Gyeonwon took off his mask, it quickly became clear that he had come to his senses. Sok Yuchun immediately decided to find out when Gyeonwon managed to do this. But he, without answering the question, suggested concluding a deal. If Yuchun was ready to tell him something, in return he would untie him. He wanted to know who was the phantom sword of 6 heavens and 8 stars. And also, can the phantom sword be in the association of the sky and the earth? Sok Yuchun heard such rumors, although he understood that they could not be trusted. However, these rumors made the situation even more strange in his eyes. At that moment, the azure spirit, which already resolved the question outside, unexpectedly to Gyeonwon. Gyeonwon quickly kept his promise and untied the boy. The boy quickly realized that Gyeonwon wanted to escape, and worried that this would affect their estate. However, Gyeonwon was little interested in this, so he immobilized his brother. Then he quickly went to the call of the azure spirit. The ghostly woman calmly explained that she cleared the path, and they had to go until the shaman returned. However, when the guy entered the ground, he quickly felt something strange. Although he did not understand what happened, he did not show that something was wrong, so they went on. The girl insisted that she had to hurry. At this moment, the hero wanted to use Qigong. Without doubting his abilities, he began to strengthen internal energy. Immediately after that, he rushed at an incredible speed, flying literally like a bird. This method of movement was much faster than ordinary running. His body was felt much more dexterous and easier, and this means that he will need much less time to escape than he expected. However, he suddenly noticed something strange, so he quickly stopped. He made it clear to the azure ghost that they have been running in circles, and he pointed to the tree that he met for the 4th time. The azure spirit quickly realized that the guy suspected that they had trapped. However, she believed that he was mistaken, because she would have long understood if it were so. Therefore, she wrote off everything on the rumbling key at Gyeonwon and invited them to hurry. However, he pretended to be an ankle because he was inexperienced, and asked to stop. The azure ghost decided to help the boy. However, when she touched the sore ankle, her hand passed through his body. Immediately after that, the hero grabbed the azure spirit by the neck and began to strangle, all in order to find out who she really is. Obviously, the ghost was angry, demanding that the guy let her go. And then the guy was convinced that this is definitely not the one who betrayed himself. After all, the azure ghost, which he knew, would have long been freed because of his grip. Then he completely broke this illusion, explaining that the imposter definitely should not try to copy it. And if he already tried, then he should have tried much better. Immediately after that, only a small doll appeared on the girl's place, and he began to read out the spell in order to scatter this illusion. And soon the world around him cracked. Behind this barrier, he saw a standing shaman. He was surprised that someone managed to dispel a high-level spell, which forces the enemy to perceive the doll as a person whom he trusts. In addition, Gyeonwon managed to do this in just a couple of minutes. Therefore, the shaman demanded that the young man become his student. However, the guy was thinking more about how to kill this person. He saw that now there are literally 10 steps between them. There was nobody nearby, and before the shaman does something, Gyeon will already kill him. To begin with, he stepped closer, but some forces began to cut his skin. Then he realized that he was trapped, and the shaman explained that he had already taken care of possible risks. If the boy tries to do something, then his body will be moved into pieces. He warned that the hero needs to carefully take care to survive in such a harsh world. This was his first lesson as a student. And when Gyeonu-won stated that he had not yet given his consent, the shaman only said in displeasure that the guy had no determination at all. When the doll, thrown by the shaman, was in his hands, he realized that it was a demonic monk, but he did not feel energy in him at all. The shaman himself decided to give the boy advice. In the association of the sky and the earth, he can die at any moment if the elder wants to so much. It will be difficult for him to survive if he does not become someone else's student. And in the end, having ceased to argue, Gyeon agreed. However, he also had a condition. He did not feel the energy from the doll at all, which means that the shaman used some kind of spell, and Gyeon-won wanted to learn him. The shaman only laughed, realizing that from the very beginning the boy could be convinced with the use of skills, and explained that he would teach him, because he was still about to do this. But for starters, he had to take an oath. The shaman gave him a bracelet. On him, Gyeon was supposed to swear that he, the son of the Indan Sakuri, would become a student of Eigen. After these words, he will not be able to harm Yugen in any way, because the shaman himself understood that one cannot trust the one who just planned to kill him. As a result, Gyeong-won did not see problems to agree to this conference. So, as soon as he swore, he noticed that the characters lit up on the beads, after which he agreed to become a student of Eigen. He silently watched the action of the bracelet of the damned words. If you swear in it, while you wear it, then the rest of your life you can't disobey the orders of the one to whom you took an oath. Eigen was one of those who gets everything he wants. He used this method whenever he wanted to get a student. Immediately after that, he threw the same book to the boy. These were the secrets of the dead. He wrote this book himself. The spell needed for Gyeon-won was also there, so he demanded that the boy learn everything and return the book back to him. To begin with, the guy decided to find out if the teacher was going to remove the barrier from him. However, the desired spell was also inside the book, and Eigen gave him 2 hours to complete the entire task. He advised the hero not to check what would happen if he could not cope with the task in 2 hours. The guy was surprised that they started training so quickly, although he was not against it. And the azure ghost, as soon as she saw that the shaman had gone, joyfully went downstairs. Gyeon-won immediately tried to check her and grab her hand. However, she only snorted rather, looking at his actions. Then she began to laugh, recalling how funny Gyeon-won ran around, being in his illusion. But having calmed down, the ghost warned that the bracelet worn by the guy was very powerful, and she wanted to know why he took an oath. And when it turned out that everything was for the sake of the book, it seemed to her that this no longer reminiscent of the former Gyeon-won. However, in order to demonstrate that the bracelet did not mean anything, Gyeon-won calmly removed the bracelet from his hand. Having twisted it in his fingers, he explained that in order to take an oath, you need to use your real name. However, he is not Gyeon, and also the head of the estate was not his father. Having interested, the azure ghost decided to find out what the boy was going to do. It turned out that he changed his mind to run away, but instead he decided to become a student of this shaman. The woman was already very unhappy that he was going to join the association of the sky and earth. However, the hero honestly said that he had heard not so long ago. It is that the phantom sword can be an association. In addition, his brother said that Murim was called 6 heavens and 8 stars. Those whose skill reached heaven was called 6 heaven, and having reached less heights, still remaining the embodiment of human perfection, they called 8 stars. And the phantom sword was one of the 8 stars. He was the most famous among them over the past 17 years. This monster killed several experienced masters of orthodox martial arts. So many thought that a phantom sword from the royal palace or the association of the sky and the earth. And then the hero realized that perhaps he could meet this person if he goes to the association. Therefore, he himself decided that he could become a student of Aigun. He thought that in this way he would be able to infiltrate the association of the sky and the earth. However, the azure ghost only laughed at such a coincidence. She understood that fate itself created the appearance of a coincidence. However, perhaps the boy was destined to go there with her from the moment they met for the first time. Gyeonwon did not understand what the woman leads to. However, she suddenly suggested that the boy become her student, so that he takes her karma and also avenge her. Then Gyeonwon recalled that the anger of the azure ghost was aimed at the association of the sky and the earth. Since she wanted revenge, it means she was somehow connected with them. But he was wondering why so much time passed, and she did not calm down at all. But she asked a counterclaim of whether he was going to wait until the time takes revenge on him. Exactly the same situation was with her. She could not forgive the association when the spondle of their pedigree was still breathing, and the truth was always buried. Even after eternity, if they are destroyed by the flow of time, anger sealed on her soul will not disappear. No. She wanted this anger to leave, even if she had to wash the whole world of the blood of enemies. When the guy plunged into the blood of her despair, he realized that the illusion created by anger was very deep. In addition, the blood in which he sailed was cold and dark. A resentment lived in it, which would not disappear even after 100 years. And in principle, it was very similar to the fact that he lived. The spirit also lived life, being obsessed with his revenge. Because of this similarity, he agreed to become her student. However, despite his desire, he also set the conditions for the woman. She had to tell why she was looking for revenge. After all, Gyeonwon did not want to get involved in incomprehensible what. And in the end, thinking, she agreed to share the truth. The association of the sky and land consisted of 3 units. One of them was a unit of the moon. Gyeonwon quickly realized that the woman was part of this unit. He wanted to know what happened, since she did not want to reveal everything in detail. However, before that he introduced himself as his real name, Chonma, and he promised that he would inherit her will and take care of the unit of the moon as a student of Azure Ghost. The satisfied woman asked that in this case Gyeongwon to call her his teacher. However, another condition was to forget about these formalities, which was very angry with a woman. However, the hero recalled that, despite the fact that she was his family's spirit, she did not call him the master, unlike a demonic monk. This was angry with her, however she had no choice. After that, the guy decided that there was enough time, and you already need to get out of here. At this time, the shaman had already begun to experience seriously due to the lack of teaching. He even considered that perhaps this was a too complicated task for someone who had never studied like that, which means he himself would have to pull him out of this trap. However, at that moment, everyone saw that the young man managed to return safe and preservation. Not only the shaman, but even the assassins was surprised. And Gyeonwon, going and bowing to the teacher, returned the book. Aigen finally realized that he was in front of him the most talented person of all he met. And obviously, Aigen was happy that such a person became his student. As a result, inviting him to the carriage, he offered to rest while they continue their way. In addition, they have fought back from the original group, so now they will have to accelerate very much in order to be in time. At the same time, Gyeonwon himself rejoiced that Aigen did not notice any strangeness. At that moment, the azure ghost itself was indignant that she had to go down to imprisonment in a doll. She was so unhappy with such a development of events. The young man asked her to be more careful because the doll broke once again. However, this was not surprising, because the azure ghost was insanely closely in this doll. She could hardly move, and Gyeonwon promised that the next time he would give her a vessel much better, but so far she had to be patient. As a result, so he was able to quickly get out of the barrier and learn to seal shower in a doll. Surely Aigen would be in shock if he had learned about it, but now it did not matter, because they just had to continue their way straight to the association. So 2 weeks have passed. All this time, the caravan in which Gyeonwon was carried was closely observed by someone. It was Hu-chan, who was indignant that he got such dirty work. Nevertheless, a strange thread that began to lead him straight to the master when he became a familiar spirit. Haunted, far from the guy, he felt uncomfortable. An instinct literally demanded that he follow him, holding it as close to the master as possible. However, the guard was indignant that his ward had to become a hostage to the association of heaven and earth. Despite the fact that thanks to their connection it was easy for him to recognize the whereabouts of the master, it was quite dangerous to get into such an organization. However, he remembered that he was in the body of a girl who was the granddaughter of the head of the assassin sect in the wing. Therefore, he began to sort through her memory, trying to find something useful there. However, I found only strange pictures of women in underwear. Obviously, Hu-chan immediately screamed embarrassedly, trying to dispel this memory. And with his cry, he almost gave his presence to the guardianship caravan to the assassins. Quickly hiding behind the stone, Hu-chan noticed the oddity. Because despite the fact that Dream Yun received what he wanted, they did not directly go to the association. They made a very big hook and gained young men under 20 years old. Because of this, the guard had too bad a premonition. At that moment, Gyeon-won calmly read the book that his teacher Aegon gave him. However, he soon heard the loud cries of the assassins, testifying to arrival. The guy immediately looked out to look around. The association looked majestic, which was expected from the powerful association of the sky and earth. Even the King of the Light admitted that no matter how many times these gates saw, every time he admired. At that moment, the Azure ghost decided that perhaps Gyeon was a little nervous. But it was not so. The girl warned that he really was nervous, because now he is just a first-class martial arts master. It is difficult to believe that he was the third grade a couple of weeks ago, but he still has a long way to respect. However, the guy was interested in why he could not just continue to collect dead energy, as he did in the estate of the sword. But she explained that starting with an early peak, he would need another spiritual enlightenment, so that it would not be possible to rely only on this energy. In addition, now he will definitely be useful to maintain clarity of the mind. But Gyeon-won had the support of the Azure Ghost, so he had nothing to worry about. However, suddenly the guy saw something strange that did not agree with his expectations. They did not go through the main entrance at all. They were heading to some other place, passing the association by. At this moment, a shaman burst into the room who reported on the problem that appeared. He did not have time to explain everything. He immediately began to delve into his clothes. Then he handed the guy a large ring. With him, he could use the spell. At the same time, Aegon honestly admitted that he did not assume this and believed that since Gyeon was hosted, he was safe. However, the head of the association considered it completely different. He ordered to send all the hostages to the Corpse Blood Valley, and soon Gyun-won realized what kind of place it was. This is a place for testing people, and the teacher immediately warned that the chances of survival there are less than 10%. All he wanted was to make Gyeon at least a little. He promised to talk to the head of the pavilion in order to pull out the student from there. However, it doesn't matter how, Gyeon was supposed to find a way to survive there. At this moment, guards approached the shaman, who warned that it was time to leave, and they asked Dagun to retire away, because it was allowed to be only a subject here. Going to Gyeon-van, the organizer quickly realized that he was an Orthodox child, and he greeted him in the corporate Blood Valley. Soon, everyone who will test began to lead somewhere in the depths of the forest. The juice of Yu-chun was especially unhappy that they arrived after 2 weeks of his captivity, and now they were constantly going somewhere. But suddenly, on top of the crowd, he saw his older brother. He tried to push the crowd in order to come closer to him. However, the organizers quickly pacified the boy, ordering him to go silently. He was insanely unhappy, because he did not understand anything. In addition, his inner key was blocked. Gyeon. But he saw very well what was happening with his younger brother, finally realizing how the associations treated the captives. In addition, he saw a blocking of the forbidden path. Needles that blocked the circulation of internal energy. And here, not only him with the named brother was deprived of his strength, but also everyone else. He decided to find out from the blue spirit what is happening. However, she did not know what was happening in the current association of heaven and land, because in the past, this was not. In addition, she asked Gyeon-won to be careful because she had a very bad foreboding. Soon they reached the place where the test was to be carried out. Looking around, the hero saw that of the people here were even those who joined them in the direction of movement. Finally, the head of the test greeted all participants. He explained that now they would all begin their test, and showed them a small marble ball. Then he pointed to the bottom of the lake, where such balls also lay, and warned that those who could not find them fail this test. However, suddenly some boy interrupted the man. He stated that they all came from different places to go through the tests. But if the essence was in search of balls, then he would like to refuse. However, after a second, he received the same marble ball straight into his face. The blow was strong enough, so he died literally in a moment. And the examiner continued, explaining that here their status and internal energy did not mean anything. Only obedience was important. If they cannot fulfill the order, then they will die. They will ask unnecessary questions. Similarly. After which he again greeted them in the corporate Blood Valley. At that moment, Egun was indignant, not understanding why Sleep Yun did not say that this boy was his student. However, this was useless, because the head of the association never repealed his orders. His word was absolute and they only had to fulfill them. However, the shaman could not just wait and decided to go to ask the head of the valley to pull out Gyeonvao. because he is too useful to lose him like that. This was also understood by Yoon's dream, because the young man was capable of things that never succeeded in association. He literally resurrected the technique of the lunar vessel, lost hundreds of years ago. Therefore, he did not at all understand why it was to take it into the corporate blood valley, where it was most dangerous. However, finally, Igun realized what was the matter. After all, most likely the chapter tried to check the boy. At that moment, the test finally began. Therefore, everyone, as if on command, immediately rushed into the water in the search for marble balls. The examiner warned that the incense wand would burn for half an hour, but there would not be enough stones on everyone, so they should hurry. In the process of running the son drew attention to the older brother. For some reason, he did not run, but calmly stood still. It seemed strange to him that he was not going to move at all. However, he understood that his brother would not disappear, but he could die for the failure of the dough. As a result, everyone began to run around the water, trying to find at least something like a marble ball at least. And finally, one of the guys managed to find a marble stone. He immediately joyfully went to the shore to complete the test. Obviously, he was grateful for surviving, and even managed the first, because he could make a good impression. However, suddenly they began to attack him, trying to take away the marble ball. The guy immediately tried to escape in order to finish the test as soon as possible. He understood that it could not be so easy for those who want to steal a championship from him. However, already in his way, Gyunwon became. Obviously, the guy was scared because he did not even notice that this young man stood from the very beginning and was waiting for someone here. And the examiner continued to monitor the situation carefully, without interference. At that moment, the guy noticed that the rest of the subjects also flee him. There was no way out, so he decided that this ball would swallow the best option, since he could not allow someone to take him from him. Obviously, everyone considered this guy a real madman. However, at that moment, Gyeonwon already grabbed him straight by the throat. He quickly began to grope at where exactly in his throat was now a marble ball. Then he warned that his unwillingness to share his life would cost him. Following, he literally with his bare hands pulled out this ball from his throat. The examiner stood without interfering, but clearly became interested in what was happening. When everything was finished, Gyeon was calmly cleaned the ball, washing the flesh and blood from him. Then he went to the examiner in order to demonstrate that he found him. At one glance at this guy, the examiner realized that he was in front of him that had never had to get here. In addition, he paid special attention to the doll, which was at Gyeonwon for his bosom. There was no choice left, so he announced for this boy the exam passed. Then he appropriated him number 63. It was a number engraved on his piece of marble. It will now become a name for him while he was in the association. He also issued a silver plate, which confirmed that he had completed the test. He had to store her like the marble stone itself, after which the subject was taken away so that he could relax a bit. The examiner was clearly wondering why an Orthodox child was brought here. Maybe the head wanted to mock him before his death? However, most likely, the head knew that something similar would happen. It was not even believed that it was a child of the righteous path, and it was interesting to see what he would bring to the future. At that moment, Gyeonwon looked at his plate. He quickly realized that in this place he would have to survive, competing with others. Obviously, even sleeping was dangerous. Here he will not be able to relax for a second. At that moment, the candle was already half burned, and just at that moment, fights were already in full swing. Anyone who found a marble stone was quickly killed. Finally, a guy covered with tattoos took him, and invited others to approach and try to compare with him. And finally, who followed the test, learned something useful. One of the participants was from the Valley of the Scarlet Death, one of the 3 most famous branches of the Association of Heaven and Earth. They had about 30 members. They were all insanely good. Finally, they noticed another remarkable person. It was a girl who rushed stones at everyone who possessed a marble stone. She used the technique of serial murder of the House of Moja, which used to be one of the 4 great organizations of the assassins. They also drew attention to the big man from the Bikun sect, which was famous for its hand-to-hand combat techniques. In addition, besides these 3 guys, 3 more talents also stood out. When finally a tattooed guy passed his exam, he immediately went to Gyeonwon. He made it clear that in the next test, he certainly would not succeed. Indeed, in the next test, the guy planned to kill Gyeonwon with his own hands. However, such threats caused the hero only a smile. Finally, the test came to its completion. Already many students passed him. By this moment, the test remained no more than 5 minutes. However, the Juice of Yu Chun did not find his stone, despite how much time he was looking for. He decided to even just ask for mercy as a hostage. However, suddenly he saw that he had fallen as a guy who took possession of a stone. He was killed due to the fact that he began to ask some questions. After that, the past exam laughed at the idiocy of that guy, and drew attention to Wan. They counted his psychoma, who managed to break the throat to a living person. They were wondering what he was doing. At this moment, Wan was already reading the assignment spell. And in the end, when the ritual of attachment came into force, he began to absorb the energy of death. In addition, this ritual did not spend internal energy, which means that he could use it even despite the needles in his back. Now the whole dead energy of the dead in the test of people was straight in him. And this energy was even much larger than during a massacre at the Soka Sword Estate. Yunvona even liked the fact that they kill each other. He wanted this to continue. However, by this moment the test should have lasted another minute. Obviously, the juice of Yu Chun was already greatly contrary to and came into despair. Therefore he attacked a guy in order to take possession of his marble stone. He was literally in despair and with his bare hands began to beat him to death. And only when he died, his palm finally relaxed, and he managed to take the long-awaited stone. Remaining in place, he looked at the stone as the main treasure. He realized that he had coped with this test. Just at that moment, the candle of incense finally went out, and the examiner announced that the test was finished on this. Therefore, he ordered his assistants to weed out all the failed. And then there were even more murders, and the whole river literally burst into blood. Soon a man came up to Yu Chun. He quickly saw a marble stone located in his shaking hands, and he patted the shoulder, making it clear that everything would be in order with him today. Only after that did the young man manage to fall to his knees and finally understand what he had done. He understood that he was able to survive, but at what cost? After all, now all his hands were completely in the blood. However, he soon heard the examiner announce the number of survivors. 468 people. So about 60% survived, and he congratulated everyone who dealt on the test. However, this was not the end of their hard labor for today. He invited them to proceed immediately to the second stage of the test. Realizing that this was not the end, Yu Chun seriously tensed. Obviously, the rest were indignant, because they could not recover even from the first test. The young man was already worried because he hardly managed to survive the previous one. However, the examiner, clapping his hands, ordered to keep silence. He explained that the second test would be very simple. From this moment until sunrise, they must survive on the mountain that he pointed to. Obviously, it seemed to everyone else that it was too easy. However, Gyun won immediately the catch and was right. On this, their test does not end. The examiner said that 40 flags were located all over the mountain. By sunrise, they must be near one of them. For each flag, only 8 people. He warned that this amount should be no more and no less. Failure to fulfill the conditions led to disqualification. The juice of Yu Chun has a little strained, because there were about 500 of them. Of these, only 320 will survive. Finally, everyone began to realize the situation. At first, they were forced to gnaw at each other's throats. Now they are forced to do the same, only in a different guise. Therefore, the juice of Yu Chun realized that they need to unite in order to steal the flags from others and protect their own. The examiner wished them successful survival, and finally everyone began to unite in teams. At that moment, they came to a tattooed guy in order to invite him to join their team. However, he could not remember this person, and this meant only one thing, that in the first test, he did nothing special. He did not need such an ally, so he refused. The most important thing in this test was teamwork, which means it was best to unite with someone who quickly managed with the first stage. To do this, he went to the strongman from the Bakun sect. Having come to the strongman, he offered to unite, because the guy himself perfectly understood what kind of test it was. It would be much better to work with equal strength. The big man himself understood that he was telling the truth, but refused a tattooed guy. After all, nothing prevents him from joining the team after he finds this flag. But in fact, the strongman understood that sooner or later he would have to fight with a tattooed guy, and he wanted to hide his secret technique from him longer. However, the guy with tattoos warned that the strongman would definitely regret it. But he did not pay attention to these threats, and calmly went on. Then the guy offered to join the girl from the house of Moja, but was quickly sent to hell. This has already seriously infuriated him. However, at that moment, Guyon Vaughn came up to him. He invited him to unite in one team. Obviously, the tattooed was surprised that it was he who received this proposal. However, perhaps it was even for the better, because nevertheless, in the first test, he took first place. But still, something in this guy was wrong. He ran a chill on his skin, only when he saw Guyon Vaughn again, so he refused. The Azure Ghost quickly realized that with his actions, the young man was too shocked by others. He should be softer. Now no one wants to unite with him. The tattooed guy was right when he did not want to, because the hero from the very beginning wanted to kill him first. But unexpectedly, another young man approached Guyon Vaughn himself. He invited him to join their team, which was just not enough for one person. Among all these guys, he also saw one memorable girl. And in the end, I decided not to refuse such a proposal. Sakyu-chun quickly noticed that his brother had found a team for himself. In addition, he also had a detachment at this point. So he promised himself that he would survive at all costs. Finally, the combat of the drum, indicating the beginning of the second test, sounded, and all the teams immediately rushed to the nearest mountain. Observers only empathized with these poor fellows, which very soon they would understand how easier the first test was. All that remained was just to wish them good luck. Guyon went at the very end of his team, and then one of the team members, going up to the girl, decided to find out if this was a good idea, to keep him next to him because the others openly ignored him. Although they did not do what they wanted, they doubted. The girl quickly realized that they were also afraid of his strength, but asked that she simply trusted her. After all these idiots avoided the hero due to fear. They did not understand his true value. She knew that now no one would think to approach them. At first they use Guyon Vaughn, and at sunrise they will betray, as planned. In addition, their 8th man was already following them, and only waited for them to kill this monster, who could not do anything with the closed paths of Ki. So her plan was perfect from the very beginning. However, she was sorry to kill a guy with such a beautiful face. Stepping closer, she decided to flirt with him and ask him a little. She understood that he was still a man. She knew that he would definitely lead to her flirting. However, when the guy remained cold-blooded, she was clearly unhappy. But she realized that in this way she could at least make the rest of the guys be jealous, and make them even more devoted. However, soon Gyun-won still acquired the girl by the shoulder. She immediately admired his courage, while the young man himself admitted that the girl was very pretty to him. In addition, he was very grateful to her, as well as to everyone who went ahead, because they themselves came to his paws. With these words, he broke the neck of this girl. Everyone obviously immediately rebelled, not understanding how he dared to kill her. However, at that moment, Guyon-won announced that it was time to eat. His eyes lit up with a scarlet light when he wished himself a pleasant appetite. One of the guys intended to kill the hero, but his friend ordered him to calm down. He realized that Guyon-won should not let them get them out of himself. Let the girl now were dead, but the numerical advantage was on their side. Therefore, they could simply unite and kill him to force him to pay for the death of the girl. After which they all bypassed Guyon-won from the side. However, he was surprised at such an unexpected development of events. He believed that after the death of the queen, the pawns would be at a loss, and they were surprisingly calm. Getting angry, the leader decided to see how Guyon will speak when he would be choked with blood. However, these threats did not frighten him at all. He had enough moments to already grab this warrior behind his head. After that, with the same ease, this head was completely broken against the nearest tree trunk. Everyone immediately got alarmed, and a serious battle ensued. However, in this battle, the soldiers only quickly paid their lives for their stupidity. One of them already considered that the advantage was behind them, because they began to put pressure on Guyon-won, preventing him from attacking. However, he only decided to experience their weakness in his own skin. Then he instantly killed those who considered that he could cope with him, and also grabbed another guy by the leg, preventing him from running away. Then he noticed another fighter who no longer looked so confident. He realized that they could not defeat, because with only combat skills only the enemy was able to give the start to the masters of the second level. So, he was a real monster. Therefore, he decided to escape. However, Gyun-won quickly began to read out a spell of attachment. The warrior did not notice how this spell grabbed him and began to pull him back. This led him to the idea that the guy owned telekinesis. Obviously, the guy prayed for salvation, because he did not want to die. However, as soon as he was next to Guyon-won, he also broke his neck. Then the remaining survivor realized that he needed to stop the girl from the very beginning when she wanted to invite Gyun-won to her. He definitely did not need to contact this person. However, suddenly Gyun-won stopped and did not kill him. He felt that a rat nearby was also hiding here. The guy quickly realized that it was about the guy whom the girl left as a reserve. He hoped that that guy would tell everyone what was happening here. However, instead, the hero took out the doll, which the master before handed him. After which he began to read out the spell to open the shackles that have constrained him. Then finally the guy realized that there was no chance for someone to learn that a real demon was next to them. At this time, the escaping realized how bad his position is. He himself saw in Gyun-won nothing more than a real demon. He wanted to tell and warn the rest to gather in a large company and kill him. However, he felt something strange behind him. And this oddity came from the monk. He already stretched out through the forest thicket in order to grab this guy. After which he began to devour him slowly, filling his body. The Azure Ghost finally realized why Guyon-won went to team players. She understood that initially it was all his plan. However, a guy suddenly came up in which the ghost quickly recognized the demonic monk. The hero realized that he must have made sure that he was convenient to absorb the dead key. He thanked the monk, after which he quickly freed the body of this man, and Gyeonwon called the monk an excellent, the best familiar. Obviously he smiled, but because of this he paid, because the azure ghost began to beat him. The hero himself was more concentrated on those pleasant feelings of the enjoyment and fullness of the energy nucleus. However, at that moment, the rest of the subjects stumbled upon him. Gyeongwon smiled, understanding how lucky he was. This mountain has become for him a literally huge dining table. He decided to eat all these people because according to the rules, he needs to leave only 7 people. At this time, the examiner himself with his people went to a deep cave on the mountain. There he met a man who immediately greeted the head of the corporate Blood Valley. He explained that the fire was too bright. This man immediately understood the signal and ordered the rest of the assistants to wait for him here. When they came into the depths of the cave, the head quickly became convinced that the preparations regarding the beast were as smoothly as always. This beast was much more aggressive than usual, so while he was sitting behind a cage to pose less threat. Indeed, even despite the fact that he was not fully ripened, he was still an ominous beast. The chapter quickly realized that in this case, it went beyond ordinary natural creatures, and he was right. The old man quickly reported that he was the highest predator. He was brought from the shores of the North Sea and was Chimamoro. As a result, making sure that all the preparations are finished, the head of the valley left. And he warned that when he would give a signal, the elder had to let the beast into the mountains. At this time, Gyeonwon was already managing the eating of all this energy. However, he did not understand what to do with a flag without a detachment. He could take him with him. Given that the flag was attached to the pole, he would have to tear him out, and the instinct suggested that he had to stay in place to pass the test. However, suddenly he saw something strange on the wood of the flag. Something was written there, namely, 3 forms of the sword in the competition. Friends in the dance of the sword, liberation through enlightenment. The young man understood for sure that this was the beginning of the technique of forming a sword. However, the technique was certainly incomplete. The azure ghost explained that this was not the case, because in this case there was a hole in the 4 main acupuncture points, so she did not understand the meaning of such an incomplete, and in this case completely useless technology. However, Gyeonwon quickly realized that the rest of the flagpole probably had other fragments, broken into pieces. However, they could verify this only when they get to the rest of the flags. Apparently this is what the examiners wanted, was a kind of hidden task, and the hero understood. The others who found the flag also understood this. So, in any case, he will have to face everyone while he will look for the rest of the flags, because they literally pushed them like dogs. It was quite interesting, because the situation became much more complicated. However, now that he understood how everything was arranged, there was no more benefit from the flag. However, when he cut the shaft, he felt something strange. Inside the flag was some kind of call spell. At first, Gyeongwon considered that we were talking about some kind of trap, but he felt a completely different energy from it. But unfortunately, the spell quickly dispelled when it broke the flag. Soon near himself, he felt the crack of a stick, and I realized that it seems that someone more dangerous would participate in this test. At that moment, a tattooed guy beat another team, which he met in the way. He was surprised that they were so weak and already showed everything they were capable of. He hoped for more, especially after they themselves called him to battle. The beaten people did not understand where this guy had such a force without internal energy. However, everything became clear when they realized that he was from the Scarlet Valley of Death. It can be seen that they cannot win in battle. If they try, then everyone will die, so they decided to escape away as far as possible at once. Obviously the boy did not suit the boy. He did not want to allow his victims to escape. He decided to kill them all to one and hang their heads for public display. No one else dared to challenge him. However, at that moment, something much worse than the guy appeared. Because of the bushes, some monster, similar to a cross between a bison and a wolf, attacked one of the runaways. Everyone immediately began to start fading when he began to devour his victim. Therefore, the tattooed guy ordered everyone to leave, realizing that he could not cope with such a creature without internal energy. However, unexpectedly one of the guys noticed how he stepped on a stick behind his legs, and the beast heard it perfectly, and it seems already found his new victim. Therefore, there was no choice left, now they were running away. Suddenly, this monster drew attention to something behind their backs, after which he ran in dismay and ran away. Everyone was interested in what happened to this beast. However, they realized that he seemed to see something, so he escaped. And then the head of this team quickly realized that the matter was in the red flag behind them. At this time, other, weaker groups of the subjects already ran away from the monster. It is clear that everyone could not be saved, because many were already killed by such a strong creature. In addition, these students could not even use Qigong due to blocked energy. They did not understand what the hell was going on, and that this beast forgot here. However, suddenly one of the guys saw a standing man in front. He was already delighted, thinking that he was saved, and asked him for help. In addition, he said that a monster was walking nearby here. However, Guyon Vaughn was treated as coldly as possible to this information. Grabbing by the neck of a running guy, he gave him death with his own hands. Then he looked at the one who forced these students to run away in a hurry. He was really interested in what this monster is, so he asked the Azure Ghost who it was. However, although she had never seen them before, his behavior reminded her of a hunter for the weak. These were Chimamoro, who love human heads, usually living off the coast of the sea. And Gyun Vaughn immediately realized that in this case, such a beast could not forget anything here. However, it seemed to him a huge luck that he met Chimamoro. He has long wanted to get this to himself. The beast just tried to attack the guy, considering him weak prey. However, jumping away, Guyon Vaughn immediately began to read out the spell of shamanism. It was a technique of internal blocking of 4 peaks. With the help of this technique, he imprisoned the monster in a cage of light. Then he used the compression technique in order to leave the monster even less space. Immediately after that, the beast began to scream and wriggle in pain. The stronger Guyon out of his technique, the more rage was in the monster. Soon, with his claws, he managed to destroy the technique of the shaman, and the boy was completely thrown away. However, the hero stood on his feet, already inventing how in another way he could sharpen this beast. The same was clearly angry that the little people dared to do this with him. And Guyon Vaughn watched his actions, waiting for any suitable moment for the attack. However, at that moment, under such a gaze of man, the monster doubted. Then, without thinking twice, he immediately fled to the nearest bushes. The Azure Ghost quickly realized that the beast probably considered Guyon Vaughn too complicated for himself the prey, and, not wanting to take risks, escaped. The hero himself was disappointed that his technique was so easily collapsed, but he understood that if it was an ominous spirit or some other beast, he could definitely sharpen it. The ghost explained that when they grow up, they surpassed in the strength of mysterious animals, and given its size, it has probably already grown. So now Chimamoro was close to the mysterious beast. Realizing this, the young man realized that in this case he would not be so easy to deal with him. The Azure Ghost considered that perhaps Guyon was scared that his spell did not work. But this was not at all because of this. He was more worried that this beast could kill all his prey. So he understood that he should hurry, because very soon there would be absolutely no one to survive. At this time, the team of a tattooed guy carried a flag with him. They themselves already realized that they needed to take all the remaining flags, but they did not understand why the leader did not order them just to break it. However, he made it clear that if everything understood correctly, then in this case the team members will also say thanks to him. At that moment, a mysterious beast jumped out of the thicket of forest again. However, the leader quickly ordered his team to remain calm, to stand quietly, and as soon as the monster smelled a red flag, which was nearby, he lost interest. Turning around, he just calmly went to look for other victims. Then finally, the leader of the group was convinced of his innocence. He believed that the beast somehow scared away the flag that they carried with them. However, they needed to hurry, because it is not clear how many more people knew about this task. He was sure that not many guessed that they needed to collect parts of the equipment, but still such people were definitely. Therefore, he invited them to continue the path in an accelerated mode. Events are transferred to observers behind the exam. They collected in full corpses that were supposed to be sent for disposal. Then they brought them to a high grief, which broke off, becoming a gorge. For each of the bodies, the man hung mysterious amulets. He ordered the observers to throw the bodies with amulets, and it was very important not to look down while the corpses would fly into the cliff. As a result, the shadows of the valley began to do as they were ordered. However, they were wondering why they could not simply burn these bodies and perform such a meaningless work. Although many themselves did not know why this was done, they understood that in this way they got rid of bodies forever. It means that all streams were gathered in this gorge. One of the observers asked his friend to stop asking stupid questions, believing that they would only bring trouble to themselves. However, despite his words, the man doubted everything, believing that the cause of the soil fertilizer or flows was just nonsense. However, if every time after all the tests they threw the bodies down, it was scary to even imagine how many corpses had already gathered at the bottom. And at that moment, looking down into the gorge, he felt something insanely strange. He seemed to be enveloped in a haze. However, at the last moment he was stopped by a shaman, wandering nearby. He warned the man that he did not need to look down while doing the work, and he asked him not to forget about it and never look there again. Of course, if he did not have a desire to become an obsessed spirit. By this time, the team of Yuchuna also came across this monster. He had already eaten one of the people who fell in battle and soon paid attention to them. However, the red flag behind them was not touched. Therefore, he lost any interest and ran away in the same way. Everyone else began to guess why this monster escaped. Many suspected that the reason could be that he had already eaten. At this moment, the Sokyu Chun himself was more worried about the fact that 2 of their teams had already died in the search for flags. So it is also necessary to deal with this monster. It seemed to him that it was generally impossible to survive in this place. However, there was still something strange. It was possible to die either at the hands of the monster, or fighting with other subjects. So, the corpses should have marks from claws or bites. But many of the corpses simply had a neck. It seemed incredibly strange, so he wanted to know what was happening on this mountain. At that moment, Gion, finding the dead, absorbed their dead energy. However, there was very little it is not surprising, since these people were killed by a hunter for the weak. The hero himself was unhappy, choosing such remnants. He had the feeling that he was eating like a vulture, and in the end, he was finally tired of it, so he began to invent a new plan. The young man realized that in this case, he would have to kill this hunter, so that he would not interfere with his meal. However, the Azure Ghost asked to provide this work to her, because nevertheless, Gion Vaughn without the internal energy of Ki will have problems with this. She convinced that she could cope with this and asked to let her out of the doll. Not arguing, he immediately applied a spell of liberation on a doll. Immediately after that, the girl jumped out of the doll, restraining her, and finally was able to knead her body. At this time, Gyun Won, without interfering with her in her exercises, decided to find out how much time it would take to eliminate this monster. However, she promised that she would return soon, and immediately soared into the air. To begin with, she flew high above the mountains to find out where the monster was. However, the strange thing was that she did not notice him at all anywhere. It seemed strange to her, because nevertheless he belonged to the level of the mysterious beast. It should not be so difficult to find him. Therefore, she began to guess where he could be stuck. But suddenly she saw a strange, rudimentary energy nearby. And although she did not know who was the cause of such a surge, it was obvious that that person was completely crazy. Soon after, she returned to tell Gion Won about everything. And with obvious joy and excitement, she shared her find. She found something more interesting than the beast itself, after which she suggested that Gion Won follow her. The boy was interested in her words, therefore, not arguing, he moved on. And soon he saw that the whole road was on the tracks from the wheels, as if someone had rolled the wagon up. However, a little time later, he had already noticed what the Azure Ghost was talking about. From somewhere from the bottom of the gorge, incredible energy oozed, and the trees and the fence were completely hung with yellow restraining amulets. Looking at all this, the Azure Ghost decided to find out from the hero if he knew something about the venom. In order to make it, it was necessary to place dozens or even hundreds of poisonous snakes, scorpions, and centipedes in a jug, and wait until only one remained alive. The survivor will have the strongest poison, so the poison of goo was created. The ghost explained that now the same thing happened at the bottom of this gorge, and it seems that Gyeong Won also felt it perfectly. He saw all these screaming souls that prayed for salvation, did not want to disappear. However, they could not do anything and could not break out, as they were tied to the bottom. The Azure Ghost, seeing a chain, immediately recognized a spell like Gion's voluntary. It was used to tie these souls to the world of people. Then it became obvious that if you collect many souls in one place, this spell could be forced to absorb each other, as if in the abyss. This process was amazing and really looked like the process of creating a guide of Gyu. However, it seemed to the young man that perhaps, as a result of this process, a spirit could be born here, that even with a green spirit could be compared by force. Obviously, this madly aroused the guy and caused him an appetite. And the ghost quickly realized that this was his chance, because there was an incredibly many dead Kui, so he could use his attachment ritual. However, instead, he jumped over the fence, rushing straight to the corpses. He did not understand why he would stand here and enjoy the scraps when he could go into the pool with his head. However, the Azure Ghost called it crazy, because everything was crowded with souls that absorb each other. If he goes down, they will even swallow him. However, the hero remembered very well that the Azure Ghost said that with the current level, he was not an opponent for the association of heaven and land. Therefore, he believed that, in order to speed up his growth, he could take a chance. In addition, everything that happened here sounded too tempting to refuse it. With these words, he immediately jumped into the very heap of events. The ghosts quickly realized that the body that came to them was alive. Considering him with a beautiful vessel, they tried to absorb him. Gyun-won remembered a gift from his teacher, a ring, thanks to which he could use a spell without words. In addition, the Azure Ghost also confirmed that this ring had power. Therefore, he began to read out the spell, which he learned from the Book of Agun, and soon he created the real barrier of 9 words of life on an important technique. This barrier acted as if pushing the spirits who tried to attack him. This skill was really quite useful, and now, being in the middle of them, the guy could begin a real meal. To begin with, protecting himself with a barrier, he jumped into the very thicket of water in which there were drowned corpses. However, the ghosts, despite the barrier, still tried to approach him, as if they wanted to immobilize him and drown him in order to get his body in the last second. Then Gyeonvan remembered the book of the teachings of the Yin-Yang school, where it was said that the ghosts of water are much more dangerous and aggressive than ordinary ones. Now he realized what was in this book in mind. He was also not so simple and applied Vajira's finger technique. Soon after the use of this technique, the barrier pushed the hero out of the water. He finally ended up on land, understanding how close to death. However, the spirit still tried to drag him back into the water. He was very lucky that Azure Ghost came to the rescue in time. She quickly cut her hands holding her student, and it was very outraged that some inexperienced weaklings pursued what was rightfully belonging to her. After that, the ghosts finally rebelled against the Azure Spirit, not allowing them to get a new vessel, and she decided to take a disassembly with them also on herself. She was enough for only one attack in order to, having scalded their limbs, drive them back into the water. Then, calmly lit up, she explained that this is not surprising if the hero continues to climb where it is not necessary. However, Gyun-won only smiling, rejoicing that the girl arrived so on time. As it turned out, from the very beginning he hoped that she would go down to him in order to help, and obviously it was very embarrassed and even angry her. Finally, the guy drew attention to the fact that the situation below was not as bad as he imagined. The spirits surrounding around did not even want to be with an Azure Ghost nearby, so he realized how amazing it is. However, the woman understood that the problem and danger from below was clearly not from these bees. Then she offered the guy to look up. Then he saw a lot of much more dangerous spirits, carefully watching him. Spirits who want to eat each other, they did not know fear, and even the Azure Ghost would be difficult to protect the hero from them. This was especially true of the center of the dark hurricane. If the guy tries to enter there, then he will definitely not get out anymore. So she asked him to give up, although Gyeon was a different opinion, after which he began to completely undress. The woman did not understand what he was going to do, but he wanted to get rid of those needles that stuck into him. Finally, he found a knot of the forbidden path on his back and applied his attachment ritual on it. Immediately after this, the needle was in his hands. Obviously, the woman could not believe that he so easily removed the knot, even without blinking his eye, because she understood that it was not only very dangerous, but also insanely painful. In addition, she would never have thought that someone could apply the attachment ritual to such an extent. Without wasting time, Gyeon at that time also removed the rest of the needles taught in his body, and only then the Azure Ghost was able to feel his power in full. The deadly ki literally oozed from this body. She could not understand how much energy was due to restraining needles, but it turned out to be much more than she expected. If Gyeon was able to completely take possession of her, then sooner or later he will be able to reach the highest peak. In addition, deadly energy was so strong that most spirits were simply afraid to approach him. Finally, Gyeong-won began to feel much better, and the girl realized that he was initially waiting for the moment to do this. And the guy explained that the martial artists are able to feel the energy of others, so just in case he decided to wait for no one to know what he was going to do. The Azure Ghost was convinced that the boy had a plan before jumping here, but recommended that he take care of the surrounding ghosts. However, he did not want to spend too much time on it, believing that it was better to do why he came. However, looking at this hurricane of dark energy, he asked the Azure Ghost for help, although she understood that it was crazy, but still it was not such a bad choice. If he manages to master all this energy, he will essentially miss at least 10 years of training. As a result, she decided to attract the attention of the rest of the spirits so that he could simply break through to his goal. However, she demanded that the hero give up the full in return. Then she calmly dragged on from her smoking tube. Immediately after that, she exhaled a dark scarlet smoke, applying the spell of a bloody barrier. Immediately after that, blood appeared from nowhere, creating a region of demonic will. Ghosts immediately began to react, trying to break through this barrier. And realizing that he certainly could not stand it for a long time, she gave an order to her student to run to the goal. Running away, he saw the ghosts try to break through to him or attack him. However, because of the barrier, he remained unharmed and continued to escape to his goal. Finally, he saw in the distance the white light, leading directly to the center of this hurricane. And being there, he decided to look around in order to understand what to do next. And finally, in front of him he saw a huge monster. The one, like the most delicious delicacy, ate the souls of other dead subjects, and this monster itself resembled a child, in the same way constrained by chains and sitting in the middle of dead bodies. Guyon Vaughn realized that this was a strongest spirit, feeding on other vengeful spirits. So it was he who was what was in the center of that flow. However, at that moment, losing his mouth, this spirit finally realized that a living person came to him. Having reached him with his own hands, he immediately wanted to eat him. Immediately after that, the whole body of Guyon was entangled in chains, and the mouth of the monster opened, tightening it into the bowels of her stomach. The monster rejoiced over a stupid man who himself came to him, and decided to digest everything, including his bones. However, Guyon understood that they had very similar goals. After all, he also came to eat it. Immediately after that, he applied the curse of divine imperial ink. He used a ring given by the teacher for this. The whole body of the spirit began to burst into pieces from the power of shamanic energy. And then from his burnt body he was able to get out of the hole and preservation of Guyon. He understood that letting him in his mouth was a wrong idea. After all, it was literally a direct path to absorb the energy of offended spirits, so he decided to apply the ritual of attachment straight from the inside. However, the ghost was not going to allow such a liberty to the hero. The hands that jumped out of his mouth began to drag him into the depths of the body. The spirit did not understand how a simple mortal dared to talk to him and evaluate him. He wanted to make the guy suffer and absorb him entirely. And after this absorption, the hero was inside, in the middle of the world and silence. He immediately realized that he probably got into some kind of memory. Then he saw two boys and their father, who declared his successor. However, by decision of the 5 kings, they needed to follow a general example. The brothers quickly realized that for starters, they had to go through tests, and the younger brother encouraged the elder, promising that he would definitely follow him and help his older brother. He was ready to do anything to support the clan as the right hand of his older brother. Then they went to the same first test. Then the elder brother was the first to find the same marble stone. He handed him to his younger brother and asked him to go the first to complete the exam. There was very little time left at this point, so he asked him to run. He himself, making sure that his brother was in order, rushed to look for his new marble stone. And in the end, Guyon finally realized that it was the history of the spirit and his younger brother. And in the end, these two were here. However, soon the environment began to change, and they were at the second stage. And there, already all the blood. The older brother did not understand the reason for the betrayal of the youngest. He continued to beat his older brother with a heavy stone in his hands. He was glad that when the elder would die, everything would finally end. He was infuriated by the fact that the elder continued to pity him only because he was born a little earlier. He was always ahead. The elder brother tried to somehow explain or justify himself. However, in the end, he was without a doubt killed by his own younger brother. Then Guyon understood. This boy did not realize how strong his brother's envy was, and in the end fell from his hand. And he fell into the very bottom, forced to fight the rest of the vengeful spirits. There, he did not understand why he should have suffered even after his death and why he needed to eat even when he died. He clearly did not want him to have a similar fate. However, he soon realized that he was not going to be eaten by fate, to be eaten after death too. He was ready to abandon such a fate. To do this, he decided to absorb everyone and all other local spirits, and including Guyon. Everything is so that at least after death he does not remain so weak and naive. Immediately after that, all the emotions of the vengeful spirit poured into the hero with a stream. All regrets, affection, disappointment, negative emotions accumulated here for decades. He could feel and understand the emotions of the vengeful spirit. He understood these emotions because he was just like the hero himself. The spirit also lived in the desire to take revenge. And in the end, not allowing himself to completely drown in these emotions, he began to read out the spell 8 techniques for the destruction of thoughts. He remembered the lines of this spell. Do not despair. Rely on the mind of a different form, because before non-being appeared, the form should have existed. Immediately after this, a bright light began to ooze from this hurricane. The azure ghost quickly realized that something was happening there. After all, the connection connecting her with Guyon began to flicker. She was worried that perhaps the mortal still screwed up in his idea. She herself understood that such a desire was very arrogant to the young man. However, she demanded that the vengeful spirit give her a mortal if he did not want to disappear forever. And soon after that, chains began to break out of the depths of the black hole. The spirits of the green level tried to escape from there, as if afraid of something. Then it became obvious that the venom was almost completed. Therefore, perfumes fled because they did not want to be eaten by the strongest. Yadgiyu felt that something great, full of evil chi was born. Even the azure ghost felt it, so she was alert. The energy erupting from the gorge was at least stronger than the blue spirit. However, when everything was dispelled, she saw a well-known silhouette. Gaion was all and unharmed managed to get out of this black hole. However, the woman noticed that his energy was different from the previous one. She considered that he'd lost and gave himself up to eat. However, he quickly disputed this fact. Then he showed his hand, with which chi oozed, and he explained that it was he who was the one who had a snack. Then finally, the azure ghost realized that it really was Gaion Wan. However, she was surprised that he really managed to eat so much. She even admitted that she initially doubted that he could do it, and was still surprised that he could completely absorb a strong blue spirit. In addition, the guy emanated really huge energy. However, he felt that his stomach seemed to break due to the fact that he had crossed. And then the woman remembered that he was still mortal, and ordered him to release energy right now. After all, his body was a vessel, and he still had a limit, so it was necessary to expand his vessel through enlightenment, and before that it was too much energy was poison for him. Not wanting to argue, the guy decided not only to emit her, but to pass it. He began to delve into turtles, knowing that the desired should be somewhere here. And in the end I found a skull with an amulet glued to my forehead. He began to transfer his inner energy to the skull. The girl did not understand what he was going to do and why he moves ki to him. However, soon the skull began to grow as if to grow in a real body. Gradually, he had already begun to find a form similar to human, and the azure ghost realized that the skull belonged to this spirit, which was in the middle of the stream. Finally, when the transformation was finally finished, a little girl appeared in front of them. However, the newfound ghost was madly angry with such an insult. Rising to his feet, he explained that he was a man. However, the azure ghost clearly could not believe it. In addition, she could not understand why Gaion Wan revived such a harmful ghost that was easier to kill. The guy got angry that such a thing was said straight in his presence. However, the azure ghost was angry with his daring words. He had no right to tell her what to do, and she recommended the ghost to close his mouth himself if he did not want to die. And it worked. The spirit immediately calmed down, not showing signs of discontent. Gyun himself decided to clarify why he revived the ghost. Then he took the skull and crushed it into the smallest pieces. Immediately after this, the ghost felt incredibly severe pain. The azure ghost realized that Gyan was decided to destroy the root of this girl. Surely it was hellishly painful, so she believed that Gaion Wan revived her cleanly to torment. She already considered him a real demon. However, instead of just freezing, he ate the remnants of the skull. Obviously, the girl did not understand what this madman was doing at all. However, at that moment, a red familiar thread has already occurred between them. Obviously, the ghost believed that it was simply impossible to do this with her. The azure ghost understood how one could make the spirit become a familiar. So, when she herself became a familiar, this was not an accident, because Gyona 1 ate a piece of her book. However, she was interested in how the mortal generally managed to come to this conclusion, while the guy himself was content with the fact that he got himself another strong spirit. At this time, one elder from the assassin's pavilion into the dungeon calmly meditated. However, when the lights of candles went out, he suspected something strange. Therefore, he immediately hurried into a remote room to understand what was the matter. And then he saw that the clay figure constrained by chains was completely destroyed. He immediately came closer, but could not believe that the divine spiritual insect, the art of the poison of the head of the pavilion, was destroyed. Obviously, no one expected that this would happen, because the stored there was insanely valuable. Soon the man ran to the shaman of the hidden pavilion of the assassins, Yugun. As soon as he saw the master, he immediately explained that he was waiting for Mr. Pavilion with a request to stop the test. He tried to explain how much his student is useful to him, and that he could not give him so easy to die. However, Eigen believed that now is not the time for this, because his divine power over the poisons and insects was taken away. He believed that perhaps it was the fact of the Himamoro who passed by. However, the elder understood that this could hardly be only if the barrier, erected by him, failed. And he himself understood that this was unlikely, because only the beast of the mythical level could create this. Therefore, he ordered Yugen to gain equipment and follow him. Now they went to the Valley of Bloody Corpses. It became obvious that no matter what happened here, the tests in the Valley of Bloody Corpses were more important, despite the fact that the mythical beast appeared. It was an emergency situation. However, he believed that it was even better, because they could take advantage of this to stop the test. At this time, the new familiar could not believe that he really became a familiar. Gyun himself, coming closer, asked the spirit to call his name. However, he was only angry, obviously not going to follow a person on the occasion. However, seeing anger Gyeonwon, the spirit clearly changed his mind. Having bowed, he immediately introduced himself, calling himself with Ha, and recognizing Gyeonwon as his master. Looking at the behavior of this familiar, it became obvious that this spirit is even more malleable than a demonic monk. In addition, the Azure Ghost did not expect that he would immediately reveal his name, because usually evil spirits did not want to expose his names. Perhaps the whole thing was that the deadly energy around Gyeonwon was very strong. In addition, she noticed apparently the energy literally began to double, and the guy was surprised that the Azure Ghost noticed it so quickly. He explained that he remembered the new equipment. 8 techniques that break thoughts. Then he began to read it to demonstrate this to Azure Ghost, and she perfectly saw what was happening at that moment with his energy. He calmly explained that after using this technique, he could share his energy, and he himself could distribute it between the lower and central points of Dantrian. The strangeness was that usually the martial artist must realize a new reality before trying something like that. However, this mortal has passed this step, using 8 techniques that break thoughts. This means that it was present twice as much internal energy than any other master who could reach this peak. In other words, he reached the level of literally above the peak. However, not rejoicing in his achievements, the guy realized that they had too little time. Initially, he wanted at least 7 to leave alive, but now he changed his mind, realizing that he had no choice, and he would kill everyone to whom he would reach. At this time, 2 different teams met in the more often forests. Seok-Chun clearly worried when they met a tattooed leader of another team. However, he wanted to know why they decided to get their flag, because they already had one. However, he only laughed, offering to give them the flag in a good way. In addition, he reminded the girl that she refused to join his team, and also decided to contact such losers. Then the juice of Yu-chun realized that this guy was clearly going to kill competitors. However, he could not understand why he had this, despite all the risks, especially considering that the sun would grow up soon. He explained to his team that there was very little time left, and the test would end soon, and then everything will be fine. Finally, the enemy realized that the juice of Yu-chun was going to wait until the sunrise, and invited him to try to survive. Immediately after that, he gave the team to his guys, and they immediately screamed. Seok-Chun and his team did not understand why they were screaming. However, he finally realized that they wanted to call that monster, and ordered people to stop. But it was too late, because everyone felt the approach of something inevitable in the more often forest. And then everyone realized that the situation became much more dangerous. When everyone saw the monster, they realized that they urgently need to run away. But the girl noticed that the leader of another team and all the others were grouped around her flag. She immediately guessed that perhaps they remained untouched when they stand along the length of the flag. Therefore, quickly ordered everyone to gather around their flag. She herself, covering the rest, ran at the end. However, in the end, it turned out to be not sufficiently fast, because of which it was very wounded by the monster. Opponents only mocked her fate, realizing that she would die. However, they asked that she would not blame them, because still it was just a competition. At that moment, the rest of the team, led by Yu-chun, tried to distract the monster, luring him towards themselves. However, he wanted to get only this girl. She realized that he would soon die, but unexpectedly from the depths of the forest, there were chains that tied this monster. Then Gyeonwon appeared, who laughed ominously, seeing this situation. He explained that he was running out of time, and was glad that everyone who was needed had gathered here together. At this moment, the leader of the enemy team was already very contrary to, realizing that Gyeonwon was even able to restrain such a strong beast. The bald one, not seeing these chains, immediately began to scream the monster, not understanding that he was doing. He ordered him to kill that girl, not hesitating. The SOK Yu-chun himself did not understand why the monster stopped moving, but he realized that now was not the time to think about it. Therefore, he picked up the girl in order to take her closer to the flag. She, as if in delirium, noticed the chains that were around the monster and emanated from some girl. But the juice of Yu-chun wrote it all on hallucinations, after which he began to take her away. However, with Ha, she quickly realized that that woman seemed to see him. And then the guy decided that this girl could really be useful enough. Finally, at that moment, the monster tried to break the chains that restrained him. The bald one only rejoiced, wanting him to kill them all. However, Gyun-won, seeing that the monster was breaking up, he jumped on him himself, forcing him to face his face with force into the ground. Immediately after this, the chains tightened around him, preventing him from budding, and Gyun himself began to open his mouth. He wanted the monster to pay for an attempt to steal his food. Immediately after that, in front of the others, he literally torn his head in half, and then at all tore off. At that moment, the bald one realized that they needed to run away from here as soon as possible. From the mere expression of Guyon Vaughn, it became obvious that they would all die. Therefore, turning to his people, he ordered them to run. However, Guyon Vaughn quietly asked his new assistant to knit them, and then the invisible chains enveloped them, preventing them from budding. The chains also enveloped the team headed by Sokeyuchun. And now, finally, Gyun won, without any interfering factors could look at the remaining flags. The rest began to panic, not understanding why they could not move at all. The leader of the enemy team himself was indignant. What did Gyun out with them? First of all, the hero decided to check the flag that guarded the Zhou Chong. However, he did not find anything interesting on him. Therefore, he just decided to break it. Obviously, the young man was very angry, not understanding why the older brother behaves like that. And the tattooed quickly realized that now Guyon was going to break their flag. However, he explained that their flag was exactly the same as the flag of the opponents, so he could not even look at him. However, he knew what was written on other flags, and he could tell him. Therefore, he suggested that he and Gyun Vaughn agree, offering him to join their detachment. After all, he understood that sooner or later the guy would have to do this anyway. The rest of the team began to be indignant, because they already had enough people. However, having ordered them to shut up, the tattooed promised that he would expel one of the members of his detachment, and then the hero himself would be able to enter them. However, suddenly behind one of the guys, Gyun Won noticed a piece of wood from another flag. The leader quickly crushed, because due to the fact that they could not remember everything written, they did not take the flag with them, but they did not expect it to turn out for them in this way. However, he tried to get out of the situation, offering Gyun to give this flag to him. However, he understood that the fee was in his hands, but did not realize what the benefit of this transaction was. Another flag that they stored also now belonged to him. Perhaps the bald one said something similar because of the shock of the fact that he was on the verge of the failure of the test. Suddenly the juice of Yu Chun shouted, asking Gyunwan not to trust the person who will stick a knife in his back at any moment. He explained that they also had a flag that Mo Haran brought, and invited them to go together. However, the bald one shouted that the flag belonged to them. They did nothing for this to get it. Although the juice of Yu Chun could argue with the man who was all the time hiding behind the monster, the bald one promised that he would unsubscribe to the hero if he would help him now. The young warrior believed that it was good to have a debtor from the Red Death Valley. Immediately after that, a real verbal battle flared up between the two teams. When Gyunvon was tired of it, he slapped loudly on the table, interrupting their screams. And he explained that he was really difficult for him because everyone was trying to lure him to his side. He honestly admitted that he would not want to choose, but the rules do not allow him to do this. It seemed to the young man that choosing between the two sides was dishonest. Therefore, for starters, he untied them, allowing them to move, and he invited both teams to fight each other to death. Gyeon, in turn, promised to take 7 survivors as his allies. Immediately after these words, a bloody battle for survival ensued. At that moment, the bald guy had already killed several of his opponents, and breathing heavily, was looking for a new victim. Suddenly he heard the hero praised him. Obviously the warrior froze with bewilderment, and the young man, smiling, explained that he behaved very well in battle. The shaven-headed fighter was greatly angry that someone dared to humiliate him like that. He vowed to himself that he would definitely kill this person with his own hands, even if you have to pay a high price for this. Soon, inspectors came to announce the end of the test. However, they found the cruel beating of the subjects. The guy stopped killing only when the Jo Uhun came up to him, who explained that the test was already over. However, a furious fighter continued to finish his victim, believing that he would survive only like that. Obviously, observers absolutely did not understand what happened here at all. The head of the valley paid special attention to the murdered beast. During the time, while the warrior was hunting here, the predator was already able to grow, but he was still killed. It was interesting to learn about blocking the prohibited path. Was it possible for a person who killed this beast to use internal energy? Immediately after that, all the survivors were checked, but nothing strange was found. Therefore, the head of the valley invited all the survivors to return. When the inspectors did not leave, he decided that perhaps there is something else worthy of his attention. However, I found nothing, and in the end everyone continued the path. The Azure Ghost was happy that no one found oddities. In addition, the average deviant of the hero was still open. The acupuncture needle blocked the path of Ki, but not the middle region. The Azure Ghost thought that the rest of the mortals were probably admired by how the young man dealt with the hunter so easily. However, a mystical mentor asked that the guy would not weaken vigilance. After all, the head of the valley was a powerful person, a real master who was not inferior to the King of the Light himself. With such a pace, a young warrior could attract undesirable attention. So he should have been careful, otherwise he could bring trouble himself. The hero promised the ghost that he would definitely think about this issue. As a result, after that they announced the end of the tests, and the selection of people began. 59 out of 259 who could not find the flag were excluded. 200 divided into those who know about the technique recorded on flags, and those who do not know. As a result, only 80 people were handed over. The rest were recognized as failed by low-ranking members. However, the majority were glad at least the fact that they survived this test, while others were indignant because of their low status. The bald one understood that they simply underestimated the test, but it did not concern him at all. He was sure that soon something important would happen, and this time he was ready to prove Guy and Vaughn which of them is better. Finally, the head of the valley decided to choose the best participant in the test, and it was a great moment for a warrior with leopard tattoos to declare himself. The leader of the valley did not know who to give preference to the one who remembered the equipment from the flags, or to the one who made the most. Suddenly, a guy with tattoos raised his hand. He explained that he could answer any question regarding the technique posted on the flags. An interested man asked that in this case the young man would explain this technique. The tattooed fighter immediately confidently stated that this technique specializes in lightness and speed. It is suitable for many situations and affects 3 central life points of the body. The head of the valley, hearing this, nodded with interest. He realized that the guy emphasized rather important moments. It is really surprising that the flags gave him so much information, despite the tests. The tattooed warrior was already rejoicing in this praise. He understood that Guion Wan did not definitely surpass him, despite the fact that he humiliated him with his strange techniques during the test. Guion Vaughn was still not even in his martial arts, because there was a real wall of talent between them, and the young man could only whine about his hopeless future. After all, from now on will have to be humiliated, since it was he who was going to become the best participant. At this moment, the head was about to hand over a silver coin to the best student. However, Guion Wan, raising his hand, said that it was not just a sword technique, but rather a formation. Everyone immediately turned into him scaredly. The bald man himself could not believe that the young man really could understand this. The head of the valley decided to find out from the hero what prompted him to this thought. However, this was not easy, because the movements were very accurate, verified. Each of them was prescribed so as not to repeat and not overlap the rest. It seemed to the bald that it simply could not be a real formation of a sword. Even if, in order to find out, you need to have skills at the level of the head of the valley, because this construction technique is performed by dozens of swordsmen. To recognize it through the text, you need to imagine the movements of dozens of soldiers using the only description. However, there was also another option. Perhaps Guion was a real genius capable of seeing this even without training. The head decided to test the boy, asking how many swordsmen are necessary for maximum efficiency. The answer was followed immediately: 8 people. You can also use 16 and reach even 32. However, Gyeonu Won explained that if there is more, then the positions will begin to be on each other. After these words, the head of the valley, without restraining himself, laughed loudly. Then he handed the guy a small silver token, and he announced to everyone that it was the young man who deserved to become the best in this test. Obviously, a tattooed guy could not believe it and take defeat, and the head, throwing the medal to the boy, congratulated him on the title of the best. Gyeon himself mentally thanked the Green Spirit, who helped him to take this honorary place in the test. Finally, the head of the valley explained that he wanted to congratulate everyone else who has passed the second test. All those present here earned the right to become masters of martial arts of the average rank. Then he decided to tell them immediately about the third test. It will just consist in the formation of 8 inscriptions of the sky and the land that was described on flags. It is based on changes in internal energy, and the creator was the former head of the Association Heaven and Earth. The sage was sure that many had already guessed what was happening, so he explained. In the third test, they will need to successfully perform the formation of a sword in groups of 8 people. Those who are group leaders pass this test automatically, regardless of the result. On vacation, he allocated them 1 day. During this time, they had to decide on the leaders of their groups. The head also warned that from this moment the murder is strictly prohibited. Everyone immediately began to whisper that they needed to form groups without killing each other. But it would not be easy, because everyone wanted to become a leader. However, the head, remembering, warned the subjects about another pleasant bonus. He will remove the block from their paths of ki. Everyone was happy that they would finally feel freedom of action. The bald fighter himself rejoiced that he would finally be able to deal with Gyeon Vol. It doesn't matter how talented he is. Everything will cease to matter as soon as the opponent can use his internal energy. Therefore, it only remained to wait until such an arrogant upstart would crawl at his feet. Events are transferred to the external lands of the Association of Heaven and Earth, to the Pavilion of Red Lights. There, the girls entertained high-ranking nobles with might and main. And in the middle of all this chaos, Go-chan, who was sad. After all, he just wanted to find his master, but in the end, he somehow ended up here. Yesterday, he tried to get into the association, but nothing came out because of very vigilant guards. Therefore, he decided to make an attempt to give a bribe. Approaching, he explained that the time had come for him to marry, and he would like to go to the association to search for a narrowed one. However, the warrior explained that he could simply kill him for this, but he could tell a different way to get inside for the proposed fee, and he told the girl about the red light pavilion. And so Ho-chan was in an institution called House of Entertainment. That guard explained that high-ranking nobles from the Association of Heaven and Earth go to the entertainment house, and the guest will be happy there, given how beautiful the girl is. The young man understood that he was lucky only because he knew how to play musical instruments. In addition, looking at the threads that associated him with Gyeonvol, he realized that there was no longer a way back. Whatever it costs, he had to fall into the Association of Heaven and Earth. Finally, when he was pregnant, a woman came to him. She introduced herself as Ha-che-rin, and explained that the girl's appearance was already very beautiful, and it was not necessary to change much of everything. She was sure that with such an appearance, any high-ranking master would take a girl in her mistress. However, it was hard to even represent this to the cup, and he already planned to break into the association with the help of strength. Somewhere at this time, a bald warrior was crushed. After the needles were pulled out of his body, he realized that time for his revenge had come. After all, as soon as his paths were unlocked, he felt weak energy emanating from Gyeon. And since he has already reached his peak, he means surpassing the opponent many times. Maybe this guy was talented in the possession of the sword, but his energy was simply unimaginably weak. Therefore, although Brito, headed, sat with pleasure and circulated his kui, he was sure that the enemy was also resting. So, this is his chance to unexpectedly attack. After all, he could do anything but murder. However, when he opened the door, he realized that the young genius was already waiting for him. He only grinned, realizing that their thoughts, apparently, coincided. Immediately after that, the hero grabbed the guy by the face and began to attack. The bald one tried to remove his enemy's hand from his face, but with only one touching the enemy, his energy began to dissipate. The hero was only surprised at how much this guy was weaker than expected. Then I decided to teach a lesson, beating it to blood. However, he promised that, despite the weakness of the enemy, he would take him to his team. After all, since they think the same way, they could clearly work well and become a great team. As a result, he dragged the guy's limp straight to the stairs to the display of everyone else. Many immediately recognized the student from the Valley of Bloody Death in him. It was strange that someone managed to deal with the pupil of one of the three great houses of martial arts. Therefore, everyone wanted to know who was generally such a Gyeon, who managed to do something like that. However, the young man himself was bothered by the fact that this bald was weaker than he thought. He hoped at least that he would be at the true peak. However, the Azure Ghost explained that the reason is that the hero himself became stronger, but did not feel it, as he was walking non-standard. The spirit decided that now it's just time to tell about the combat kingdoms. The lowest was the third level, the second, and then the first was higher. The martial kingdom is what many martial artists achieve at this stage, but few chosen ones with great potential pass it and reach early peak. And inside this peak there is an initial, true, and absolute level. If you overcome them, then a person reaches the highest peak. At this level, there was the head of the estate of the Sok, somewhere at the initial higher peak. However, not all masters of one kingdom are the same. Between the initial higher peak and the absolute, simply an irresistible difference. The King of Light and the head of the Valley Corpse on the Blood are in the absolute high peak. This is the level that the most talented martial artists achieve. But this is not all, because there was still an evolutionary kingdom, which goes beyond human capabilities. The kingdom of superhumans, separating the oceans and mountains. The guy, whom the hero had just defeated, was at the true peak. Gyeon himself was absolutely at the absolute. They were both at the peak, except that the difference between them was too great, so the defeated fighter seemed so weak. But the Azure Ghost insisted that the young man still should not relax. Then the guy wondered at what level his familiar spirit was. However, after thinking a little, the ghost refused to answer, hinting that one day a warrior himself would understand everything. The guy did not insist, knowing that it was still unpleasant to talk about his past. As a result, having finished the conversation, he decided to deal with the defeated enemy. Therefore, I decided to wait until he comes to his senses in order to start a recruitment. Finally, the bald woke up and was very taken aback when he saw a hero straight in front of him. He was very dissatisfied with the fact that Gion had dared to use the poison-scattering energy on him. However, since the young man did not know anything about this, the Azure Ghost explained that this is a poison that disperses internal energy. But since the hero's energy had a similar effect, balled, and mixed them up. Therefore, the fighter was honestly surprised that there was such a drug, until the guy demanded that the enemy not be fooling around. However, the hero was absolutely the same as he thought about this, and he decided to find out the opinion of his proposal. Then the kid finally dawned that he definitely should not contact Gion Volume, and let his ego be frozen. But it was already worth admitting that he was much weaker than this young man. However, he proudly refused, not wanting to join him, having stated that he will not do this, even if he died, because he did not want to obey such a arrogance. Gion 1 only praised him for such determination. However, he expressed regret, because it would be nice to have such a fighter in his team. After that, the bald one tried to leave, because I did not want to be in the same room with such a person. He was not worried, because he understood that Gion could not kill him in any case because of the ban. However, at that moment the young man stopped the enemy, deciding to find out where he was going. He warned that he would not allow him to leave after refusing his offer. The bald one only recalled that the head of the Bloody Blood Valley forbade them to kill each other. However, Gyun, instead, used the technique of releasing the ghost. Immediately after this, the boy felt a strange energy exciting his body. He tried to tear off the invasion. However, hitting him in the stomach, Gion did not allow it to do this. The young master explained that this was a fee for the fact that the fighter so upset him with his refusal. Now he had to provide his body to him, becoming his subordinates. And all that the guy remained was only screaming, looking at how Gyun-won revels in his suffering. However, suddenly a knock on the door was heard. As it turned out, Moharan from the house of Moja came to him. Gyun-won quickly remembered the girl that he saved after the attack of the beast. And in the end, he waited until the demonic monk would finally take possession of the guy's body to let her into the room. However, she was insanely surprised when she saw that Gyun-won was not alone. He only explained that this guy came to join his team. However, the girl was well aware that something was wrong with the new companion of Gyeon-val. She saw that this was definitely not Yom-ha. And then Gyeon-won recalled the events of last evening. With the Ha realized that the girl seemed to see him perfectly. However, he only laughed cunningly, realizing that he was not mistaken and that she also sees ghosts. However, the young man could not leave it unpunished. Therefore, he applied the ritual of release on a doll with an azure ghost with Ha inside. As soon as he got out with Ha, he immediately tried to attack the girl with his blades, but she managed to break them in time. But Gyonu-won explained that since she opened him, he had no choice but to plug her. At that moment, he wished the owner to give him the flesh of this woman. The azure ghost reproached him that he first proved that he was a man, and now he would like to get the girl's body. But suddenly Moja screamed, explaining Gyeon to Vaughn that she did not want to fight at all. She just wanted to make sure and understand that she did not mean anything that day. However, Gyonu-won understood that for such a desire the price would be very high, but the girl assured the guy that she was ready to pay this price, because she needed the power that the young man possessed. So she wanted him to help her. Gyeon-won clearly not rejoiced at the fact that she demanded from him to lend his strength, but Moja explained that his spirit wanted to get her body, and she was already ready to give him in return for the invisible creature what he saw. The young man realized that apparently she could only hear the spirits, and the azure ghost explained that her spiritual eyes opened when she was on the verge of death, although they were not the same as the ghostly eyes of Gyeon-won, capable of seeing the whole essence of the other side. As a result, the guy decided to find out why he helped Moe. After all, although she could count that he spoils the fun, he could easily get her body right now, so he wanted to know the reason for him to get into these problems. However, the girl, armed with a blade, made it clear that she was not so simple. She thought that Gyeon was already too high about herself. Then she literally in a moment stretched through the entire room the finest threads that could cut the skin when touching. She warned that she could kill the guy at any time. Then Gyeong-won realized that this girl had her trump cards in her sleeve, and he warned the demonic monk to be more careful, because he could cut himself. The azure ghost explained that this technique from the very beginning seemed familiar. Apparently, she was a descendant of the King of Death. However, when Gyeon-won repeated this name, Moja demanded an explanation. She wanted to know how this guy found out about the King of Death. Then the ghost explained that it would be strange not to recall him when he saw the sequence of murderous arts of the throwing daggers of shadow acuteness. When Gyeonu-won exactly repeated the words of the spirit, Moja finally fell silent in misunderstanding. After all, the King of Death was the founder and god of the war of her sect. Unique martial art, like consistent death was transmitted only from mouth to mouth, and no one except the head of the sect and successors could know about it. Therefore, she realized that now the circumstances were much different. She ordered Guyon to one to tell where he knew all this, otherwise she would resort to torture. However, the young man broke the floor under his feet, confusing the threads that connected him. Then he rushed at a girl who tried to defend himself with throwing knives. However, when he got closer, she relied on flight. He literally took off into the sky. Then she tried to hit him with a blade straight around her neck. Gyun-won was only amazed at her speed, because she was much higher than even Yom-jie. Then he stopped the blade with his own teeth, preventing himself from injuring. And then he grabbed the girl, not allowing her to escape. However, at that moment he noticed that she managed to pull the thread around his neck. Moja warned that she certainly should not be underestimated. If she pulls a little more, his head will fall from his shoulders. So she demanded to let her go in a good way. However, the young man cut these threads, depriving her of strength. And in the end, the girl could no longer manage them. After that, the guy hit her in the stomach so that she could no longer throw away any trick. And while she was trying to clench, he admitted that she would really be quite useful for him. At first he wanted to give her body with Ha, but realized that it was better to leave him to himself. Then he wounded his finger and watered it with his blood. Moja immediately realized that this was a deadly poison, and it was necessary to get rid of it. However, Guyon Vaughn demanded that the girl become his devoted dog. And then he, so be it, will think to lend her his strength. Obviously, she did not understand why he decided to go so far. However, Guyon Vaughn was hard to trust other people. In addition, she herself previously stated that she was ready to pay any price for this force. And then the girl realized that she had met a person with a murderous temper. The father said that 1 out of 10,000 people possessed this. They found pleasure and joy in death. It was the best quality inherent in the assassin. It could even be considered talent. After all, they have no share of doubt in murder or betrayal. They enjoyed it, so they did not experience remorse. And now she realized, Guyon was really the embodiment of evil. But her father advised her that when meeting with such a person, she should never contact him and should run away as quickly as possible. Therefore now she did not understand why she did this and why she contacted him. Soon after, everyone witnessed how Gyun-won leads with him at once both Yom-jie and the Mova. It seemed to many that it may have imagined. It was not clear how this man was able to subjugate even a warrior from the Death Valley. Therefore, everyone wanted to know what the hero is. Behind this, the juice of Yu-chun carefully watched all of the gap in his room. He remembered how then his older brother ordered the test to fight to death, and he realized that it was not a joke. Gyun-won was as serious as possible, which means that he would absolutely care whether to kill Yu-chuna or not. Let him hate him before, but he did not expect such evil from him. Therefore, I wanted to know what caused his brother such a change. But now he could not engage in these meaningless thoughts. Therefore, I decided to start my training. After all, from this moment he had to concentrate only on his survival. After the release of internal energy, he thought that the only one was at the highest peak. However, it turned out that the world was much more than it imagined, so he should train for the sake of survival and for himself. At that moment, unexpectedly, an unknown person entered the room, who realized that his guesses were confirmed, and the juice of Yu-chun was indeed from the estate of the sword. This guy was called Ma-sok, and he wanted to know from Yu-chun that he had forgotten the member of the estate of the sword Sok. He suggested that perhaps he betrayed him, so he ended up in a corpse blood valley. This man was a friend who extended his hand to help, and together they went through fire and water. However, he did not understand how a member of the Association of Heaven and Earth was able to recognize the techniques of the estate of the sword Sok. To begin with, he decided to find out from Ma-sok how he learned about everything. However, it did not matter. He was more interested in that he had forgotten the Orthodox member in the valley. He suggested that the family of the sword juice betrayed the Orthodox Murim. However, the frightened juice Yu-chun immediately denied it. Then Ma-sok suggested that the juice of Yu-chun is not here to become an important person in the Association of Heaven and Earth. He asked the unknown guy not to pretend to be a fool. Indeed, upon passing the final test of the Corpse Blood Valley, a chance is provided to become a student of the 5 kings of the Association of Heaven and Earth, or 3 chapters of sex. Junes did not even know about this, and now he finally realized why everyone risked their lives and killed each other in these trials. Everything for the sake of a one-time chance to climb the social ladder, becoming a student of the heads of association. And he could not believe that all his attempts to survive did him only closer to the heads of his enemy. However, Ma-sok, by reaction, realized that for Yu-chun it was a surprise. Then asking, he found out that the guy was a hostage. He himself did not know why he was sent here, so he could not answer a friend's question. As a result, Ma-sok decided to reveal his secret. apologizing for not being able to trust him from the very beginning. He admitted that he was a spy of an Orthodox Union and hidden power. Soku Yu-chun knew well about this organization, the stronghold of the Orthodox Murim, which is one of the three greatest forces of Murim, along with the Association of the Sky and the Earth, and the Alliance of the Unorthodox. There were 4 main organizations inside the Orthodox Alliance, and one of them specialized in secret missions and murders. This is a hidden force. However, the Orthodox force denied this in every possible way, and only now Yu-chun realized that they really existed. He was wondering why Ma Sok entrusted him with this secret, but the reason was in an emergency. In total, 15 people, including it, were able to infiltrate the corporate Blood Valley, but more died than he expected. Everyone passed the first trials, but in the second they were left for 11 people, so he was counting on the help of Yu-chuna. In addition, the death of the rest was not at all the fault of the monster that was introduced into the test. The thing is the guy who stood behind all their problems. It was obviously about Gyanvina, a madman who killed 9 people from their organization. Initially, Ma Sok believed that Gyan and Yu-chun at the same time, since they bore one surname. But seeing how he ordered them to kill each other, he realized that he was mistaken. Therefore, he decided to tell the truth, despite the fact that they are half-brothers. And he admitted that he was about to kill Gyan Wan. The situation was already so aggravated that they needed the help of the juice of Yu-chun, because now there was no choice. They needed to eliminate any threat. When the juice of Yu-chun tried to argue, Ma Sok suggested that the reason in the madness of Gyan Vaughn. However, he explained that in their ranks there are those who can compete with him in madness. After all, their regiment, although it was part of the hidden power of the Orthodox Union, had its own separate name. They called them monsters, partly because of just crazy power. But there was another reason for this nickname. At this time, Gyunwan was sitting in his room while the Azure Ghost asked him to relax, and Ma Sok explained that these monsters were different from other people. The same thing concerned the girl who was already sent on a mission. Girls with a body that does not feel pain due to a huge number of experienced spells and research. Because of this, her character also underwent serious changes. She learned to enjoy the cries of pain and enjoy it. Her name was now Kavyan, and now, even when she was naked standing in front of the hero, he seemed to not react to her in any way. In less than a couple of minutes, the hero hit her and laid her on the bed. No one understood why she came here, but everyone understood that soon they could find out about it. The Azure Ghost thought that, most likely, she came in order to share the bed with him, and he was surprised why the guy was making himself an inconsistent and would not want to use this for his pleasure. However, this only complicated the situation for him. He wanted to interrogate the girl. However, seeing how he shone with Ha, he allowed him to move into her body. At this time, the juice of Yu-chung with Ma Sok already fled towards the Gyunvono room. They hoped that they would have time before the girl would harm him very much. As it turned out, shortly before that, the juice of Yu-chun, falling to his knees, began to beg to make his brother another chance. And although he also did not like how he behaved, he could not allow his brother to be killed. Therefore, he promised to convince him, or at least give him a chance. And in the end, Ma Sok agreed and offered to withdraw the girl from the assignment until it was too late. He made it clear that, although he did not like Gyan, however, he trusted Yu-chuna. So he decided to agree to give the hero the second and last chance. The boy himself understood that no matter how his brother changed, he was born and raised in an Orthodox faction, so he must change. However, when they came, they saw a crowd of people. In addition, they saw how the inspectors carry some very beaten people. Ma Sok quickly recognized them of 2 more spies in them. And the juice of Yu-chun controversial, because it was a huge loss for hidden power. At this time, Gyan Wan began to praise for doing an excellent job. After all, only thanks to him they managed to catch the rats that climbed to them. As it turned out, 15 minutes ago, Gyan Wan found out about everything. The girl sent to him was a spy, the task of which was the penetration into the enemy sect. He also read the memories of the woman, and it turned out that 4 more spies came here. The Azure Ghost was surprised at the stupidity of these people who revealed the individuals during the spy mission. However, the hero quickly realized that the Orthodox and unorthodox sects competed with each other because of disagreements in opinions. It sounded very stupid to him, but he understood that it was not surprising. These 2 sects considered themselves right. They were ready to sacrifice themselves for the sake of victory. This not only created enmity between people, but also exhausted them. The hero remembered that even during his life on the estate they already interfered with him, and suspected that because of this it was so bad. The ghost was interested in what the guy was going to do, because he interfered with these people, since they tried to eliminate him. With Ha, he immediately suggested killing everyone. However, Gyan Vaughn had another idea, in which there would be no need to swear his hands. Therefore, when he went out, he immediately went to look for the people he needed. And now what this led to. Now he was praised and promised to generously reward for the capture of the spies. Thus, he not only got rid of people who wanted to be evil, but was also able to get a reward. However, at that moment he drew attention to Ma Soka, which was not far, and Yu Chuna. He immediately pointed to Ma Juice as another of the hidden spies, and he immediately rushed to run away, and everyone else rushed to catch him. Sok Yu Chun was left completely alone, looking at his brother incomprehensibly. However, he was particularly affected by what he saw, how he smiled. Therefore, having broken down, he approached him in order to talk. He did not understand what his brother was doing, because he had just betrayed their union. But Gyun-won believed that the younger brother was very naive. In addition, he recommended Yu Chun to be calmer if he does not want to be captured as a spy. In addition, Gyonu-won, did his brother really did not see that the head of the corporate Blood Valley knew about the existence of rats in his possessions? And the juice of Yu Chun really did not suspect this. However, the hero explained that as soon as he found out about the personality of the spies, he remembered that during the selection after the second test, the head of this sect knelled all this time. Rummaging in his memory, Sok Yu Chun also recalled this suspicious moment, and the hero explained that since they were from one estate, he could give his brother advice. If he is such a patriot, he does not need to make nonsense, because he can die, especially with such thinking. After that, saying goodbye, Gyeon-won decided to leave. However, the juice of Yu Chun did not let up. He wanted to know if his brother was in the know, why tests were carried out in the corporate Blood Valley. However, Gyun-won's answer was logical. It was absolutely not worried about him. The Azure ghost himself did not understand why the young man did not want to kill this guy with others. However, the hero knew that since he was still playing the role of the immigrant from the estate, the death of his brother could arouse suspicion. So he decided to leave these trials for later. At this moment, one of the ministers approached Gyun-won. He informed the young man that the head of the valley called him to talk. At this time, the leader himself sat quietly at his mirror. However, when he was informed about the arrival of the hero, he immediately put on his mask. Then he sat down at the table and greeted the young man, inviting him to pass so that they could talk normally. The man had already reported that the boy and his brother were brought here as hostages from the estate of the SOK sword. And obviously he did not deny such an obvious truth. However, having put his sword to his neck, he explained that something was not knitting here. Since Gyun-won was brought as a hostage, so why did he give out a spy of an orthodox faction? The man ordered him to think carefully before talking, because his life depended on this. And the hero himself realized how terrible this man was. His speed, his glowing energy was simply hellishly strong, and now it was clear what long journey the Azure Spirit told him. However, the young man did not understand what to do. At that moment, the Azure Ghost closely followed the enemy's sword. She quickly recognized this technique and realized that the mortal was insanely lucky. Therefore, he ordered the young man in detail to repeat after him. By this moment, the man had already begun to end in patience. However, the guy only calmly asked when the man learned to control the fiery damned key. He scaredly did not understand where this guy managed to find out about it. The hero immediately realized that the question was how the young man learned about the technique of a scanny flame. The head of the valley knew that only 4 people, including the head of the association, knew about it. He was worried that perhaps the chapter personally sent the boy, and hostage was just a cover to experience him. He remembered how the head of the association ordered him to prove his loyalty to 4 generations. Only then he would allow his house to wear a royal title. However, he could not come to terms with the fact that he had done was still not enough. The young genius calmly suggested that, most likely, Lee's house again received the royal title, although it was strange that then he lived in the distance, in the Blood Valley. The head himself wanted to know who sent this guy to him, but he did not answer, recalling that the man himself did not answer his question. When the chapter had already begun to be angry, he noticed that the boy was doing something very strange. He began to show martial art using his fingers. When he saw the first pose, he felt everything even without words. The trajectory of the boy's blow was directed right at 8 vital points in the center of his body. All the movements of the young man were impeccable. It was a pressure, and it felt like he had already struck. So it was the very art that his grandfather told him, the sword of the lunar vessel. Gyeon-won was glad that the man recognized him, because he thought he could not, since the head of the valley looked too young for his grandson Lee Ruman. And obviously the man very quickly recognized the name of the hero's grandfather. He remembered how grandfather asked not to hate his lord too much, because she was not the cruel traitor to whom he considered her. All due to the fact that the grandson constantly asked his grandfather why their family was considered traitors. and he understood where his grandson had such questions because of the injuries that the others left on his face. This happened often when he was in the training hall of the association. The boy had to endure all kinds of humiliations and insults for the fact that he was born in a family of traitors. He paid such a price for an oath that his grandfather gave the lunar vessel. Grandfather always explained that they, as subordinates, should trust their lord to the very end. However, the young man did not understand this. He did not like eternal humiliation. Therefore, he blamed his grandfather for not swinging in fidelity to the head of the association, as well as for the fact that now this stigma has been fixed behind them. Because of this lady, they were not only the stigma of the traitors, but they were also reduced to some valley, despite all the power that his grandfather possessed. However, the old man continued to remain faithful to his lord, which the grandson could not understand. The more he thought, the more he was upset, because he did not understand why he had to pay for other people's sins. His grandfather always said that they were her subordinates, and so it should be. After that, the boy stopped communicating with his grandfather, but simply focused on the martial arts technique. After all, he could not live without obsession with something. Thanks to this, he reached this level of skill in the art of the Sword of Scarlet Flame, and was the first in the house to have mastered it before 20 years. Before that, no one in their house was able to completely master the techniques of the Sword of Scarlet Flame. Even his grandfather stalled, reaching the 8th level of skill. However, the young man was sure that he could achieve something more, and this thirst for a poison for him. They always said to him, "Do not try to go to the 6th level until you perfectly master the 5th. And he hurried too much, for which he paid. Then, during the training, he caught fire with fire, which could not be extinguished. In the art of a guide flame, the deeper a person comprehended him, the stronger the damned energy became. The problem is that she burned the body of the medium itself. Then he was sure that he would die. However, a grandfather came to his aid, who took all this flame on himself. Grandfather, like his father, could not perfectly control the damned fire key. He understood that if his grandfather absorbs her, then he would burn instead of him. He tried to stop him, explaining that it was too dangerous. As a result, he saw him so for the first time in 4 years and saw his death. To see how his own grandfather burns alive, and not to do anything, was a real nightmare for him. He shouted half a day while he was treated, and stopped only when he lost consciousness from overwork. After the funeral, he admitted to his father that his grandfather died because of him. But no one in the family blamed him. He was not even punished, because his grandfather would not want this. However, the father gave the boy the last poem written by his grandfather, a ballad dedicated to the Lord. And then he did not know what to do, until the very end of his grandfather did not change his devotion, but his own grandson betrayed his faith and fidelity. It was then that the young man decided to bear the will of his grandfather around the world. He continued his path, even if it puts a shame on them, and he will have to suffer until the end of his days. He decided to wear a mask and deceive others, and wait for his lord to return. However, the head of the valley was interested in how Gion Wan knew this martial art. He wanted to know who this guy is. The man was sure that the lunar vessel was no longer there. No one could read the secret manual, but now it did not exist at all. However, Gion Wan understood that it was better to see once than to hear 1,000 times. Therefore, he decided to give a man a chance to see everything himself. He began to read out the technique of releasing the doll in which the azure ghost sat. And now the head of the valley saw a woman about whom his father spoke endlessly. A beauty with the eyes of a blood color, hiding her face under a mask. He realized that she was much stronger and more beautiful than anyone in the association. Therefore, he fell to his knees and bowed to the lunar vessel, his lord. The azure ghost only smiled at her rightness, and the fact that the genealogy Li remained her faithful. She proudly looked at the mortal, wanting to see admiration in his face. However, the hero only surprised the stupidity of the spirit, because she continues to believe people, despite the fact that she became a vengeful ghost. However, he did not expect that the house of the chapter would keep his fidelity for 100 years. He thought that only her disappointment would see, but the situation was only in his favor. At this moment, the azure spirit had already approached her subordinate. She recalled how much time passed, but Gion Wan began to read out the spell. He forcibly returned her to his doll again. Obviously, the azure ghost was extremely unhappy with such unceremonious behavior. The head of the valley himself did not understand where the lady escaped, but the young man calmly explained that she was with him all this time. The head of the valley wanted to see the woman again, because he had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask. However, Gion Wan calmly explained that the azure ghost was right in front of them. He introduced himself as the head of the valley as her vessel. The reason was that, let the azure spirit entrusted this man, but the young man could not do this now. Therefore, at this stage, he personally wanted to control everything. However, what he saw, he could accurately call the fidelity of generations that has yet to be checked. After that, he handed the man a large sheet with a technique recorded on him. And then, having accepted him with shaking hands, the man recognized the finished technique, which his grandfather once told him. The hope of the whole family was now right in his hands. In addition, he was struck by the fact that his lord understood so easily why everyone else did not go out to connect her chi with fiery energy. However, she understood that it was not easy at all. For this, she needed to die and open her spiritual eye. In addition, she was angry that in the end, she had to tell the boy about this technique, while she explained her relationship with Lee's house. Thanks to this, the head of the valley trusted this young cunning. However, the man noticed that the technique was completely complete, and he was right. The young warrior decided to maintain caution. He understood that the head of the valley was in this position because he tried to restore the status of his house. He was worried that something unexpected could happen again. As a result, the man again leaned to his knees, explaining that his obedience was caused not only by technology. After all, the girl's concern, even after becoming a spirit, made him swear again in fidelity. Therefore, he begged to take him a sincere bow. The Azure Ghost believed that it was time to stop doubting and starting to trust Lee's house. She realized why he was doing all this. After all, he did not trust the chapter. However, she believed this man. But despite the fact that he and the hero were close, she promised that she would not help the young man in the schemes that he would want to crank up against Lee's house. At this moment, the man wanted to ask his lord a very important question about what happened in the Great Battle of Huanan. Obviously, Guyon did not even hear about it. But the man explained that about 100 years ago, a woman was branded a traitor and killed, and he wanted to hear the truth what happened that day. However, the Azure Ghost refused to help him in this matter. She simply did not want to tell him what happened then, although it could have helped him if he admitted that he had lied. Guyon won and decided to find out from the head of the valley that he knows about this. He pretended to be interested in knowing what version the Association of Heaven and Earth presented. Obviously, the spirit was outraged that he asked a counter-question instead of a direct answer, and the head of the valley apologized, explaining that he could not reliably tell everything. However, Gyun Vaughn was not interested in some little things, and this very outraged the very Côte d'Azur. The hero, feeling indignation, understood that it would be better for her to tell everything from the very beginning. In addition, he was happy even from one thought that they would finally be able to find out about her past. He wanted to know for what reason the head of the Scarlet Division became a vengeful spirit after a skirmish with the Association of Heaven and Earth. Finally, the head of the valley began his story about the past days. However, the Azure Ghost aged, deciding that she would simply break the doll on her own that restrains her. However, suddenly both the head and the young man felt something strange. Despite the fact that the Azure Ghost did not see anything from the doll, she also felt that something was happening. The head of the valley quickly went out to check, but did not notice anything remarkable. Therefore, he reassured his lord, explaining that this was not worth her attention. However, the hero calmly asked the head of the valley about the service. Now he wanted to go a little to ventilate outside. The thing is that he saw a strong emission of energy. At this time, he was connected with an enemy spell and could neither move nor escape. The unfamiliar man himself, looking at the Ha, realized that his foreboding was true. Finally, he found his escaped poison goo, which was all the time nearby. Half an hour ago, along with another shaman, he combed the forest, trying to find a fled ghost. Then they met with inspectors who just cleaned the forest from the mountain of corpses. They immediately greeted the head of the pavilion of the assassins of the dungeon. After the demand, the man immediately introduced himself, explaining that he was engaged in escorting the spy. However, he was wondering what the head of the pavilion led to the valley of cadaveric blood. Instead of an answer, the same began to interrogate whether there were any problems with the test, albeit completely not significant. However, the man could not remember anything like this, but he knew that something remarkable really happened on the exam. He talked about the subject Guyon Ven, who defeated the monster, similar to a pig and a boar. Both shamans quickly realized that we are talking about a hunter for the weak. And, taking advantage of the moment, Aegon immediately reminded his master that this boy was the one whom he asked not to send to the exam. The head of the dungeon quickly realized that if this child, who began to study the shamanic business less than a month ago, coped with the hunter for the weak, then he had a clearly absolute talent. Having promised that he would definitely meet with the boy, he decided to continue the search for his lost energy. Then he spread his spell around. It was a barrier of damned energy. The use of such a strong technique was possible only after overcoming the lunar limit. It is comparable to the possessions of the demonic will, accessible only to high-ranking spirits. It seemed incomprehensible what the shaman was going to do now. However, with the help of chains, he pulled out of the carriage from the Ha. And then he was convinced that his guesses were true from the very beginning. Initially, the head of the pavilion of the assassins of the dungeon was always an eccentric shaman, whom the others considered it strange due to the fact that he was interested in bizarre shamanistic techniques like a sacred spirit. At the age of 60, he discovered a cave, where secret records of the sect were hidden, which, as they say, make up 60% of the currently existing shamanic techniques. However, most of the techniques that he found in the cave was prohibited by the 64 pavilions of shamans, because of which the man had to leave them in order to enter the association of heaven and earth. There he has already become one of the most powerful shamans without any prohibitions. Eigen himself managed to see from Ha because of the barrier that the shaman erected, and he quickly recognized that this spirit was not enough to become blue. At that moment, looking at the man, he understood that this man accurately challenged his poison. He wanted to kill him right now, but the enemy was strong enough to enter the internal limits, despite the fact that he had the body of a person. Therefore, he immediately joined him further to return to his master. However, Aigun decided to stop him. He applied one more kind of spell in the spirit, called the Imminus, and began to attack the spirit. Obviously, such a self-willment of enemies was angry, and he vowed that he would definitely avenge the committed with him. The head of the pavilion was only surprised at how rude the spirit was, and he reminded the boy that he was his ancestor, so he had to pacify him. And for this, he decided to make him his familiar. He decided to demonstrate to Eigen how he could make any vengeful spirit with his familiar. It was the technique of 4 forms of birth, bewitching the spirits of the law. The man himself understood that it was almost impossible to make a vengeful spirit a familiar. However, if he succeeds, then with complete confidence will be able to subjugate what was forever considered a disaster. And so it seemed to him that he managed to tame such a strong spirit, and he ordered him to call him his master. However, with Ha he only laughed at the old man, after which he ordered him to die in agony. Then the shaman realized that he did not go out to make this spirit with his familiar, and soon the indignant Guyon was already out of the forest. He could not understand what a man allows himself in relation to someone else's spiritual companion. Obviously, he was immediately delighted with Ha when he saw his master. Eigen explained to the man that this was the same student he talked about. Then he introduced Gon to the one of his mentor. He stood stunned, clapping his eyes. The hero was the first to come to his senses and, bowing, greeted the elder. However, at that moment the man got angry, demanding that the boy tell whether he was the master of this creature, and not allowing a second delay. Seeing that the young man hesitated, the shaman also threw himself, releasing his energy and giving him orders. Then Gyeong-won was convinced of how much this person was strong, and admitted that he was indeed his familiar with Ha. Then the shaman ordered Gyeon to give this spirit an order. It doesn't matter how he would be, he had to order his familiar at least something. And then Gyeon-won ordered Ha to come closer to him. Immediately after that, with Ha, he obediently followed his master. Eigen himself wanted to know how the young man managed to do something similar. However, the hero said that he did nothing special. He clearly did not want to admit this, and Aguna seriously disappointed that the young man refused to obey the rules. He decided to put a spell on him. Immediately after that, the bracelets on the hand of the young shaman shone brightly. The head of the pavilion quickly realized what kind of equipment his student used. These were damned parsing. And, looking at them, the young man realized that they had a special kind of subordinate abilities, which means that they force the goal to do everything that she would be ordered. However, he was able to name his fake name, so they certainly will not work. However, he did not know what he should do now, and in the end, the best solution for him was to pretend to be stupefied by these crowds. The shaman was delighted with the actions of Eigen, because he really turned out to be an outstanding novice, the most similar to him. However, for starters, the man decided to beat the guy well. He understood that first of all it was necessary to check whether witchcraft worked or not. He beat Guyon Vaughn until Eigen began to beg, saying that this was enough. The man himself was convinced of this, because the boy's gaze remained blurred, as if he had not felt anything. Therefore, retreating, he ordered Guyon to rise, and spoke about what happened. Then the shaman came up and asked to talk about how the young man could subjugate the vengeful spirit. He, barely opening his mouth, spoke about the master from the association. Obviously, everyone was immediately wary. The shaman began to interrogate the boy about what he had just said. However, Gyun-won repeated the same phrase, after which he continued to speak, but did it insanely quietly, as if his voice had sat. Unable to stand it, the shaman immediately grabbed his hair, demanding to say where the master was in the valley. However, at that moment, Gyun-won only began to smile slyly. Then he pierced the shaman's body with his hand, still grinning viciously. In the meantime, he shouted. The young man was only surprised at his naivety, because what is the case of a master from the association? Gyeon Won understood that no matter how much this old man had powerful energy, his body was weaker than an ordinary person. At this moment, Egan still made miserable attempts to influence Gyeon Won's body, but nothing happened. He realized that it was his mistake. He was so blinded by the natural talent of this guy that he forgot that he could not control him. However, he realized that now he needed to join the battle against the young man. He applied the call ritual. It was a phantom divine form. The dolls were very transformed into spiritual warriors. Threatening them, he ordered the boy to let the teacher go. However, Gyeon Won only pretended to be amazed at Aigen's technique, also wanting to study. But the shaman understood that it was unlikely that the boy considered him his teacher, at least a day. At that moment, Gyeon Won felt that the energy of these spirits is stronger than he expected. He will have to encounter a mentor, so that one with the Ha will clearly not be enough. However, even in such a situation, he quickly came up with a new plan. He explained that he had a special gift for the teacher, immediately after which he completely pulled out the shaman's heart from his chest and asked Aegon. And he asked if the teacher was going to abandon such a chance. He seems to have not understood at all what chance we were talking about. However, it soon became clear that we were talking about the place of the head of the pavilion. It immediately became clear. The boy suggested that Yugun take the mentor's empty place immediately after his death, even despite the fact that Egan had no attachment to the teacher. But as a student who could not protect the mentor, he will not be able to close his eyes like that. No one recognizes the head of the pavilion of someone who could not protect his mentor. Moreover, after this whole situation, his position became extremely shaky. However, Gyeong Won said that the teacher should not worry like that. After that, he began to apply a spell that is already familiar to a man to a corpse. When he watered him with his own blood, it became obvious that it was the art of calling for 6 spirits. Earlier, the shaman himself said that this is a forbidden technique that gives the spirits life by feeding the heart of the dead man. It was considered forbidden because of its inhumanity. But the real problem was its requirements. Even for the sake of one spirit, it would be necessary to sacrifice countless lives. The absurd volume of deadly ki is necessary. Even if you kill all those nearby, it would still be few to fulfill the conditions of the ritual. Therefore, looking now at the mentor standing on his own legs, Aigen did not understand how the ritual still worked. Gyeon Won offered him a deal. He was ready to give him control of the shaman, and Aigen only needed to take the place of his puppet instead of the head. He believed that this is a great opportunity to use. However, Aigen only laughed because all the events reminded him of a dream. But in the end, he agreed to listen to the boy. Gyeon Won has already begun to feed with his deadly energy, and he was clearly not against such a meal. However, before concluding a contract, Aigen had 2 questions. He wanted to know why the damned brows did not work, why Gyeon Won managed to carry out the art of calling for 6 spirits, and also what security guarantees he had. Gyeon Won also thought about how to provide it, and knew a way that could guarantee him security. So in the hands of Aiguna were the fetters of curse, and Gyeon Won wanted the mentor to put them on and swear to him in fidelity, becoming his faithful dog. Then he will have no reason to harm the young man. However, this only angered the man. He understood that he could now take and kill Gyeon Won in one fell swoop, because he was able to again force the young man to put on these shackles. Then he used his perfume, forcing them to attack the boy himself. And then, entering into battle with them, Gyeon decided to reveal why did not the shackles of the curse worked. He explained that the case was in his real name, which sounded like Gyeong's juice, and not like Juen's Juen. He asked the teacher to keep this in mind when he would take his oath to him. Aigen himself was irritated that he was caught on such a trick. However, now he needed to focus on the battle. He was sure that even such a talented guy could not break through the form of the ghostly god, and the familiar was discharged a lot of spiritual power, so he was not dangerous. The shaman could simply suppress him with his form of the ghostly god, and quickly humble it. As a result, after the next collision, a strong blow threw the young man into the thicket of the forest. And looking at his teacher, he saw how he used a thunderous spell, holding lightning in his hands. He warned Gyeon Won that it would be a final attack. However, the guy himself at that moment ordered a man to associate a man, and then the chains fell from all sides, preventing him from moving. Obviously, the shaman could not believe that the familiar was so quickly restored his energy, and without the absorption of deadly ki. Such an outcome was the result of the stupidity of Aigen, who lost his vigilance. Then he realized that he had finally lost his concentration. And Gyeon Won, dealing with the rest of the puppets, decided to tell why the art of calling for 6 spirits worked. and he revealed that his energy consisted completely of deadly. He did not need to kill people to receive it, which seemed impossible. Then the man realized that he had greatly underestimated the boy. Not only the name was a deception, but the energy was deadly. And now, standing above him, the hero invited the teacher to take him an oath. Initially, he argued, believing that Gyeonwon should not even hope for it. However, at the moment when he saw the murderous gaze of the young man, he realized that it was better not to resist him. Therefore, putting on the bracelet on his hand, he began to read out the spell. He vowed to become a student of Gyeonwon. The hero himself could not believe that the teacher was able to go to this for the sake of preserving life. But Aigun himself, looking at the guy, understood that he had taken a real demon as a teacher. Soon after, Egan already followed the master back home. However, he did not understand how everything turned out for him. Everything could have been different if he had to deceive someone else. After all, a young candidate, who had already reached the rank of son due to the fact that he had 2 mythical familiarians, would also take the place of the mentor against Aguna. He was literally a brilliant shaman. Prior to this, Aigen had already warned about the danger of Gyeonwon himself, but he believed that the teacher would be able to become a master of the pavilion if he tried. And only now Aigen realized how large the game began. But even if the hero deceived him, the talent of the boy was undeniable. If he manages to become a teacher of the best existing shaman and the master of the pavilion, then he simply won in this life. However, his sensations were still strange, as if he had forgotten something. However, he could not remember what exactly. The hero himself was amazed at the effectiveness of the oath of these shackles. Under their influence, the man even forgot his own name. Gyeonwon ordered him to forget him in order to experience the strength of the shackles, but did not think that it would really work. He even wanted Egun to get more such shackles for him. But this was impossible, because they were created by one of the 6 higher shamans with a golden heart. There were 3 more copies, and the hero's teacher received as a gift when he visited the meeting of 64 shamanic pavilions. He studied them for more than 10 years, because he wanted to know what was the secret and was able to solve him. However, the guy knew that there were 3 more such copies, and hoped that they would meet him. After all, such bracelets clearly will not interfere with him on his life path. At that moment, the head of the valley that awaited him finally approached the guy, and Gyeonwon suggested a man to continue their conversation. He wanted to know the hidden past of the azure spirit, which he tried to hide so carefully. The head of the valley was not against continuing the conversation, but he wanted to know from what moment he needed to start. At this moment, the azure ghost herself asked the boy not to ask anything about it. He would learn about everything when the time comes. If he listens to her, then in return she will teach him one of the 8 techniques crushing the mind. And this proposal really made the boy think. Earlier, Azure Ghost did not even give him a hint of what happened, saying that he should find out about everything on his own. Perhaps she so much wanted to hide her past. However, the Azure Ghost at that moment asked the guy to give his consent, and he really was ready to agree to her conditions, but with a small correction. He wanted to study 2 techniques at once. The arrogance of the Azure Ghost faded. It seemed to her that the young man had absolutely lost shame. However, he believed that it was a very fair fee for his ignorance, and in the end, she obviously had no choice but to agree. Therefore, as was stipulated, Gyeonwon apologized to the head for the fact that he needed to leave. He promised that he would soon listen to his story. Now more serious things were waiting for him. In fact, the Azure Ghost was angry because she knew that any of the proposed techniques can be used countless in different ways, and they would be useless if they are learned at the wrong time. Therefore, she was going to teach the boy when the time would come. However, it would be much worse if her past had been revealed, and perhaps she simply did not want to hear things that others would tell. At that moment, suddenly leaving, Gyeonwon decided to find out from the head of the valley at what level he was now. He was interested in the honest opinion of a man. He wanted to know what he looks in the eyes of others. However, he was extremely frank. The man could only say that Gyeonwon was on the 1st rank. However, Gyeonwon clearly remembered that, according to the Azure Spirit, his internal energy was at least at the peak, and now he realized that the rest were not able to properly evaluate his combat power. The reason was that his energy consisted of deadly ki, and most people are not able to see it, so that even the strongest masters will not be able to understand how strong he is if the enemy cannot determine the distribution of his kui. The chapter even suggested that his lord hid her level, but Gyeonwon easily denied this, and in the moment he saw that after his words the head of the valley looked disappointed. The man immediately apologized for his rash actions. However, Gyeonwon understood his feelings, because he did not live up to the expectation of the chapter. But he wanted him to take into account that the spirit took possession of this body just 2 weeks ago, and at that time the owner of the body did not even reach the 3rd rank. And although he understood that the head of the valley had high expectations, the young man explained that he was just starting to live in this body. Now the chapter became clear. In fact, he was impressed by his lord, because reaching the first rank in just 2 weeks was an unsurpassed result. But he wanted to know how much time she would take to achieve the strength that she possessed in a past life. Thinking, Gyeonwon did not remember anything that he could tell him the azure spirit. He knew that the woman was strong. He also needed to get the power in order to take revenge on both himself and for the azure spirit. This means that the time that he calls should coincide with the time that he will spend on achieving his plans. They usually say that the revenge of the preparing 10 years is a dish, served as cold. Nevertheless, 10 years have been too long for the young man, so he called the head of the valley much shorter. However, he was sure that this was impossible in such a short time. Even the Côte d'Azur itself understood that it was just madness. He will not be able to achieve an unprecedented force in just 2 years. After all, this is the combat power that is achieved after the unity of 3 supreme colors, meaning the perfect balance between the spiritual, physical, and mental state of the carrier. And they say that only 6 heavens and 8 stars reach this level. Realizing the greatness of his mistress, the head of the valley even burst into tears. The woman herself understood that this would never happen. And Gyeon in the end realizes how much she was a great person, once reached this force. She promised that if the young man is successful, she would serve him as his teacher all his life. But the hero, obviously, only asked that he would not forget about his promises. At that moment, Sok Yu-chun sat in his room carefully looking at the copper medal. He received it at the moment when Ma Juice was convicted of espionage with Gyeonwon. Then, running away, he handed him this very medal. He asked that the Juice of Yu-chun would have a medal specifically for him. And now the young man literally burned with anger, remembering this. He knew that Ma Soka should have hated after what happened. After all, he condemned him to death because he did not want to get rid of his brother, all because Ma Juice trusted him. But he did not understand why his brother became such a terrible person. He began to beat his hands into the blood against the wall, trying to pacify hatred. But suddenly he realized what was the matter. Sok Yu-chun perfectly understood that only he was to blame for what happened. His brother was right. He was just a weakling who did not realize what was happening because of his thinking. It was foolish to think that he could overcome obstacles and return to a normal life. Indeed, in the end, that in the clan of the sword is Juice. That here, everything was decided in martial arts. Therefore, he had to not only focus on survival, but to gather in spirit. And instead of trying to survive, he should try to become stronger. At all costs, it should become so strong as to put everyone on his knees. To do this, he used the strongest technique of transforming the sword of a wooden heart. Returning to Gyeonwon, the ghost was still indignant, because even it took her 20 years to achieve the evolutionary kingdom. And with the level of the boy, he cannot achieve this in such a short time. However, the hero understood that until he recognizes and tries, he would not recognize the result. He remembered these words and remembered how grandfather told him this. However, suddenly, after these memories, his whole body was chosen by severe pain. He had the feeling that he had forgotten something important. As soon as he remembered his grandfather, he felt pain, like a concussion, or as if someone put the block on his memories. And suddenly the young man guessed that perhaps it was what grandfather did to him. The head of the valley controversial, looking at the state of his mistress. However, Gyunvon quickly reassured the man, explaining that he would like to ask him a few questions. And the first question was whether he knew a man named a ghostly sword. Obviously, the chapter immediately realized that we were talking about a man of 6 heavens and 8 stars. And it was not surprising that the boy wanted to know about the person who killed his family. After all, he remembered very well that this is the only thing that led the young man to the association of heaven and earth. However, Gyeonwon justified his curiosity because he was poorly aware of the current situation in Murim. Then the chapter said that the ghostly sword enjoyed bad fame, and no one managed to defeat him to this day. No one knew where he came from and what his name is, actually. He just once came out of nowhere and became famous, fighting with the craftsmen. However, he had another story about one person. It was the king of Toad Poison, which was one of the 5 kings of the association. There are rumors that before disappearing, he and the ghostly sword clashed in battle. However, Gyunvon looked surprised, because he heard that the ghostly sword was a secret master of association heaven and earth. Sok Yu-chun told him about this, although perhaps he was mistaken. However, the chapter understood such thoughts, since the only one who could defeat the ghost was a member of the association heaven and earth. It was rumored that the ghostly sword is a personal guard of the leader of the association. However, until now, the personality of the ghostly sword remained a mystery to everyone, and perhaps only the king of Jabieo Poison knew who he really was. Thinking about this king, Gyeonwon immediately remembered his next question. He wanted to know what they originally wanted to achieve the Corpse Blood Valley with these trials. As it turned out, the reason is simple. They wanted to collect the most talented fighters to check whether they are worthy of the association warriors. And if the participants pass the last test, they will have a fate to study with the best masters. However, the head apologized for behaving before that. He explained that the mistress had no need to undergo tests. He could free her from this duty. However, Gyeonwon asked not to free him from the test, because they could wrap this situation in their favor. After all, before that, the chapter himself said that everyone who has passed the final can be able to train with the best. He guessed that the head of the valley, like no other, knew that mental wounds were tolerated harder than physical. At this time, Sok Yu-chun continued to train the transformation technique. Previously, due to side effects, he stopped doing this, but right now he needed a result. This was the only way to become stronger in the shortest possible time, so that this time he managed to surpass his brother. Gyeong himself understood that he should become a student of King Jabai Poison and get information about a ghostly sword through him. And for this he needed to go through the final trials best. Soon he came to his team, but discovered that among them was one extra. However, Moku quickly realized what was the matter. She with Yeomjie gained people separately, and by chance, it turned out one more. However, Gyeongwon did not see a special problem in this and simply asked that one of them leave. One of the guys was very indignant, not realizing that the young man had imagined himself to expel them. He explained that he had joined because of the presence of Yeomjie, and now some kind of cute moron decided to play the role of a leader. The young man did not understand why Gyeonwon should listen, because he did not know whether he was good in battle or not. Everyone else tried to reason the guy because Gyeon, their leader, had already fought and defeated many opponents before. However, he did not see this because the young man himself was unharmed. Therefore, he was convinced that Gyeonwon and Yo Ha-ga were in conspiracy, given that the team leader was automatically tested. And perhaps the rival even decided to seduce their leader with his lubricated face. Obviously, the demonic monk immediately careful, but the hero stopped him, realizing that the boy had every reason not to trust him. However, Gyeonwon wanted to know how he could earn the place of the team leader in the eyes of this guy. Obviously, the young man immediately spoke to make a battle. Gyeonwon did not see the slightest problem, immediately applying the attachment ritual on the enemy. As soon as the guy's face was in his hands, he immediately began to beat his head on the ground. However, after a single blow, he already lost consciousness. All the others obviously froze with fright, not wanting to enter the conflict with Gyeonwon anymore. After that, Gyeonu himself decided to start the most important thing and part of their preparation. At that moment, the guy just came to his senses, and Gyeon was immediately broken his leg. Obviously, no one understood what he was doing, because the guy had already obviously lost. However, Gyeonwon knew that this was only the beginning of his plan. After all, now he will break the hands and feet to everyone who did not enter their team until the test begins. Immediately after that, the remaining rooms began in the rest of the rooms, which the subjects quickly heard. However, they did not understand what happened when Gyeon was already entering their premises. They thought that he appeared to recruit the people, and explained that they were already in full force. However, Gyeonwon counted their number, only was delighted that he immediately found them all here. Then he began to break the limbs alternately to everyone in the room. At first, the survivors considered that the hero came to avenge that he was not accepted into the team. However, he explained that he himself had already acquired a team, and came in order to break their arms and legs. When he broke the limbs, he even carefully warned the guys so that they would not twitch, so that their limbs would not break off at all. After that, he, as if nothing had happened, left the room. He understood that there were still 64 people left, considering his team, and he really had a lot of things. And the Azure ghost, located next to him, was only surprised how much he was a demon in the flesh. Soon, the noise of neighboring rooms also heard the juice of Yu-chun. However, to his surprise, he saw how his door was opened by his door. He was sincerely surprised that the juice of Yu-chun even remembered his name. However, a grateful boy could hardly forget the face and name of his savior. During one of the tests, he divided with the guys on the trail and fell into trouble. And then this guy came to his aid. Now he honestly admitted to Yu-chun that one unforeseen problem arose. His compartment at first disappeared, and after he found him in a room with a broken leg. Apparently, someone tried to eliminate the opponent. They say this was a person who received the highest score for the past test. Therefore, he came in order to make Yu-chun an offer, namely that the guy joined their team. Everyone already knew perfectly well that his friend was convicted of espionage, and no one suspected this. In addition, the boy also needed a team so they could unite. He honestly admitted that he wanted to invite Yu Chuna earlier, but then he had already rallied with other guys. As a result, after thinking, he realized that he had no reason to disagree, because for the next test, he really needed a team. In addition, alone, he certainly does not defeat his older brother. The young man thanked the guy for deciding to call him. At that moment, he felt the energy of the team leader walked through his hand. It became obvious that this guy is much stronger than him. However, the leader himself understood that the juice of Yu Chun was far from a weakness. Soon they had already begun to think about how to interfere with Gyeonwon in this test, and Yu Chun had one excellent idea. As a result, events move 3 days later. The time has come for the head of the valley to declare the best participant in the third test. However, the winner clearly became the leader of Lujang-yak and his team. Obviously, they were madly happy that they managed to get such a long-awaited championship. And the Azure Ghost was interested in how Gyeonwon feels when he was betrayed. However, he only grinned, looking at his younger brother, realizing that this feeling seems quite funny to him. The winner of the third trial is Mu Janggik with his team. The Emok Gene 1 holds dissatisfaction, and behind his winners joyfully celebrate. The boy is approached by a girl who is called a duty ghost and asks how he manages to be so loyal. He smiles and easily replies that it is really exciting. The events are carried 3 days ago. We stand in front of the mysterious room. Behind the door, the mock the gene of it, and behind him in the room are beaten bodies with broken hands and legs. He knead his muscles, knowing that it is left to overthrow 8. It hopes that the rest of the team works as carefully. The girl watches everything and feels elastic anxiety. Suddenly, people of the mock are bursting into the room, bewildered and alarmed. They stop in front of him and report an urgent problem. The Emok Gene 1 was surprised to ask what problem they could create. He was informed that most of his people had fallen into the enemy's hands. He was facing enemies who brought the associated members of his team. The MOC Gene 1 was not lost, scratching his ear, and with a smile clarified that they were his comrades. He seemed strange to him, because he ordered to hold together, because their total force was even lower than the first level. The opponents stood confidently and did not hide their pleasure. Running his head on his head, Mok Gene 1 addressed his people and asked how it could happen. He stopped before the associated allies and said he was listening carefully. They immediately began to apologize and explained that the enemy had opened their plan and staged a trap. Hearing this, the Emok Gene 1 and his allies were sincerely stunned. He silently thought that the enemy team guessed his idea to get others out of the game. This can still be accepted, but why take hostages? The Mok Yun, with a disrespectful smile, stated that he had fallen too low. In anger, he exclaimed that this test was completely different than the previous ones, and asked why all this. Mok Genwan calmly replied that he was just eliminating competitors, as they do now. Moku Chun looked at him with a cold anger and told not to compare everyone with him. He explained that the hostages were taken only because they did not want to spend their strength. However, IOC Jin Wan did not believe any word. He told them to think on their own, because the purpose of this test was to create a sword formation of 8 participants. His eyes glowed with a thirst for victory. If everyone else is unsuitable for battle through broken arms and legs, then the stage will be automatically credited. These words were severely annoyed by Mok Chun, but he restrained himself because he realized that he was in vain to argue with him. Instead, they added that they also have some advantage. Hearing this, Mok Jin Won wondered in surprise and tried to guess what they mean. Moku Chun took off his outerwear and gave Zhang the word to show their trump card. Mo Si Jin and his entire team was frozen in full shock. Janggik held a cartilage needle, a secret technique of his clan. If you do not pull it within 12 hours, the leg will limp for 10 days in a row. He calmly stated that he had managed to put such needles in all, including an IOC Jin and his team. The rivals began to press on Mook, warning that without agreement, both teams would fail. The girl from the Mox clan was silent, but realized that it was a reasonable move. Even if their leader's plan succeeded, 5 fighters would be unsuitable and no choice was left. Mokuchun exploded with anger and asked if he realized now. He reached out his hand, bent into his fist, saying that this time the Mok the Gene 1 was on the hook. A thin, ironic smile appeared on the Mok's face, but in a moment he laughed without even thinking to seem. Mokuchun watched the reaction that was beaten from the panther. It was covered by a powerful wave of energy that seemed to come from the IOC gene. It swept a wild rage. He looked at the guy and dreamed of breaking his neck right now, feeling deep irritation due to failure. And even this short flash was enough to fill the room with a depressing stress. It was at that moment that Mokun finally became an enemy for him. There was a threat in the air. He could kill the opponent, and then there were exactly 8 people who could go on. However, he doubted whether Zhang would work with him. The Mo Si Jin 1 stopped and considered everything carefully. After the pause, he clapped his palm and decided not to risk it. With a light smile, he stated that their conditions were arranged. He publicly confirmed that he was accepting the proposal, but wanted to take 4 members of the team. The rest allowed himself to leave. Jangik agreed to these conditions. However, Mok-chun did not trust the opponent to the end. The Emok Gene 1 did not look that something was not satisfied, so they concluded an agreement. The next day, hostage exchange took place, and both groups were given 3 days to work out before the final exam. Both teams were able to perfectly execute the sword, but the version of Mu Jangik was somewhat better, so he received the title of the best student. Only 16 were passed. The Wizard of the Bloody Dead Valley was surprised. IOC Gene 1 asked if the number of participants could be reduced. The master replied that it was allowed until the rules are contrary, but he quickly calmed down, because all the necessary participants went on. This is how the 4th test began, the essence of which was an escape from the cave. It was necessary to get out without falling into the traps. Successful passing required time to make a candle burning up to 1/3. Those who can handle were given a chance to become candidates for division leaders. This test was only 6, but the first to overcome this test was only 1 participant. And this participant again became the IOC Gene 1, who received the sign of the best. The guards who watched the cave saw how he came out before even 1/6 part of the candle was burning. He went calmly, as if he was just walking, breaking all records. Jangik looked silently as the opponent had already left the cave. He did not really expect that this time the mock of the Gene 1 would be able to ahead, and he in cold confidence went to the room, threw a short farewell until tomorrow and disappeared. The rivals followed, watching him and his team silently. Suddenly, Jangik raised his hand and stared at her for a long time. The whole palm was covered with cold sweat. He hoped to become a single favorite among peers, but the Mosi Gene was completely different, not who seemed. Jangik never met anything like this, so when he turned to Mok Ju-chun, he said with a smile that Bratishka had. When the Mok Gene passed by, the Jang's body suddenly tensed. The internal instinct suggested that if they become enemies, it should be killed immediately. After the trials, everything around subsided. This is how the 4th stage ended. Only the final exam of the Valley of Bloody Dead remained ahead. Before moving to the final test, the Wizard of the Valley of the Bloody Dead gathered all who passed the previous stages in the inner courtyard. He announced that he wanted to congratulate 6 participants who got to this point. From now on, they have been given the right to become candidates for the commander of the Association of Heavenly Land. After that, he promised to tell about the awards received by those who have a sign of awarding the best student. Hearing this, the students froze interested. The Emok Gene 1 held an amulet in his hand, which he had just been awarded. He immediately realized that it was not just given. The master explained that the one who received 1 sign of the distinction will receive a special pill of the Association of Heavenly Land. After swallowing, the body will get the force of these equal to 15 years of meditation. These pills will reach the IOC of the Vona and Mujangika Gene. Hearing this, the gang's team reacted happily, but it was not the latest news. The master continued that the one who received 2 signs would be able to visit the treasury of the Valley of Bloody Corpses and find out about the desired martial arts. Hearing these words, Jang and Moku-chun was a little upset. Jangik knew well about this treasury and remembered that it stored copies of the most rare and strongest combat technicians, including secret ones. He became unfortunate to lose such a chance. Mok Gen-won looked at the rivals and saw in their eyes envy. The more signs, the more valuable the reward. Standing with his team, he understood that the study of dozens of technicians does not always make you stronger, but the more knowledge, the wider the outlook. The master confidently said that over the last 8 years, no one has gained 3 signs. This is a real rarity. Everyone was stunned when they heard that the owner of 3 characters would be mentoring one of the 12 the highest masters. 5 kings, 3 bishops, and 4 heads of valleys. IOC Gene 1 wondered if it was really such a profitable reward. But the girl from his team was indignantly exclaimed whether he realized what he said. The girl's words were forced to stop and think. 6 heavens and 8 stars are truly legendary masters. Even the Blue Spirit once said she reached this level. But if the 8 stars are in the evolutionary kingdom, then the ghostly blade should be there. Azar Ghost appeared behind the boy and confirmed that for centuries, none of their higher ones reached this level. The Valley Wizard was already going to go, allowing the participants to rest a little before the last test. But suddenly, the Mok Gene raised his hand. He asked loudly what a reward for 4 signs. This question was so surprised by the master that his eyes flashed. The master turned to see who dared to ask such a question. Mock Jean it stood calmly, confidently holding his raised hand. The master smiled slightly and said that the reward was a personal mentoring from one of the 6 heaven or 8 stars, the head of the association. Saying it, he turned and left, and the student silently watched his figure until she disappeared from view. The Jean of the Jean she was really interested in such award. The duty ghost was surprised by his confidence, because having ambitions at such a level is a great courage. In his soul, the thirst for battle was lit. And now the pre-grary between him and the revenge became even more tangible. Clouds were slowly floating over the rock, and magical energy was erupted from its top. The MOC Jean 1 entered the cave, which became his award, and heard one of the accompanying people greeted the head of the detachment, Jan Yao. He looked at the guy and said that it was probably the same one who won 3 marks of the distinction at once. He greeted Mook and added that he was the guardian of the treasury of secret books. Yanmon immediately went forward and ordered him to follow him, and the accompanying person was waiting. Together, they headed to a secret place where magical knowledge was stored. The entrance to him seemed strange to the guy. Jan Mon, holding a lantern, explained that he would find not just books, but a secret inside. However, you can only take one, and you will have to rewrite it manually. The MOC Jean 1 was a little confused and asked if you could see a few books. But the keeper replied that this is so obvious, he would still have to choose one. It was definitely a great luck that fell. But before the guy came inside, Janmon stopped him, saying that he forgot to warn of something important. Inside there is a room marked with a red line. The keeper strictly forbade to go there, and Amok listened carefully to every word. With a gloomy face, Janmon warned that if he steps there, he would see something from which the body penetrates the ants. The mock was a little shocked. He really became creepy. But the keeper added that recently there was something very strange there, so let him keep it in his head. Going to the room, the mock the gene of it whispered that he seemed to understand everything. His hand touched the cold door handle that brought him to the same hall. A large library filled with magic books has opened inside. He slowly walked between the shelves looking back, not knowing where to start. Watching books, he did not expect so many secret names and technicians. He realized that in 2 hours it would be almost impossible to look at everything. The voice of Azure Ghost sounded in his head and stated that there is still one junk here. The guy was surprised how she could determine it only by the appearance of books. The girl advised to rise to the upper level first. The guy did not understand why, but still decided to try. The guy watched the keeper from the boy, noticing how he was climbing. He was surprised that the young man immediately moved to the upper floors. Maybe he knows something about this place. Lazur Ghost quietly said that the structure of this library is almost identical to the castle nearby, and the books here, most likely, are just copies. It was unclear why it was another treasure trove. She continued to accompany the boy with a voice and explained that the copies were made in case of attack or capture of the castle. They now have a reserve in case of the worst. IOC Jean 1 considered the shelves and asked what to start with. The ghost advised to pay attention to the book lying on the right. He listened to her and started flipping through the pages. The room prevailed silence. Only the light of the lantern ranged, and the rustle was heard. The ghostly ghost watched carefully, hoping that the guy would come across something really worthwhile, but at the same time it was a little shocked. It seemed to her that he did not read at all, but simply viewed pages. But IOC Jean 1 was confidently looking at the lines, flipping through the pages at incredible speed. Closing the book, he immediately asked what to read next. The ghost pointed to the book on the left below, but noticed that he would not remember anything at that pace. However, the guy calmly replied that he remembered everything and took the next book. He closed his friend, saying that he could remember the text, even if he does not delve into a meaning, just see it. The gutter was amazed. She was ardent surprise. She continued to monitor how the young man watched one book by another. He was extremely resourceful. He was only 2 hours away for staying in the treasury. If the IOC Jean 1 has time to remember the content of all books, she did not even imagine how strong he would be. In the meantime, he flipped the next book and asked again what to take. From the cave came a strange magical energy, similar to fog. The accompanying person was waiting for him at the entrance. One of the guards who kept the entrance to the treasury suddenly noticed something. The young couple approached the entrance. Their faces were hidden by large hats, so it was difficult to understand who they were. The guard immediately stood on the way and strictly ordered to go away, as it was the territory of the treasury of the Valley of Bloody Corpses. However, he did not have time to say more as one of the strangers suddenly grabbed him by the hand. The guard shuddered. He could not understand why he was stopped and who these people. The guard's eyes expanded from the shock. The guy was extremely fast. He calmly said under his hat that he was clear in his appearance that he was a warrior from the valley, so it is worth a little while holding back. The guard still asked who they were without letting. The guy, without removing the hat, reached for the inner pocket. He pulled out the emblem of the legendary King of the Blades. Recording the hat, the young man stated that he was a student of this famous master. Then he lifted his hat slightly and called himself Jobvui Dream, a student of the King of the Blades, a young dream. We find ourselves again in the treasury of books, where Emok Gen 1 continues to read without stopping. He flips out pages at a frantic speed, only holding his eyes on them. But, opening another book, suddenly stops and asks what next. The ghost fades, noticing one unusual book. She does not understand how she got here. The guy reached for her and asked if she was referring to it. The ghost nodded. He takes a book that has been made as a clean black stroke technique. This martial art was created by a brilliant sect of a pure blow that joined the Association of Heavenly Land at the dawn of its formation. The ghost said that if this technique was a little improved, it would have risen to the level of the upper martial arts. Hearing this, the boy's eyes flashed. After all, the blue spirit explained that the techniques that reach the boundaries of the transcendental are called advanced, and those that go beyond, the upper martial arts. The IOC Gene 1 reads carefully in every word, and the ghost notes that in any case it is worth remembering this book. The next book she advised was also nearby. The guy showed one and clarified whether she was. The ghost stood side by side and replied that it was a technique of Taizi Ladoni from the UDAN sect, but she did not advise you to study it. The guy asked why. She replied that it is the highest form of Taoist martial arts created to preserve life, and when used incorrectly, it can conflict with his deaths. However, IOC Gen 1 took the book in his hands and said he would still remember it just in case. The ghost did not understand why. He with a sly smile replied that he may once use it to mask. After all, she said that she could only determine the sect by technique. The Mosi Gene 1 quickly views the book, and the ghost is amazed at its imagination. Reading, he suddenly remembers the blue spirit, and the ghost does not immediately understand what he means. The guy looks at the book and says that she said, "Only copies here." The ghost confirms this. But the book it holds radiates bright magical energy, on it traces of blood. She looks like a real original. Their conversation continues, and the IOC Gene does not understand why the dirty original would be left among the copies. The ghost explained that the original book has its own power. The guy fell silent, looking at her even deeper. The ghost smoked and said that it was the technique that she mentioned. IOC Gen 1 looked at a book from a new perspective and realized that the letters in the original containing the author's image. The ghost was shocked. He just said exactly what the transcendent could say. The guy stood confidently. His memory is not the only advantage. His perception was perfect. Still reading, he asked the ghost whether he was right. She slowly exhaled the smoke and replied that in a sense, yes. Mok Jin-won smiled, noting that her words sounded as if he were full. It became a girlfriend. He looked carefully at the text, trying to understand what habits the author was. He needed to read, feeling the one who wrote it. It deepened more and more until the pen, covered with ink, suddenly appeared. From the intense concentration, the ink drops flew to him on his clothes, and he was surprised. He appeared in front of the master, as if torn from the book. He performed his techniques, and the wind, soaked in magical energy, was rising around. She almost blows the gene of the gene. The force was stunning. He hastily closed the book to stop this incredible vision. He looked at her again without realizing what had just happened. It seemed to him that he saw the true performance of the technique for a moment. The ghost turned to him, and he seemed to be awake, asking if he really began to read more slowly. She confirmed that it seems to have fallen into a state of deep immersion. The guy did not quite understand what that means. The ghost explained that it is when it concentrates so much on the subject that he forgets about himself. And she advised not to get hung up on this, because she could get something in response. After a few minutes of silence, she finally said she realized that she was at a place. "It's not just a copy of the treasury from the castle." She said with delight in her voice that everything here is the originals. The Mosi Gene 1 kept a book in front of which it seemed that he had visited her pages. The ghost mentioned the next book. She pointed to the third shelf opposite and said that it would come. The guy immediately cast his gaze there. When he came, he took a book called The Slavic Lord, Sword Technique. It was the same book that the girl left for herself. The ghost ordered the book to open and find a piece of paper inside. The guy found him, but did not realize that it was. Expanding the note, he read the words, "The Sword of the Medicular House," and "The Sword of the Killing Month." They did not explain anything to him. The gutter was full of energy. She turned and said that he perceived it as good luck. It was the beginning of her own art of the Sword of the Moon. According to her, it was one of the 5 major techniques of possession of the sword, represented by the Old Muse. Reading the book, Mok Jin-won seemed to plunge into the inner shock. He was enveloped by incredible power. These were the remnants of the position of the sword of a shallow void, a technique of a completely different level. He stood in heaven, and his body began to emit pure magical energy. The flow of death around him stabilized as if he had already performed the battle technique. The ghost turned to him, but did not receive the answer. She realized that he had fallen into a true state of immersion, and hoped that the guy would reach the enlightenment without obstacles. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the treasury, the keeper Jan Mon noticed how someone was approaching. He grabbed and asked who they were. But the arrived immediately asked if he was responsible for the treasury. One of them was called the student of the famous King of the Blades, Job Vuisson. It surprised the keeper a little. Jan, he has heard about the strength of the students of 5 kings. And if he reached this level at 20 years, everything took place. Job Dream asked if they could enter, but the keeper denied. Even students of 5 kings are forbidden to be included in accordance with the rules of the association. The girl smiled from his words and stretched out the emblem of the King of the Blades, asking if he knew who before him. But the keeper insisted that the rules were the same for all. But seeing the emblem, his gaze changed immediately. He seemed to be confused. The keeper was greeting, but the girl quietly asked not to attract attention, because she came here only to pick up something important. His face was covered with sweat. Looking at the emblem, Janmon guessed that this woman was not a simple person. Its level was difficult to determine. Even standing in front of him, she seemed to be a master that far exceeds himself. The woman asked once again if he could pass, but Janmona apologized because there was an IOC Gene 1. Job Dream intervened, saying that he heard about a guy who received 3 signs, but did not consider it appropriate to force a woman to wait for a simple student. The keeper tried embarrassed to explain his position. However, Job Dream with a woman just walked past, saying that they would not touch the student and only take away what is needed. The keeper sighed with relief, although the sweat of the jets from his forehead. He prayed to make nothing happen. Job Dream opened the door to the room and was surprised by its size. They both went inside. The guy noted that everything looks just as in the main castle. The woman agreed. Job Dream looked up where the mock was the gene of Vaughn. He said that this guy was probably the same one who was told about. The woman also watched him. She was amazed that he received 3 signs of the Valley of Bloody Corpses. The guy said any student of 5 kings could get the same. But the woman suggested that this young man will become the next student of one of the kings. Job Dream was a little annoyed because of her interest in this guy. He looked at Mook, but he did not respond. However, a light smile appeared on the boy's face. He suspected something. Job Dream said he would bring him to her, but the woman replied that it was not necessary. However, he insisted, saying that her status does not allow himself to greet a simple student, and rapidly flew upwards, leaving the energy. He quickly approached the top, where the mock was the gene of 1, and his cloak was brewing in the wind. Seeing the guy, Job Dream realized that everything was going exactly as he thought. The Emok Gene 1 was in a deep state of immersion. He knew that the touch could destroy all progress or even damage the flow of chi, but he was indifferent. He had to deliver the guy. Job Sleep smiled and reached out, thinking that this time there was just not lucky. His fingers almost touched the guy, but suddenly the mock, the Gen 1, turned straight to his hand, approaching his face. Job Dream boiled from rage when he realized that the plan had fallen in the last moment. Mok Genwon asked with anger that he just wanted to do. Shortly before everything that happened, the Emok gene was in a state of dissonance, immersed in the next book. The ghostly ghost was watching him closely, worried about whether he absorbed everything correctly. Suddenly she noticed that someone was approaching the boy. It was Jibo Dream. She could not understand who he was and why it appeared here. Seeing Job the dream reaches out to Mok, she was worried. Did he really dare to raise his hand to the mortal? The situation became dangerous. She tried to wake him up in a panic. The hand was almost touching the guy, but the ghost did not stop trying to get him out of trance. By the time of contact, there were seconds remained, and suddenly, something strange began to happen. The energy of the death began to return back, dressing in the boy's body. The Emok gene came out of the trance, fully enlightened and focused. The amulet, which was a ghost, gave him the feeling that someone was standing from him. He slowly wrapped his head to the right and saw the dream of the dream pulled his hand. The IOC closed the book with a sharp movement, and a magical energy escaped from it. He asked what he tried to do. Job Y Dream immediately removed his hand and was noticeably lost. The Mach Gen 1 felt the amulet prompted him. Is not obvious. He wanted to hurt you. Azure Ghost added that interruption is extremely dangerous. This can cause QU blocking, and that's what most likely he sought. Mach Gen 1 turned to him and said coldly that Q's blocking is serious, and he asked if he heard about it. A drop of sweat flowed along the boy's face. The Mach Gen 1 confidently hid a book for the bosom and stated that he was right, so he knew what he risked. Job Y Dream with anger tried to hide his dissatisfaction while the Mach turned away, but Mach Gen 1 only turned away. He sharply stopped his fist, directing him directly to the opponent. His blow was so powerful that Job Y Sleep flew a few meters. While he was flying, he realized that the blow came straight into the throat. He was not enough air, his face twisted with pain. In response, his hand reached the sword. He gathered the energy of the sword and sent it to Mook, thinking that first you need to create a distance. The blade lowered just to the feet of the Mook Gene. The next moment, Job Vui Sleep struck, and the guy flew into the air. But falling, the IOC Gene 1 used the technique of a paired step in the secret style to soften the fall. At the same time, Job Y Dream used another technique and hit the sword. The gutter was watching everyone without believing their own eyes. In response, the IOC Gen 1 made a rapid blow without shadow. The air flashed from its incredible power. Job Y Sleep shouted at pain when he was thrown back. Blood escaped from the mouth. The Mach Gene 1 struck with such a force that even the protective fence of the treasury cracked. Job Y Dream, along with the wreckage, flew down. Falling, Job Y Dream still hoped that the guy would be behind. He tried to use the technique of an endorsement life, but Mach Gene was lightning. The blue sphere of energy exploded at the sight of their collision. The books flew on the treasury, and both fighters were already fighting below. In the midst of the battle, the Mach thought of scattered books, and Job Y Dream stood with his sword and understood. He could now be killed. Blood flows near the mouth, the eyes are fierce. Job Y Dream was annoyed that he was in such a situation because of this guy, and the Mach Gene was like a rock, calm, determined, looked just in his eyes. Suddenly, Job struck the earth with a rage, lifting the sparks. His hand began to cover a strange, frantic type of energy. Azure Ghost saw it and froze with horror. She did not believe her eyes. The guy radiated a real acute chi. She knew that this energy could not be artificially created. It can only be achieved through enlightenment, and only at the peak of development. It could only mean one thing. Unlike her mortal, this guy was already at an absolute peak. He slowly shot the hat. At the same time, he broke out of place and ran with a frantic speed on Mook with a cry that would kill him. But in the hand of Mach, another unusual energy began to flock. Seeing this, Job lost the gift of language. His face was full of shock. The ghostly ghost understood. The IOC also turned on the sharp chi. It was extremely. He combined acute chi with almost elusive smooth movement of the legs. It has reached enlightenment. She watched him with admiration. His level of internal energy exceeded everything she saw. The Mach really entered the border of the absolute peak and was sure of it. Job Y Dream wriggled. He merged because Mach Gen 1 hid true power all this time. But now he was indifferent. He broke forward, hitting with such a fury that an explosion of energy escaped from his hand. He wanted him to disappear. The dazzling glow was cut off by darkness. Job Y Dream activated Forbidden Technique, a blade of endangered life. The second secret technique of hidden art broke out in the air. But the IOC Gene 1 did not move out of place. He stood, full of confidence. His gaze pierced the space, and he saw more than just an attack. He saw that this technique was about to end, and I saw all the weaknesses of his rival. In the next moment, the IOC activated his own equipment to break the enemy's attack. It was a bluntless void sword, a technique that cut the space itself. The dazzling flash and powerful zippers filled the room. The enemy did not even have time to react. The Mach struck his hand. Then, another devastating blow to the abdomen. The body of Job was expelled, and the Mach of the Gene, it was determined, cut the air with purple waves, giving it. The Mach Gene raises the hand, from which a sword-shaped energy flow, directed simply in the face of the enemy. In the gaze of Job, he froze in a true horror. But at that moment, a woman who came with Job appeared on the battlefield, and rapidly rushes between them, trying to stop the fight. Job Y Dream looked at the same time angry and shocked when he saw a young lady in front of him. And the MOC Gene remained calm and confident. The girl was surprised that the guy was able to withstand her third-level chi. The Mach Gene 1 watched her and understood. This woman is extremely strong. From under the hat she said quietly that he was much stronger than it seems. IOC replied that she was also unexpectedly strong for a person with such sophisticated hands. Yes, Job Wee Dream could not stand and shouted, calling the guy a crazed freak, and rushed to the attack. However, the girl immediately grabbed his hand and he shouted at pain. Squeezing his wrist, she said coldly that his stupid act had put her in a difficult position, and warned that if he opened her mouth again, she would kill him right here. Job Wee Dream dropped, clenched his teeth and lowered his head silently. His view was full of anger and insult. The girl addressed Mook and apologized for her ward. It is strong, so sometimes such mistakes are made. But Mocha was more interested in who she really was. With a calm smile and in a soft voice, she said that her name is, and she was the third student of the head of the Association of Heaven and Earth. Hearing this, the IOC was sincerely stunned. His eyes expanded. But despite the inner shock, he did not give any emotion outside. He did not expect to meet the student of the association leader here. You at this moment reached for a hat to remove it. The mock kept his breath, waiting for her to see her true face. When she finally dropped his hat, he froze with surprise. The gutter was also amazed. She could not believe what she saw. You looked extremely. Her image was not just beautiful, he was familiar. She was incredibly similar to the blue spirit, which IOC spoke with this time. This just didn't fit in her head. As soon as you removed the hat, you were calmly introduced to the third student of the head of the Association of Heavenly Land. The guy froze in stunning. At this point, the IOC Gene 1 easily stopped her with his hand and asked to wait a little. Without a word, he rushed out of place and ran in an unknown direction. Hiding around the corner, he pulled an amulet and asked alarmed if a descendant had been in the azure. You were so and too similar. However, the spirit was nervously replied that she had no children. He stared at the amulet and remembered how the ghost always avoided talk about the past and refused to open the truth. The azure spirit calmly said to forget about it. She did not even marry and could not have posterity. Mock Jean Vaughn could not understand why they were so similar. It seemed like her double before him. If you compare their auras, the ghost was cold and in the Soen light and warm. The guy looked silently at the girl and thought. He himself is very similar to the MOC gene, so he could not eliminate the repetition of such. You blushed and asked why he was looking at her. It seemed to her that he fell in love. Mok Gen 1 answered sharply so that she would not invent. It was a little embarrassed by the girl. He put his hands in front of him and sincerely apologized for the late acquaintance. Standing straight, he reported that he was a newly appointed candidate for detachment commanders. Mok Gen 1 heavily named his name, looking into her eyes. You were silently watching him, admiring his posture. He seemed attractive to her, but most of all he was fascinated by his martial art. Recording the hair, she thought he was hardly 17. Such a force at this age was extremely striking. She was already going to say something when the IOC Gene 1 spoke again, and asked for permission to discuss 2 questions. She allowed, and he sincerely thanked her for her generosity. Standing in the middle of the treasury in a huge hall, he said he could only stay here for a short time. You have calmly replied that everything has already provided. The Mok Gen 1 thanked her for her understanding. He pointed his finger at Job Vui's son and stated that he almost died because of him, so he wanted to compensate. You have been swore from such a directness without expecting such arrogance. However, the guy insisted. He lost peace and almost life, so it requires equivalent compensation. The words about compensation were shocked by Jabo Vuisan, and you are Soen herself. The MOC Gene 1 just sighed and said that that's what he would like to express it. But if the price of this is the loss of the true subordinate, then it is possible to find something equivalent. You just froze, not believing in the whole situation. Looking at him, she realized that he was not lacking. His abilities seemed to go far beyond combat skills. She finally sighed and said it was even good. The MOC Gene 1 apologized because he did not quite realize what she meant. You calmly said that once he did not want to choose the life of Job Vuisan, then let him just kill him. In the eyes of Job Vuisona, the horror was frozen, and the Mock the Gene 1 was completely stunned by these words. You were reminded that she had already apologized and even broke his wrist. But Mock Gene 1 replied that it was not enough, and then she stated that she would not be responsible for what would happen next. He did not understand what she meant by the words of responsibility. She explained that he may not yet know who he was dealing with. Job We Dream is not a simple student, but a student of the King of the Blades himself. The Moki Gene 1 looked at him and, thinking, said that if he understood correctly, then this warning did not do what he could regret. You looked him in his eyes, hoping that she was able to turn out to the boy. She recognized him courageous, but if he retreats, he has only a long tongue. She was wondering what he would do next. Mok Gen 1 paused and said calmly that you would not do anything. He added that if a student of the king himself is in front of him, then it is probably better to retreat. It was a little disappointed by you. She already thought that it was all that he was capable of, and suddenly his figure flashed past her. Mok Genwan rushed at Job Vuisona, mowing his fist. His blow was so strong that the guy fell to the ground. You did not believe your eyes. Angry Job Wui Dream exclaimed that this crazy allows himself, and Mok Genwan was genuinely surprised that he spoke. Job Wui Dream was holding his cheek, not understanding what he was leading, and here the Mok the Gene One calmly reminded that you were warning. If he opens his mouth, he will be killed immediately. He turned with a smile and asked, but not what happened just. He spoke. You are Soen, and Job Wui Dream froze in absolute shock. How he just thought of such. The Mok Gen 1 looked at the enemy with ridicule and said that at first he wanted only one blow and forget, but now everything was decided. Today, he will die. You looked at a guy with an angry smile, realizing that it was almost indirect murder. He used her words to avoid punishment from the King of the Blades. How bold he is. Job Wui Dream shouted to a young lady that his death would be a shame for the teacher, and the Mok the Gene 1 called him a real embarrassment. He pressed with words, accusing Job of trying to manipulate a girl because of his tutor. With a scornful smile, Mok, the Gene, said that he died with dignity and did not whine. In Job Vuisson, a rage boiled inside. He could not believe how disgusting this guy was. You have laughed loudly at the entire hall, watching all this spectacle. She looked at Mok, and could not believe that he came up with such a few moments. She considered him empty. You looked up and asked, and if it kills him and sweeps all the traces? The guy thought. He calmly replied that if she was really capable of it, he recognized her incredibly bold. You said that she likes her and that she needed such a person. Then she reached out to her pocket. Suddenly she threw his amulet. Job Wui Dream was missing that she had just done. The amulet was his identification sign, but now he was in the hands of Mocha Jean. You have explained that the transfer of this sign means the fulfillment of any of his desire. This is the price of a life by Job Vuisson, because he asked for compensation. The MOC Jean was amazed. He thought she would kill her subordinate or give up words, but she was extremely smart. He accepted the amulet with gratitude, and Job Wui Sleep looked with envy. You have noticed that he would not thank. Let him consider it an investment. MOC Jean 1 did not understand what it was in mind. She turned to him with a slight smile, inviting the candidate to the commanders of the detachment to join her. You were aimed at becoming the leader of the association, so she needed capable people. She assured that she would be favored, and asked if he would accept her hand. Both guys froze in surprise. Mok Jean lowered his head and sighed. He apologized, but refused because he did not like conflicts. You have corrected your hair and asked him not to speak nonsense. She realized that he simply did not want to deal with her because she considers her weak. She was unfortunate. Her relatives are already filled with talents, but no one will treat him as she is. In the end, the moment of choice would come, and she wondered if he would be able to take this chance when the time would come. You are Soen with hope in his eyes awaited his answer. The Maki Jean 1 looked directly at her and said that it all depends on whether he still would be those who so desperately wanted to get. She stood in front of him as fascinated. He really appealed to her. Her gaze did not break away from his eyes. She saw in them sincerity and unwavering. His words did not come out of her head. She whispered quietly that it was the first time she goes with nothing after trying to recruit someone. Going out of the hall, you said Soen wanted to see if everything would go as the guy says. Behind running Job Wui Dream, screaming to wait for him. Illuminated with bright light, you looked around and said that she would look forward to it. And Mok Genwan, folding his hands, promised that he would meet her expectations. As soon as the young lady left the treasury, the voice of Lazurni asked why the mortal did not listen to her. The guy kept another book in his hands and reflected whether he should pretend that he would obey this woman. The ghost noted that such an opportunity happens very rarely. Mok Jean 1 thought that she was probably disappointed, because she could get a body that looked almost like her. She said that having a student of the association leader is a chance to make a great simplification of their business. But the guy replied that the risk is too high if there was no confidence in her loyalty. The IOC mentioned a conversation with a teacher who warned that the older student was supporting 4/10 of people, so it is not necessary to make an enemy from him. But no change. What is done is not returned. He decided that it was time to come back, and began to descend the stairs. Going down, the guy noticed something strange, which he had not noticed before. He was in front of him to the room where he was forbidden to go. When he looked at the hole, a strange inner feeling appeared in the body. Magic energy was erupted from the door, as if someone intentionally awakened it. His body clearly felt the demonic chi which came out. Azure Ghost remembered the warning of the keeper, that a room with a red ribbon was forbidden to enter under any conditions. But Mok Genwon did not obey and went. What he saw was difficult to describe. In the center of the room was a wooden sounda, from which a dark demonic energy broke out. He looked at him, and all this seemed strange and not quite real. Suddenly he heard a strange cry from above and turned quickly. On the upper tier sat the keeper who collected the damaged sheets of books and looked shocked. The Emok Jin Won watched him silently until he began to scream that many books were injured. And it was at this moment that his leg involuntarily crossed the red line, which was forbidden to cross. As soon as he came in, he felt a voice that Lunko was hearing in his head and forcing him to die. The voice came out of Sunduk himself and called Jaina, complaining that it was very suffocating here. In the eyes of the boy, Sunduk turned into an old man who was asking for help. Mok Jin is frozen. His grandfather stood in front of him. Azure Ghost asked what had happened, and the guy replied that she did not see the same as he. He exhaled with relief. If the spirit does not see a grandfather, then it is only an illusion. She asked if she was not going to succumb to her. Mok Genwon firmly stated that no. He was waiting for something like this, though it is unpleasant to him that someone accepted the image of his grandfather. Sunduk's voice broke out, blaming the ghost of intervention and humiliation, calling it a lower spirit. The ghost immediately boiled from rage. She did not tolerate such an image. The voice ordered the guy to open the chest immediately. Mok Jinwon stood in place, not dare to open a mysterious fort. But his voice promised that if he did, the Bishop of Death would fulfill his desire. The guy put his hands in front of him and said with a slight smile that he would no longer pretend. The ghost added that if the gift failed to save, then how this voice can do something. Sunduk shouted angrily, accusing them of neglect. But the IOC was only cold, interested in the fact that it was before him. Azure Ghost suggested that the monster was sealed in the Sounduk. The crack on its surface was the result of age. Perhaps that is why he could speak. The voice from the inside said he was lucky, because Mok Jin heard his damn voice. But if it goes with a lower spirit, it is probably believing. IOC replied that it could be considered a shaman. Hearing the word shaman, the voice reminded the boy with 3 eyes who came here earlier. International Olympic Committee was surprised, trying to find out who is talking about. Sunduk explained that it was a mythical creature that is born in the human likeness. People believed that such creatures bring misery, so they were destroyed at birth. IOC thought about it. The voice continued that after that no person could neither find him nor to hear. It did not exist. The ghost exclaimed with surprise. Such abrasion of presence contradicts the laws of nature. The voice replied that he knew even the lower spirit. The ghost broke fiercely, forbidding herself to call herself a lower spirit. The IOC calmly asked not to pay attention. He suddenly appeared with a brilliant idea. Azure Ghost immediately realized that the guy has a talent for creating the families. But for this, you need to reduce the demonic chi. Landing his hand, the Emok Jin Won was already preparing for action. But when he approached, his voice from Sunduk recalled that he was a lord of death and underestimated. The IOC did not understand what it matters. Sunduk asked if the guy was missing his grandfather. The Mok stopped and thought for a moment. After all, this voice asked to release him. When he said he agreed to open, the voice was happy and urged to act immediately. However, the guy had their plans. The hand reached for Sunduk at all to open it. International Olympic Committee wanted to extract some of the energy. It was more than enough in Sunduk. He began the ritual of attachment, absorbing strength. The voice shouted, demanding to stop. But it was too late. Chi just joined the boy's body. Energy turned out to be much more than the IOC expected. Even a small part was an equivalent life of 50 people. The guy was delighted. The voice pleaded to stop. The energy remained so much, but the IOC was not going to stop. But suddenly he felt something strange. The unknown feeling broke from the inside. Azure Ghost confirmed that everything is going properly. Now he weakened it and can make a familiar. Hearing her words, the guy immediately did everything according to the instructions. But somewhere inside, he had a disturbing feeling. There was something wrong with this Sunduk. And at the very moment he was completing the technique, the Sounda began to swell and explode directly in his eyes. The Mok Jin Won stood in full misunderstanding, not realizing what was happening. A dazzling and incredibly powerful energy suddenly began to break out of the cracked Sunduk. Together with Azure Ghost, he watched this picture, unable to hide shock. A whirlpool of energy was spinning around him, as if the air had obeyed magical power. Heat flowed across the face. He was puzzled and did not understand what he activated. The Strandek cracks more and more, splashing magic. The voice exclaimed that he knew about these deaths in a guy. This level of strength was even broken by a tree of sacred origin. And here from the darkness appeared a predatory smiling bearded figure, who said that he was incredibly lucky. Mok Genwan looked at him and understood that he had been cheated. He understood everything. This man pretended to be weak only to become stronger. Some strange fabric began to unfold from Sunduk. She glowed and pulled with force. A picturesque landscape appeared in front of the guy, but something was disturbing. The picture rose into the air and began to emit such force that it almost knocked it down. In the heart of the canvas stood a creature whose eyes were burning with live fire. Her legs gradually began to emerge from the middle of the picture, gaining shape in the real world. IOC could not believe his own eyes. Azure Ghost realized that this creature was beyond its capabilities. He seemed to be tightened by magical bonds. The demonic chi began to thicken, forming one single nucleus of threat. All mythical regions, creatures, and urban legends were collected in the legendary book Classics of Mountains and Seas. It mentioned the creatures that live in measurements so high that it is impossible to get there. In a panic, Azure Ghost exclaimed that we were talking about the oldest creatures that have not existed for a long time. In front of him stood the Chimsea creature from the Kingdom of Sacred Beasts. His appearance was creepy. This creature looked at the boy with a wild look and mocked, saying that he was trembling. Mok Genwan realized that a real monster was in front of him. The creatures that legends went on had extraordinary strength and abilities. There were many species, and each of them was special. In the frame, Shua appeared and stated in amazement that it was a real legendary creature. Only the view of him forced him on the body of the Mok the Gene she run cold ants. The guy trembled from his head to heels, could not even lift his eyes and remained silent, stirred with fear. He was a sacred beast before him, the same from the legends. His energy was immense. He seemed to embody the very concept of heaven above heaven. The eyes were burning, and the force emitted from each movement. The sacred beast slowly raised his hand. There was a threat in the air. Mok Genwan wrapped his breath, watching his movements, fear of his whole body, and suddenly the beast hit. The powerful explosion covered everything around. The guy rejected. He fell to the ground. The old beast looked at his palm and did not understand how the guy survived. His blow had to crush his body completely. The Mosi Gene 1 whispered that for the one who was sealed for so much time, he has not had much effort. The beast's eyes flashed in rage. Even after millennia, he did not forgive him that he was dared to neglect. Despite the fear and understanding of the difference in strength, the IOC Gene did not look. He knew that this weakened body had weaknesses. The demon laughed sinisterly. The guy was interested in him. He reached out and began to pull something from Mok. The energy slowly reached for the amulet in the boy's pocket. The beast tried to take it to himself. This amulet was the repository of the blue spirit, and the demon wanted to assign it. Suddenly, at the same moment, a ghost appeared and managed to intercept the amulet just in front of the beast's paws. The sacred beast looked at the agility of a stranger. He instantly pulled her into his magical energy, briefly murmuring that he had not eaten for a long time and it would taste like. The ghost shouted in a panic. Her body was pulled to a monster at a frantic speed. She couldn't do anything. The sacred beast pulled the energy of his mouth, pulling a gay ghost. He said it was the embodiment of death, and their souls gathered together to create it. He wanted her to give her power to her master. At this point, the Mok the Gene 1 broke out of place to strike as the beast tries to destroy Azure Ghost. The old man put his fingers into the magical seal. The dark energy stumbled from his eyes and hands, heralding something terrible. The Mok immediately realized that he was in front of him, with which he would not cope with. The old man released a blow from his finger. The guy was thrown up, as if from an explosion. In the air, the IOC shouted. His body was torn between the debris, and he could not even protect himself. Smiling, the beast released another wave of dark energy. In his eyes, an infinite rage flashed. The old man with a cold smile struck new blows. The boy's body was flying by a kink, as if he were picked up by an explosive wave. It was beaten and in dust. The Mok lay among the debris. His eyes were burning with pain and anger. He suffered, but did not give up. In the sky suddenly appeared, which flew at a frantic speed and exclaimed to let him let go of the owner. It instantly hammers the old man with dark purple chains. He fades, shocked by her sudden attack. The chains are tighter. His eyes are flashing with magical fire. He is ominously murmured that this girl has many more tricks. Guy Coha does not understand what he means. Smiling, the old man releases deadly energy from his palm. He directs her to the girl, threatening that she will pay for the touch of his invaluable body. The sudden attack pierces her through. Her body shudders. Blood flies. Her eyes expand in horror. Guy Coha screams with pain. The blood flows down the lips. Its cry breaks the air. The strength in her body fades. Mok Genwon, lying in dust and wounds, looked at all this with despair, could not help anything. Guy, Coha, lies in a puddle of blood. The Mok fell out. The old man stands in the center, like a winner, looking proudly at the destroyed enemies. Azure Ghost shudders from what he saw. Horror pierces her heart, eyes filled with despair. All in the wounds, the IOC is supplied. He smiles as if mocking, and says that the beast made a great mistake. The beast begins to run up, shouting how this pathetic guy can laugh, and states that he will gladly see how he will twist with fear. The guardian of the treasury appeared from the bright portal, in surprise asking what was happening here. His appearance forced the beast to die. Seeing stunned the keeper. He angrily asked who this old monster was, and anxiety was already in his voice. The sacred beast turned slowly, looking directly into the eyes of the keeper. It seemed that he immediately recognized who before him. His eyes flashed in rage. He pulled his hand forward, murmuring that he would take it without hesitation. But when he raised his hand, nothing happened. In the meantime, the keeper did not understand why the attack did not work. The old beast looked at his hand in confusion. His gaze was blurred by misunderstanding, and here it came to him. Everything through the red line left by that three-haired guy. His energy could not cross it. But the beast did not retreat. He was going to go beyond the line, and the keeper immediately rushed. But just the foot of the beast touched the border. There was an explosion. It was thrown back with frantic force. The keeper looked at it all with horror, not believing that even such a creature could not come out. The beast is skipped from misunderstanding. How is it possible that he could not leave the room? The MOC Gene 1 took the chance and shouted to his own, ordered to flee immediately. All three at the same time broke out of place and rushed to the exit. Seeing this, the beast roared that he would not allow them to leave. Azure Ghost and Guy Coha managed to jump through the red line, but the Mok did not have time. The beast struck it and stopped it just in front of the border. The girls shouted with despair, seeing that he remained inside. The beast lifted the guy into the air, pulling magical power. He said he was thinking too quickly because he had only a second to think through everything. The old man thought. The situation was more difficult than he expected. He did not predict the strength of three, who made him here. Suddenly his gaze stopped at Makova, who reminded him of the proposal made earlier. All the bloody, the guy looked confident. He said he promised to fulfill any desire in exchange for freedom. The old man looked thoughtfully at the young man, remembering the promise. But the IOC did not stop, reminding that it was he who gave him a chance to survive. The beast's eyes flashed yellow fire. He said with a mockery that it was not because of the boy, but because of his own greed. Despite the wounds, the Mok smiled. The blood flowed out of his mouth, but he firmly said that the beast was better to just agree. The old man looked at the young man with a sinister smile. His eyes were burning. He could not understand why this guy would not tremble yet. Without hesitation, the beast released a devastating blow in his hand. The shining lightning broke up the body of Mok, forcing him to shout, but he remained standing. Blood flowed from the boy's lips, but there was neither fear nor pain in his look. His weak smile caused a real annoyance in the beast. He has not broken yet. The old man acknowledged his endurance and threatened to tear both legs. However, the IOC answered calmly. He is indifferent, but then the beast will not be able to leave this place. Winding his beard on his finger, the beast thought, if he spares a guy, he may be able to go out. He still believed that he was valuable with his life. But the MOC Gene 1 said it was not. All people will die sooner or later. The beast was surprised. Why then ask for mercy? Blooded, with a sinister smile, IOC replied that there was someone whom he was obliged to kill. The old man caught fire in his eyes, smiled with curiosity. He understood the true motive. Revenge. The beast turned, saying that he became interesting. It is strange that the guy asks only one life. It did not cost anything for him. But the IOC was not in that position to ask for more. He recognized the cunning of his opponent. Even agreeing, he did not resist the demonstration of force. He hit the guy with a light movement and said he had a good mood today. The Mok Gene 1 exhaled with relief, holding on to the damaged arm. He barely held back the pain. Each movement was given to burning pain. He understood that he would not be able to use his hand in the near future. And here the beast cast a derogatory look and said that everyone would look at those two. The door still stood the Ghost and Hu Xiao. The MOC Gene 1 realized that he had only one attempt. A moment, no more. And suddenly his body began to lift an unknown, frantic force into the air. The old man with an insidious smile asked if he should deal with people at all. Looking at Mook, he realized that he could make his body move as he pleased. At this point, the MOC gene was realized that the end is near. He looked at this ancient beast and realized that he was even worse. He lived for so long that he does not even give a person any chance. Mock Gene looked at the beast with a tired look. He was aware that for the sake of this he would have to risk his own life. He remembered his grandfather and whispered softly that he would probably not be able to take revenge for him. The Azure remains calm, but in the eyes of Guy CO, anxiety mixed with panic fear. The Mock Gene 1, with a wounded face, stands, squeezing his teeth. Black energy is flowing around him, which threatens to absorb all living things. In the middle of the dead silence and bloody glow, the guy suddenly begins to laugh, despite the pain. In his eyes, cold determination. Even in the worst moment he does not deviate, although for the first time he doubts his ability to take revenge. After all, even Azure of the Scales and Guy Co Hay turned into vindictive spirits who want to revenge even after death. Is it the limit of his desire for revenge? Is everything that he wanted to end here? Mock Gene Vonus clenched his teeth even more with anger. Squeezing his fist where the energy explodes, the guy swears, he will not seem, despite everything. The sacred beast watches the guy with surprise, not understanding what this stubborn young man intended. But the Mock Gene is immersed in the whirlwind of revenge, which absorbs every opinion. Azure Scarecrow watches the guy and cannot understand. The energy he radiates is much thicker and more powerful than the usual sharp chi. From the depth of IOC's suffering, the gene breaks out a powerful flash. From the wounds, the flow of dark energy breaks out, which breaks the space and explodes with a giant wave of a reinforced chi, a force that exceeds the boundaries of ordinary combat art. The blue spirit is watching the guy closely, understanding that it is possible only on the verge of transcendence, and is surprised by the unusual color of this energy. She does not understand what he conceived. The look of the mock is the darkness. The eyes are burning with bloody red light. They have focus and iron determination. The Mock Gene 1 flies into the air, rapidly attacking the sacred beast with the technique of a sword of a wasteless void. With a flying impulse, he landed to the ground, leaving a powerful trace of strength. The sacred beast is shocked. A moment ago he considered the guy just skilled, but he did not even imagine that someone could possess such devastating energy of death. Powerful energy is concentrated in the palm of the beast. His hand begins to glow with a bright blue glow. The tension increases. The face of the IO Gene is full of shock. On the head, a drop of sweat. The look has frozen. A collision is inevitably ahead, and the strength may not be enough. But the IOC Gene does not retreat and again rushes to the attack, and the enemy's hand grows to the paw of a giant beast. The battlefield covers a solid chaos of movements and strength. The eyes of the old man flare up the rage. He does not hide curiosity. He wants to understand where the boy comes from such energy. Despair does not stop the step of the Mock Gene. The awareness of the abyss between them only ignites anger. The eyes are burning. The body is tense. The heart is pounding. It breaks through the waves of energy, like an arrow in the heart of the storm. Black magic squeezes the Mock Gene, but the guy does not retreat. Even when the body cracks from the extra, the inner fire only grows. Black energy is twisted around the hand, mixing with the blood. The Mock's deadly power is directed by the enemy, but the old man stands like a stone wall without moving. And suddenly, an explosion. The old beast easily reflects a powerful blow. The power flies all the way, and a true anger appears on his face. MOC Gene is shocked. He cannot believe that his incredible attack is so easily stopped. Suddenly, a blue spirit appears on the battlefield. It rushes to restrain the crazy old man. The girl squeezes her teeth from pain, trying to hold back. Looking back on the Mock Gene, she orders him to flee. But the guy is stunned for a few more seconds and cannot move. The blue spirit competes with an indomitable enemy, and MOC Gene 1 finally decides to flee. But suddenly the guy stops, thinking, why should he run? He realizes that the blue spirit would not go so far, even if he was his family's. She may believe that he will be able to take revenge on her. At that moment, the sacred beast grabs the blue spirit for the throat, saying that he thought about her as an ordinary spirit, but it was not so weak. The old demon with burning eyes squeezes the girl's body. Black energy penetrates her. His look is sinister, like a predator who caught prey and wants to quench the hunger. The step of the mock is the gene of it. He looks at the girl who is powerless in the dark streams of the enemy. The boy's eyes tremble as if his whole being refuses to accept what he saw. Their views meet. The blue spirit looks at him, but the enemy holds it firmly. The enemy squeezes her throat, but she has time to whisper the boy to run as soon as possible. The guy sees gaze she has frozen in horror. The jaws of the guy strain, teeth are stuck to pain. And it is at this moment that he sharply inhibits, resting his feet on the ground. Mok Jin-won stopped and saw horror. The enemy held a girl wrapped in black streams. Her gaze faded. The air was squeezed by magic. The guy raises his hand. Dark energy is throbbing on his fingers, responding to his anger. The enemy's hand is increasingly strangled by the girl, but he notices the strange actions of the Mok the Jin Shi. The fingers of the guy breaks out the flow of energy. He raises his hand, the space shudders. Instead of attacking the IOC, the Gen 1 directs force to his own breasts. Energy pierces the body and is collected in the heart. The girl opens her eyes wide. The enemy fades for a moment. He did not expect it. Blood waved from the boy's mouth. But there is no regrets in the eyes. Pain is the limit that he chooses to cross. The victim is the beginning of a new battle. The hero in the blood, but stands unbreakable. In the look of calm determination, he challenges the enemy to stay here for a long time. The enemy releases the girl and breaks into the attack. Mo Si-jin also rushes forward. Both face. The enemy's hand grabs the guy and the fingers penetrate the body. The old demon grabs him for his hair and calls him an idiot. The demon attaches teeth. He understands that if he kills a boy, he will not get out, but still seeks to destroy him. Mok Jin-won sharply grabs the demon by the hand. He did not expect it. He squeezes him firmly and says how difficult it is to keep himself in his hands even once in his life. The demon squeezes his teeth and thinks that the guy has not accidentally grabbed him. Yes, it is. The Mok Jin-won grabbed him to perform a ritual of attachment. As the guy suspected, the beast did not allow the ritual to be completed so as not to lose control of energy. The adventure worked. Now the beast cannot leave this place without the help of an IOC Jin Shi. The sacred beast grabs the boy after his head. He puts him on the ground and orders him to stop immediately. Holding the guy for his hair, the enemy presses. But in the eyes of the Mok, the Jin is a joy from his anger. When the beast wants to break the guy, bloody hands extend to him. The gaze of the demon flares up the rage when he sees behind the blue spirit prepared for the attack. Anger and rage burning in her eyes. She proclaims that he underestimated her in vain. The enemy does not have time to respond. A sudden blow, blood pours his body. Confidence disappears. Control is lost. Mok Jin is smiling at the darkest moment. Bloody lips are stretched into wild laughter. He laughs at the enemy. The sacred beast is solidified by horror. He cannot believe that they laugh. The face distorts hatred and uncertainty. The Mok Jin lies, pressed to the ground with the hand of a demon. And even so he laughs. The demon's eyes are trembling. Something breaks in it. He trembles for the first time because he loses control of the situation. Panic flashes in your head. What this guy does seem to be incredible. His title of death now sounds like a mockery. The one whom he considered no one survived, but forced the demon to lose control. From the face of the IOC, the Jin flows blood, but it still smiles. In his eyes, only burning hatred and new power. A new stage begins. The sacred beast clenches the teeth, the face is distorted. He feels what has forgotten for centuries, true fear. The horror pervades the consciousness of the demon. The jaw shrinks, and fear presses in the veins. He cannot believe that everything goes out of control. The demon rises in height, magic clinging around. The cry of the rage breaks the silence. 1,000 years prevailed, and now he is challenged by a simple mortal. A blue flame flares in the eyes. Every word sounds like a blow. The demon translates the hero, but cracks have already appeared in his power. The element of magic breaks the space. The blow of demonic force involves the gene of the gene. He does not understand what is happening to him. The girl realizes with horror, it is not just magic, but an astral body. This should not appear in the world of mortals. The glow penetrates into the consciousness of the IOC gene. His body strains. Magic tears everything inside, but the guy does not retreat. The blue spirit screams. She sees the soul of the demon tries to escape from his body and insert a boy. This is not a fight, but a real absorption. She understands that even the MOC gene does not withstand such force. A storm burns inside him. It is at this moment that a demon of the seal opens. The boy's eyes open. Red light flashes inside. It's not just a body, a new form that no one expected. The explosion of force rejects the demon. His body flies, and the cry is spreading the hall. The girl froze in surprise without having to say anything. MOC gene is on your feet. Blood pours the face, but in the eyes of peace. The energy envelops it. The enemy is confused. He had to survive. The red eyes of the hero shine in the look. Something ancient and dangerous, not from this world. The demon sees it and notices the seal, a sign deep in the body of the mortal. He is permeated by fear. He realizes that something else has awakened. Mokjin looks at the enemy and does not understand what he is talking about. The demon screams. The anger is splashing along with the blood. Control is lost. The guy lifts a burning finger and puts it into the body of the demon. The force acts from the inside. The whole body of the enemy shudders. The young man's eyes are expanding. He feels a new power, now not to restrain him. The sacred beast breaks the mouth from rage and exclaims as he dared. The Mokjin of it and the Azure is shocked from what they saw. Among the flash, there is a horrible eye that pierces the boy's soul. They are faced with the true shape of the enemy. A giant demon with burning eyes. He shouts how the guy died to show his true essence. The beast roars and promises to kill the Mokjin, his voice as if a storm. Suddenly the gaze of the demon fades. The muscles are tense. It feels anxiety. The MOC gene is used by unknown equipment, attracting purple energy on all sides. The flow of force reaches the enemy, wrapping it like chains. Energy breaks out of the ancient chest, glows and vibrates, absorbing everything around. The sacred belief trembles, recognizing the power of death. In his eyes, panic. The beast with a roar requires that the guy stops immediately. But the MOC gene does not deviate. A scroll breaks out of the center of force. The flow of energy picks it up and carries it into the thickening of the battle. The scroll unfolds, opening images of mountains and ancient forests. It is not just a picture, but a seal that holds back ancient power. The bright flash escapes from the picture. The wave of light floods everything around, activating the sealed force. The flow of light pierces the beast and pulls it to itself, leaving no chance to escape. The Mokjin 1 releases his hand, explaining, he summoned it intentionally, because the chest was created for the spirit of this level. If you pick up the death, the trap will work. The demon falls into the trap, though confident in its victory. He shouts that this seal is nothing. The beast is frantic, roaring, trying to escape, claiming that the seal has no power. Mosi Jin with a blue spirit fly into the air. Both attack at the same time, directing all the power to the beast. In the view of both, anger, pain, and unwavering determination. The eyes of the sacred beast are burning fury. The guy stands next to the girl, and the azure of the scaffolding coldly declares a monster that they will never meet again. The flow of force wraps the monster. The magical spiral closes its movements. The beast is tightened back into the picture. The body is erased by magic. Only a small silhouette of a terrible beast remains on the canvas. The scroll begins to fold, radiating the glow. The fragments of the chest take off and take their seats around the scroll. The room is covered by a shockwave when the scroll is finally returned to the chest. After the battle, the chest designed to imprison the creature is completely closed, but residual energy is still glowing around. Both heroes look silently at the tamed chest. The MOC gene is exhausted, slowly comes to your senses, after survived. In the end, holding his throat, he hostilely confesses that he was almost packed. Both fall on the floor from exhaustion. Azure Scales sighs relief, glad that the seal has worked for the second time. Suddenly, the girl notices something strange on the boy's skin. She sees on the face of the mock the gene she cracks. Most likely, the guy swept metamorphosis. Metamorphosis is a phenomenon when a person reaches enlightenment in the peak kingdom, opening the meridians of Zhen and Du. This allows a person to manage energy better than ever before. The girl lies on the floor, exhausted, but satisfied. She understands that she witnessed the MOC metamorphosis of the gene that happens only during the evolution in the higher kingdom. The mortal has not yet left the boundaries of his kingdom, but his body evolved to absorb the energy of the holy beast. In her glance, surprise. She understands that the guy is completely different, not like everyone else. You see a new master of martial arts is born next to her. Around the IOC, the gene is flashing. The boy's look becomes focused. He feels a real inner balance. Having raised his hand, he sees her shimmering with divine energy. Slaps his fist. Incredible lightness. Now he knows what the supreme peak is. The Emok gene of it stands around, realizing that the pain has disappeared and the strength obeys his will. He feels that he has become stronger, but is it worth giving thanks for it? There is confidence in the eyes. He repeats himself, stronger. An unfamiliar warrior in the mask appears in the dark room. The stranger mysteriously says that no one has managed to make the holy beast familiar. The hero answers, not at all understanding, but the stranger clarifies. He heard that there are two to whom it succeeded. Among the silence, The warrior tells of shamans who conquered the divine beast and achieved an unprecedented power. He emphasizes, such people are extremely rare. One of them may be dead, but they exist. Mok Jin looks at his hand and smiles quietly. He understands that a long way ahead. The voice of a woman who calls the mortal suddenly hears. Mok Jin is horror looks at her. On the floor lies the exhausted Azure, cannot even move his hand. On her face cracks appear through which dark magical energy breaks out. Mok Jin is standing above it, tense and confused. The lips are slightly open, and the look is filled with anxiety. Cracks spread across the body of the blue spirit. It begins to dissolve, the gaze hardens in the void. Life fades. The blue spirit, even barely alive, is shocked to the IOC gene. It has undergone a metamorphosis, although it has not changed externally. She says that at such a pace he will reach the evolutionary kingdom in 2 years, but the Mok gene sees that its energy weakens, and it dissolves. The girl replies that she wanted to help and pay for it. You do not have to regret her or thank her. The Mok Gene 1 asks why it helped. Azure Scarecrow says that if the guy died, everything would be over. She could not do otherwise and smiles so that he would not say as if he would be sad. The MOC Gene is amazed hearing that it will disappear. But the girl only remained this path. She almost dissolved, but asks not to miss and gives the last request. The girl closes his sad eyes, tears rolling out of them, and asks to promise to take revenge. Mok Gen 1 grabs her hand and says that they will talk about it when she recovers. But the blue spirit does not understand him. She preparing to disappear. He holds her hand. A powerful energy breaks out of the boy's body. The blue spirit feels that he shares with her energy, which is pure and strong. Mok Gene is not just to heal it. It helps her achieve the rank of the Azure Spirit. Her hand glows in the resistance of force. Energy fills the body. There are no more cracks on the face. The blue spirit rises to the feet in a great shape, as if it were not on the verge of disappearance. She looks at her hands, shocked. She cannot believe that it happened. The Mok Gene 1 mentions a book about yin-yang, where it is written, blue spirits are able not only to create illusions, but also to achieve physical demonstration. So they become equal to mythical beasts. This is what is called the unexpected turn of fate. Its body is completely restored. When the IOC Gene he healed her, he wanted to continue the conversation, but the girl solidifies. She no longer wants to say what she said when she was on the verge, but Mok Gene 1 asks for a revenge. Then the guy asks whether it can call it a warrior spirit. The girl angrily asks her to call her as usual, and he jokes, which is why she gets angry even more. Suddenly the room appears in the COHA and everyone looks carefully at it. Tense silence. She has fun asking the Mok the gene she to share with her energy. Someone's hand waves for goodbye. This is the guardian of the treasure trove. He reminiscent of not forgotten to return, and the MOC gene is amazing his joy. This is not surprising. Its rank increased, and the body became free. When pure energy came into the body of Husiku, its rank grew. Apparently she has already approached the level of the blue spirit. She caught up with Jan when he tried to activate the trap. The new body and strength raised her mood. The Mok Gene 1 realizes that most of the Keeper is happy to finally read books from combat technicians, because he once studied the art of battle. Mok Gen 1 says it's time to leave here. Jan Mon rejoices, holding a large stack of books he wants to read. Going to go out, he again pays attention to the entrance to the cave with a red barrier. It goes closer, looks inside to look at the box. Jan Mon shocked. The box turned to herself a former look. He does not believe that she really retains the power of the sages. Shortly before that IOC, the Gene Vaughn decided to leave the box here. Sioche is surprised to ask why he does not use it now. The guy explains, if you absorb it right away, there may be problems. But he does not want someone to touch the box and warns Guy Sio. If someone appears suspicious, let them know right away. It is still strange to leave such a dangerous thing here. He is wondering what a three-eyed, whom he mentioned a terrible beast. Jan Mon closes his eyes, plunges into thinking, holding books firmly. In the end, he throws all thoughts and goes from the treasury with books, saying that he can handle. The calm, magical atmosphere prevails. The fog from the cave covers trees. The guard on the street is thinking why there is no Jabo Vui Sun and a woman in a red hat for so long. They warned that they could be delayed, but it was already suspicious. Something could have happened. He decides to check the situation, and there are someone's legs here. The guard shudders, noticing behind the IOC back, the Gene, who asks if he waited. The guard, barely hiding the fright, replies that not, but notices in the boy change. Before going to the treasury of the IOC, the Gene surrounded the aura of the first peak, and now something differently. The MOC gene is closer, and the guard almost does not feel its presence. Energy has changed. It is interesting what techniques he got there. Mosi Jean is heading forward and says it's time to go. Ahead of the last test. His eyes glow with determination. Curiosity goes near. What is waiting next? Above the forest, the bright moon illuminates the tops of trees. Among the dark forest is a building, flooded with moonlight. Lanterns shine in the windows. The moon is reflected in the water. Everything around looks mysteriously and anxious. Men's legs are carefully stepping on the grass in the night silence. The muscular hand of a man with hoops on the wrist is lowered down. One of the 5 kings appears, Vona Ben Hak, known as a king of a thunderous fist. He stands in the darkness of the forest, watching something closely. His gaze is aimed at building in the fog. He thinks we're the owner of the darkness. The atmosphere here has always been ominous. Suddenly, the owner of darkness appears behind and says that he has a bad premonition. The last time they saw the test 2 months ago, Ben Hak is not too welcome and welcomes her. In the light of the moon appears the owner of darkness, one of the 3 great bishops of the Association of Heaven and the Earth. They stand opposite each other. Ben Kak asks if she is still hiding her face behind the mask, but adds that he is so indifferent. He smiles ominously and says he knows that the dark faction is engaged in espionage and intelligence. Because of this, only the head of the association know the faces and the floor of the darkness. She knew these rules, but still felt uncomfortable, though she stood confidently, and her eyes glowed yellow. The owner of the darkness directly asks what brought him here. At first, Ben Kak extends her a mug and suggests to try the famous variety of red wine Ganvonshonjan. The darkness of darkness asks where he came from, hinting that it looks like a bribe. Ben Kak replies that the last test in the Corpse Valley will soon take place. With an ironic smile, he says he has a very special request for her. The owner of darkness smiles with interest, waiting for his request. Under the full moon, among the night silence, Ben Kak again recalled the last test in the Corpse Valley and asked for a darkness. The owner of the darkness asked if he really wanted to ask her student. Covering her face with her hand, the owner of darkness calmly answered that she had to refuse and had her own reasons. Ben Kak narrowed his eyes without understanding such a refusal, and did not hide astonishment. But the owner of the darkness did not want to completely refuse and suggested that the agreement concludes. Since the owner of darkness received a rare wine, she could not simply refuse the king of the Thunder Fist, and suggested to reveal the names of the chosen ones. Perhaps each of them is interested in another child. Shi's gaze was alert. He realized that he would have to open first, and agreed. Because he asked. He said he thinks of a child from the labor language. To master his art requires a strong body. The unique technique of Thundering Fist is difficult and dangerous. One of the students even became crippled, trying to master it. The owner of the darkness listened carefully, without lowering her hands from her face. She was really interested in this story. The owner of the darkness was glad and moved in the palm. She managed to get the girl she wanted. Von Ben Hak asked if the girl was talking about the fashion, and the owner of the darkness confirmed that it was about her. Von Ben Hak thanked for his understanding, and the owner of Demas modestly asked him not to thank. But in his thoughts, Ben Kak was not fully satisfied, because as he suspected, the owner of darkness also wanted this child from home. Even the hostess of the Iha Valley secretly sought to receive this child. In his thoughts, Ben Kak understood that the owner of darkness would not like it, but with a smug smile thanked her and informed that he had to go. The full moon climbed high above the building, pouring its grandeur with soft light. At this point, the girl felt something strange starts to do with her ear. She sat inside with the IOC, the gene of one, and suddenly felt her ears as if they were lit, which meant that someone was discussing her. The mock Gene 1 asked what happened if her ears were burning, but the girl did not want to admit it and quickly denied it. She sat opposite the window through which the full moon was visible, and asked the Gene why he called her here. Strange suspicions began to end up in their thoughts. Why he invited her so late? His eyes filled with fear, and drops of sweat appeared at the head. IOC Gene 1 calmly replied that nothing special happened, he just needed a partner. The girl exclaimed that for her partner and what it was needed. Surprise, her eyes expanded, because in the middle of the night the guy talks about some partner, and she did not understand his intentions. IOC Gene 1 calmly explained that he would like to do sparring with her. Hardly hearing about sparring, the girl calmed down a little, and Mock Gene 1 added that he just wanted to warm up before tomorrow's test. All tight with fear, she finally exhaled with relief, understanding his true purpose. She remembered that this guy did not perceive her as a girl. The girl sat on the floor in front of the IOC Gene and thought why he decided to suddenly sparring. Anger broke out in her eyes, because she had long dreamed of revenge for that defeat. Sitting on the floor in front of the IOC Jean, she thought about tactics. She focused on defense last time, but this time she was going to use deadly receptions. Mock Jean Wan looked at the girl, notifying that she did not mind. But the girl was confused and could not answer immediately, feeling uncertain. With a smile, Mock Gen Wan offered her to attack the first, as if even to try to kill him. He began to knead his hands and promised that if she won, he would get an antidote. This promise was immediately interested in the girl, and she asked if she was cheating on her. The MOC Jean Wan lifted his finger up and solemnly stated that he was giving the word, but only if she can defeat him. And at this point, the girl rushed to the attack using her own technique. Suddenly, Mock Gen Wan easily touched her neck with his finger. He managed to stop her attack simply by holding back the movement with only one finger. The girl was stunned. She could not believe how he was so easily neutralized by her attack. Mock Jean Wan touched his lips and said that everything was too slow. He raised his hand up and vigorously began to knead the brush, as if feeling new. Looking at his own hand, the Mock Jean was surprised by his own feeling, and noted that it was quite good. Suddenly, he appeared in front of him and warned that he was not too proud of him, because he was not a newcomer, but the difference between the peak of cultivation and the top of the skill was like heaven and earth. The Mock Jean Wan did not look away from hand, confirming that everything should be, and added that the martial art was still only a tool for him. Suddenly, a new feeling that he realized through his hand began to wake up in his body. This feeling was only intensified. He wanted to feel this power even deeper, and the bright red light of admiration broke out in his eyes. The girl looked at him in full shock, because they were almost equal recently. Now the Mock the Jean Wan was not just ahead of her. The irresistible wall, which instilled awe, appeared before her. He seemed to her a true monster. The next day, a real chaos reigned in the Corpse Blood Valley, because the day of the final test came. The master, who was the head of the valley, had already arrived in place and suddenly paid attention to someone on the balcony. People stood on the balcony, and among them he immediately recognized one man. There was the owner of darkness. Her face changed, but still the master recognized her. The master did not understand why she was here, because he had never appeared in the final ceremonies before. An unexpected one woman began to play a musical instrument. The sounds spread throughout the valley. The melody was so disgusting that everyone around the ears with their hands. Ben Hawk was not surprised with the owner of darkness, because they knew this woman who always used this method. Her tune penetrated into her ears to all present, and no one was glad because she also appeared. It was a charming landlord of the Aha Valley, Khan is wound. People covered their ears and bent, trying not to hear this horrible sound. Only the master stood unwavering, realizing that her weird preferences had not changed at all. He knew well that this woman was always creating chaos using her sound techniques. Even a good deputy head warned her earlier, but she never paid attention to other people's words. She continued to play with a smile, saying that she wanted to revive the atmosphere even more. The people around them could no longer stand. Its tune covered them with their heads, and some even began to get blood from their ears. The master did not dare to take a step. He had no choice, even if it created inconvenience. Suddenly someone's legs appeared in the Corpse Blood Valley. Someone went into the hall. Behind Khan's back there was a giant man with a harsh face and sharply ordered her to stop immediately. It was a King of Death. She immediately stopped playing, looking enthusiastically at the King of Death, and sincerely rejoiced in his appearance. The King of Death was not stopping the stares, noting loudly whether he was forbidden here. But the woman hurried to assure that, of course, no. Sitting on a chair, he strictly asked the woman to behave decently, because of her, the owner of the valley could not even start the test. Hearing his rude voice, Khan is wounded. A cold sweat spoke on her face. The King of Death of So Yoon in the past has already encountered the hostess of the Aha Valley, and almost cut off her head. He remained an enemy swallowed for her. The master was interested because the king had already had many talented students, and he did not think that this is an interesting test. One of the students, looking at the mountain, was so impressed that he ordered everyone to pay attention there. 2 of the 5 kings, as well as the owner of darkness, and even the hostess of the Aha Valley, sat at the top. No one understood what talent gathered so many great masters here. The owner of the valley approached the King of Death, respecting him and saying that it is a great honor for him to see such a guest at the ceremony. The master held his hands in a welcoming posture, and confessed that he did not expect to see the king here, but he replied that he had his own reasons. Suddenly, a surprise and anger appeared on the face of the King of Death. He looked carefully at the students who went on and could not hide the shock. With an evil smile, he confirmed for himself that everything turned out to be true. The gaze stopped at the IOC Vanya, which stood among other students. He thought the guy did not survive in the corpse valley. His face broke out with anger. The King of Death was annoyed that the guy remained alive. The King of Death watched all the students closely, and seeing among them the Mock the Gene, felt severe irritation, because he was convinced that he would die after the entrance to the Valley of Bloody Corpses. But the guy survived. Shortly before this, the Death King screamed at his student, trying to find out who was able to win him. Job Wei Dream was confused, they say. The King of Death would have won for sure if he had not shown negligence, and the king demanded only the name of the one who overcame it. On the face of Job Wei Sun, drops of sweat drained when the King of Death maliciously named the name of the Mock the Gene Shi. Hearing this, the king realized that the guy was still alive, and even if he mastered the art of the Sword of the Moon Vein, everyone was certain that the Mock the Gene One would not survive in the Valley of Bloody Corpses. Squeezing his fist from anger, the King of Death regretted that he could have been confronting such a finale, and seemed to give the boy a good fortune. The king asked his subordinate why he decided to start a battle with him, and Job Wei Dream, blushing, cautiously admitted that he did not know about his meditation and only wanted to touch. It was even more angry with the King of Death. His eyes broke out of anger, and his face was snapped with anger. The guy asked for mercy, but heard only the order to silence. With anger in his eyes, the King of Death could not believe that he considered dead, was still alive, and even reached the last trial. The King of Death stared at her Gene, realizing that the guy had changed significantly. Having made his hand satisfied, he thought that if the potential of the IOC Gene exceeds his expectations, he would take this guy to his students, even if others would criticize him. After that, he paid attention to another guy. It was a Mokyun, and the King of Death was surprised that this child also remained alive. He expected him to survive thanks to his innate talent, but could not even imagine that the guy would get the last test. Moreover, Mok Chong seems to overcome many difficulties, because his gaze has changed. A sinister smile appeared on his face. The guy knew that he had not come here. The Death King could no longer wait for the last test. The head of the Corpse Blood Valley solemnly announced the beginning of the final exam. Mokyun and Jangik could not believe their eyes. What they saw shocked them. The tournament grid opened in front of them. Mokuchun stood in full shock. He did not even imagine what the final exam would be. The Valley Master calmly noted that everyone was probably guessing what the final test was. He spoke to the students and solemnly announced that the final stage in the Valley of Bloody Corpses is a duel of martial arts. The Master said that the recruits have already proven their power, having gone through many trials, which is why they are here now. And most importantly, the final battle will give them the opportunity to show their true potential to all observers. In addition, the Master emphasized the most important thing. The winners will have a unique opportunity to choose their own mentor. Among the crowd of students began a fuss. Everyone realized that they could now become students or assistants of 5 kings, or even the head of the valley. This award was impressed, so the Master sincerely wished everyone good luck before the test began. Jangik could not hide his interest and impatience. All the students stood still, holding their breath in anticipation of the start of the finals. Mokuchun understood that he would have to make a choice soon, and the most important thing for him is to be able to stop the enemy. Mokgen Won at this time indifferently scratched the nape of his nape, looking thoughtfully somewhere. He carefully considered all the kings who came to look at the trial and noticed that there was no one who was waiting. The guy hoped to see Bek Soho, King Pot, and to find out from him something about a ghostly blade, but since he was not there, I had to change his plans. The Emok Gene 1 was about to use his award for 3 signs of honors to meet one of 2 5 kings that belonged to the 8 stars, as the Master advised him. But it was no longer possible. Standing among other participants, the MOC Gene 1 did not resist and confessed out loud, as he was annoying, not even noticing that he said so loudly. At this point, Mokuchun stood thoughtful. A drop of sweat flowed down his face. He wanted to fight the IOC Gene, but realized that the numbers could not coincide. In front of all, they took the box with numbers. Participants in turn called that they would pull the lot. The first called Mokju Chun and Yon. Mok Yuhun approached the box and pulled out his number first. He looked carefully at the result and exhaled with relief, because everything turned out as he hoped. The guard announced his number, 6, and noted that he would automatically be a victory without a fight. It was stunned by such luck for the opponent. Then it pulled out his number. He got 4. The next lot was dragged by Jangik and got the number 2. The girl Kongi was pulled out the number 3. Then they invited to pull the IOC Gene number. He lowered his hand into the box, looking carefully at his lot. After getting the room, the guy looked at him for a long time, trying to understand what it means. The Master announced that the IOC Gene 1 pulled number 1. Zhang heard it and was not delighted, because he had to fight with the one he considered the strongest. The latter pulled out his number, having received 5 and automatic victory, so the tournament grid was finally formed. The Mach Gene 1 returned to the place, and Jiang was escorting him with a hard look and breathing deeply. Jiang could not believe in the coincidence. His name was near the IOC gene in the standings. He approached the opponent, realizing that it would be the first match and could not get rid of tension. However, he took a deep breath and confidently tuned. No matter who becomes the enemy, he has a hidden trump card and is not going to play. It was at this point that the voice of Azure Ghost called the IOC gene, noting that the guy did not look interested. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Jiang, who came closer and stated that fate decided they would compete with each other. When he reached out, Jiang suggested to play honestly and promised that each of them would set the maximum. Mach Gen won without returning to the opponent, calmly threw it that it would not be easy. Jiang did not quite understand what he was about. With a confident look, the MOC Gene 1 said that it would end very quickly if he shows his true strength. These words were annoyed by Jiang. He clenched his fist, barely holding back the anger from the sharp tongue of the boy. The Master of the Valley ordered both to enter the arena. Rising the stairs, Jiang turned to the IOC Gene with a proposal. He said that once the Mach the Gene is so sure, he could put a couple with him. He said with a smile, "Who loses should turn to the winner older brother, because it is time to determine the hierarchy." The MOC Gene 1 fell silent for a moment, then Jiang was very pleased, because he thought that the opponent would not agree. But Jiang's face appeared to be confused when he heard that MOC was offered to raise the rates. His version was too banal. With an Echidine smile, the MOC Gene 1 stated that the loser would not just be a younger brother, but a true obedient dog. Jiang barely held back his emotions. He did not expect such arrogance. The Mach the Gene 1 began to make fun of him, hinting that his knees were already shaking. Nevertheless, Jiang stepped on the arena and agreed to the opponent. Already on the site, the boys stood opposite each other, and they watched the King of Death. The King of Death was angry, because he hoped that the IOC Gene would fight with another rival from the IOC clan to evaluate his martial skills. Ben Kok, seeing Jiang's arena, began to shout where the boy had such a power, and from what kind. But the guard only replied that he was from a small sect, and nothing more about him was known. Von Ben Hawk looked at the boy with surprise, considering it really amazing. He may have hurried with his choice, and the Death King was just shocked. After all, Jiang is far superior to all his peers, and stands literally on the verge of transcendence. The Master of the Valley raised his hand, ordering everyone to take their seats. Jiang accepted the battlefield, promising that he could handle. They were given the team to start, and the fight began. Jiang set up to win, thinking about the couple and the fact that he would become a dog. In the eyes of the IOC, the gene was neither fear nor excitement. He stood confidently, knowing perfectly well that he would overcome the opponent. In the spacious court, a crowd of students gathered. Everyone was focusing on 2 young fighters who came out against each other. The tension hung in the air. This is about a duel that will win only one. Mach Gene 1 smiled calmly, squeezing his fist. In his gaze read confidence, no doubt about his abilities. Jiang answered a bold smile, ready for provocations, confident. He recalled once again that he would become a dog. Smiling boldly, Jiang said that it was Mach Gen 1 that would become this dog. Suddenly, the earth shuddered from the powerful explosion of energy. Jiang rushed forward, charged with determination. He sought to win. 3 students watched the fight, holding their breath. Their faces reflected surprise, anxiety, and tension. Jiang concentrated all the internal energy. His fist shone, releasing the technique of a powerful blow that he flew to the enemy roar. But MOC Gene 1 skillfully reflected the attack. The space surrounding was illuminated by a bright flash that broke the air. Despite the frantic pressure, the IOC Gene smiled, confidently stating that he would not be able to lose. His movements became faster. He was rushing forward, full of excitement and advantages. The MOC Gene is a powerful blow, putting all the accumulated energy in it. The bright flash testified to the power of this collision. The blow was accurate and merciless. Von Ben Kok and the King of Death were not surprised. Their eyes expanded. They did not expect such developments. The rest of the students froze from shock, watching a fierce duel. Meanwhile, Jiang never thought to give up. After a short pause, he retreated, chose the right distance, and raised his hands into a battle rack. Gathering the forces, Jiang used the technique of Dance of the Open Palm, directing it directly to the Mach the Gene Shi. However, even on this attack at the IOC, the gene was the answer. It easily repelled it. After the strike exchange, both fighters retreated several steps, leaving traces of energy that cut the air. Again, the tension was hung between them. Everyone was waiting for the next course. Other participants could not hide the shock. They saw them. Jangik again accepted the battlefield, deciding to use the technique right fist, left pavilion. Standing in a fighting pose, Jangik asked if he surprised his opponent. The Emok Jin 1 kept in defense, silently covering with his hands and carefully waiting for the enemy's further actions. Jangik was confidently standing in place, radiating powerful energy flows, and announced that he was using his secret technique, the technique of right fist, left palm. Seeing this technique, the King of Death did not hide as a surprise. He knew well that for those who studied martial arts, it is almost impossible to apply this technique in practice. After all, you need to think about two things and control energy flows, and this can easily break the balance of chi, so even the strongest masters are rarely dare to be. Nevertheless, the right hand Jangik was clenched in a fist. The left palm remained open, which allowed him to use two techniques at the same time. Standing in the rack, Jang mocked the opponent that he probably impressed that he was fighting with two craftsmen. The Death King looked carefully at the boy, realizing that the opponent was not really lucky. Among all the talents he met, right now he saw the best. The victory of Jangik seemed obvious. A strong gust of wind lifted dust and debris when both fighters froze opposite each other. Suddenly she has a strange laughter on the mock's face. With sarcasm he began to tease the enemy, noting that it was a really good technique. His words were even more angry. He strengthened the technique, not wanting to endure such mockery. In the next moment his leg broke out sharply. Jung, with all the force, rushed to the mock Jin, saying that the bullying would end right now. In his eyes, confidence and victory glowed, and there was a wide smile on his face. Suddenly, Mock, the Jin, one bent one hand into his fist and the other opened in his palm. He stood in a stable and used the same technique. The right fist, left palm. At the time of Jangik's attack, the Mock Gen 1 hit his fist with his palm, and his own blow was stopped by his opponent with his fist. The Emok Jin 1 demonstrated the same technique, completely stopping the offensive of Jang. He saw Bangkok and King of Death, shock and rage on their faces. The owner of the darkness and the hostess of the Aha Valley was confused by the mouths of surprise, and all the other participants froze, impressed. Jang was stunned. Hope in his eyes went out for victory. Everything broke in an instant. In the air of the corpse blood valleys, a crazy tension prevailed. All the audience kept breathing, watching two students performing a complex technique. Lan Ben Hak still couldn't recover from what he saw. The King of Death did not hide his rage. All this shock and anger caused the MOC Jin of Vaughn, who was able to repeat the technique during the battle. The owner of the darkness did not restrain and laughed, stating that the real genius was standing on the other side of the arena. Her laughter was heard. Next to Khan is a wound that did not look out of the boy with his mouth open. The hostess of the Ihe Valley was delighted with the Jin of the Jin, whispering that she needed this guy. Jang, unable to hold back anger, rushed to the attack again, trying to overcome the opponent who copied his equipment. The Mock Jin 1 remained calm and confident. There was no doubt on the face. He easily reflected the attack of Jang, as if reading every movement. Under the feet, the ground exploded. The rivals came together at frantic speed. Their blows dazzled with sparks, and collisions created explosive waves. The MOC Jin 1 had a devastating side stroke. Its movement is accurate and lightning. The energy cut off the air, and a grimace of pain appeared on the face of Jangik. Without stopping, the Emok Jin used a special technique and struck a powerful shot that knocked the opponent from feet. The explosion of energy broke out around, and Jangik's body threw back in bright light. Jangik's face was bloody. He was shocked that the Emok Jin Vaughn had mastered even leg techniques. The change of styles was too sharp. He understood that everything was much worse. The Emok Jin not only repeated, but completely dominated. In the strength, technique, adaptation, and tactics, the Emok Jin 1 surpassed Jang. Compared to him, Jangik looked defenseless. Moku Chong watched the battle with envy. Not understanding where the Jin of the Jin was so much talent, he destroyed his opponent as a child. The King of Death watched the guy with fury, not believing how he easily repeated the technique that not all masters were able to perform. Before him was a real monster. At this point, Jang shouted in pain, taking on the devastating blows again. It was covered by the flash of blue energy. He gathered all his forces in the center of the arena. His gaze burned with anger, and the thought of defeat was unbearable. The jaws are closed. The tension on the face increased. In the soul, it was determined not to seem. The battle was not over. Jangik rushes forward with all speed, tearing the ground under his feet. The last jerk is filled with despair and strength. The MOC Jin 1 stands quietly among the wreckage. unmoved and confident that this inviolability emphasizes the difference between them. Janggik's attack is broken by the unwavering peace of Mok the Jin Shi. Janggik, covered with anger, shouts that he will become a dog, and rushes to a desperate attack. The last attempt to defeat the enemy, who does not think to retreat. It is swollen with a fist. At the moment of impact, the IOC Jin is evading the incredible ease. Jang could not understand how the opponent escaped such a quick attack. With a gaze full of confidence, the Amok Jin 1 replied that first let it bark properly. The next moment near the face of Janggik lightly appears the opponent's foot. The Amok Jin is a devastating blow. Janggik rejects back, and a powerful explosion of light and strength flashes around. Jang flies in the air, blood is blossoming from his mouth. He does not understand how Amok the Jin 1 has struck such a blow from this position. A mighty blow throws Janggik on the ground. His body with a deft knock falls on a plate of arena, lifting a cloud of dust and debris. The Mok Jin is fixed in front of a fallen rival. Its figure differs against the background of a majestic structure as a symbol of an indisputable victory. The judge raises his hand over the arena, declaring the end of the battle. The sun's beam breaks through the clouds, illuminating the moment of the final triumph. The head of the corpse blood loudly proclaims the result. The winner was the IOC Jin Vaughn. From a height, it is seen as the crowd explodes. The scene is filled with energy. Everyone recognizes the winner's strength. Zhang lies at the legs of the triumphant, exhausted and bloody, unable to even get up. Mok Gen Wan stands quietly with a light smile on his mouth in his look. The confidence, dignity, and radiance of the victory won. His name is heard over the arena, etching this moment in everyone's memory.